Yet again, we're going to jump right into it.
All right, good morning, everyone. I will get started. I will call State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number 21.
Charge of all appearing as.
Please state your name for the record.
I am here as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value in return for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any other facts in the charging instruments.
Record should reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is present in person in custody in street clothing, wearing a suit and tie and a mask.
For the record,
today.
I do not consent to being called that name, Your Honor.
All right,
And we still have yet to address subject matter jurisdiction.
The court has addressed it for the record. So we
For the
will
record, has it been proven?
Mr. Brooks, I stand by the written decision that I issued in this case last week. A second
what written
copy was
decision are you
provided. Please
referring
don't
to?
interrupt me. A second copy was provided to you. I know you saw it because you tore it up yesterday.
Damn, that's what it was.
So I'm not going to address it any further.
Are
You
you
are
talking about
mistaken and wrong about the law that it needs to be verified or proven.
Are you talking about the paper I accepted in return for value?
So with
Accepted
that,
for value in
I
return
believe,
for value?
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to continue with this trial, whether you believe jurisdiction has been proven or
It has not been proven for the record.
And it has. So
It has
with
not.
that, Detective Carpenter was on the stand,
And it needs to be proven
and I
per the prosecution.
would like to have him brought back up unless there's any other issues the parties wish the court to address from the state.
I did want to address something briefly.
Go ahead.
As the court knows from our short discussions yesterday, the state will be playing a couple videos of the defendants and his statements. The court had previously heard those as part of a motion hearing, and I'm not sure if I'm really getting the defendant notice or what I'm doing, but I really tried hard, and I'm pulling out snippets from this because if the court recalls, there are a lot of references that the defendant makes to prior domestics with Erica, his prior record, things that the court had previously excluded. So I'm going through and I am pulling specific time.
I've actually started watching this part, so I'll skip a little bit through this. Here she's just warning Brooks that if he decides to skip through the video and happens to reach a point in which he's talking about a prior domestic violence incident that he had against his ex-girlfriend, then she's warning him that she's going to ask the witnesses about this because he opened the door, and he had a few warnings before about opening the door, and the judge is going to say, I agree with them that if you don't follow the guidelines and stop the video at the exact times that they provided, then you are running the risk of opening the door.
And he got the message. Him, and I would not say he is.
So that when you are watching the recording, as all of us will be, if there is something you want replayed and you want to cross-examine the witness about, that you know those time stamps, and then the state has graciously indicated they would assist once again in replaying portions of that video. I don't need a response from you unless you feel you would like to give a response to any of that.
With all due respect, they're the ones that want to play the video, so I don't understand how I'm the one opening the door. They chose to play the video, so.
Interesting question.
They're not going to play the entire video, though. They're going to redact out, probably stop, fast forward the portions that this court said would be inadmissible. So for example,
okay, now I
if
understand
during your
better.
cross-examination of Detective Carpenter, you ask the state to replay a portion of the video and you say, go back to around the 7-minute mark, you have to understand that you may open the door, even inadvertently, to some of those other acts, evidence coming in. So what I'm telling you is, if you want any portions replayed, then, or if you ask for the entire video to be played under the rule of completeness, that you have an understanding that you would be opening the door to the evidence of other acts coming in. Potentially, I'll have
I
to
want
rule
it
on
to
at
come
that
in.
time.
Please let it come in.
But
I want to hear about his
mindful of the
prior
timestamp.
abuse incident.
I don't understand it, Your Honor. That's almost like you making a ruling and then it not having any standing. If you already made a
the
ruling.
fuck are you
rulings
talking
against
about,
them.
you
I
idiot?
told the state they can't offer this evidence.
Right,
They're
that's
the
what
one.
I'm saying.
So if you offer the evidence or ask questions that would open the door, that's a different story.
It's not complicated,
We
dude.
all have treaded lightly when you've asked questions that would have opened the door to a variety of witnesses. So the state's just simply saying, look, we're going to do our job. We're not going to put in the other act's evidence. We're going to pause the video, fast forward the appropriate spots. But if you want any portions replayed, or if you ask for the entire video to be played, then you do that at your peril of having those other acts' evidence come in.
It's not hard to understand.
That's all I want to tell you. As far as the
Be
jury
careful with
instruction,
your timestamps.
do you
That's
have
all,
any
dude.
position on whether that second, well, I shouldn't say second, it's the very last paragraph where it says, add the following if appropriate. Do you have any position on whether the court reads this entire jury instruction 60 to the jury prior to Mr. Marquez being called as a witness?
Yeah, I think the jury should hear whatever needs that they need to hear.
Do you have a position on that last paragraph specifically, sir, given the information that the state has provided today?
That's paragraph.
It's in brackets and it's after a bolded section that says, add the following if appropriate. I advised the parties yesterday we would be talking about that this morning.
I mean, it was just stated that the witness doesn't speak very good English,
Yeah, and they have an
and
interpreter.
so that would indicate that it would be a lot more work for the interpreter to make
That's
sure.
not what I'm asking about, sir. I'm asking
What a
whether
retard.
whether you have a position
If the guy spoke English, you wouldn't need an interpreter, you moron. What do you mean more work for the interpreter?
on whether I include the very last paragraph of that instruction to the jury.
I don't feel like.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm gonna skip through the
No, I
times
don't
that he's
feel like
wasting
that
time.
needs to be read to the jury.
Your
I
feelings
think
don't
it's
matter,
pretty-
idiot.
It's pretty clear from all the language leading up to that.
Let me ask Attorney Basie a question about the contact the Office of the District Attorney has had with Mr. Marquez. Were you able to communicate at all in any way in English, even if you would describe it as broken English?
Yes, I think our last conversation, we probably said, I said something in English, he responded, and then when I said something else, I think he needed translation for that. His primary, our victim witness person, specialist assigned to the case, is bilingual, and she speaks to him in Spanish.
All right, given that bit of information provided by the DAs and Office of the Court regarding his ability to answer some but not most, I think it's appropriate to read the very last paragraph. Certainly doesn't hurt. It's not going to take away. So I will read the entirety of jury instruction 60. Obviously, the part that says read here if appropriate comes out And then
I wonder if
will
he's gonna
print that
object
off,
to the reading
and,
of the jury
That's what I will
instructions.
read at the appropriate time. Did that print, Madam
Even
Clerk?
though he's been privy to every single one of the
Question on that.
decisions.
How do we know exactly what words the witness will be able to understand in English versus?
That's
not your
how
problem.
the interpretation works. The questions are in English, they're interpreted in Spanish to the witness. The witness will answer, presumably in Spanish, and then the witness's words will be interpreted in English, and it's the English, as this instruction says, that is the evidence.
I think it's a little unfair that prosecution has had conversations with the witness and I haven't,
No,
considering that it's my witness.
that's not
You're
how
on
it
the
works.
statement list as well, I believe. So it's fair for either party to reach out, and if witnesses want to talk to either party in preparation, that's frankly fair game.
Now that's how it
So
works.
how would I be able to reach out to a witness?
Mr. Brooks?
Uncross.
You are representing yourself. That obviously poses some challenges and difficulties, but that is the state and stage that we are at. So with that, I know we'll get Detective Carpenter on the stand. He can come up and be out here when the jury comes out. So come on up, sir. I will swear you in again, as is my practice when there's a witness on the stand for a second day.
I had one more thing real quick.
Well, it needs to be other than subject matter jurisdiction, so what is it?
You didn't even let me get to it.
I said
It doesn't
what is
matter.
It needs to be something other than subject matter
I guarantee it was subject matter jurisdiction. Otherwise, you wouldn't act so salty when she brings it up.
jurisdiction.
Can I
What
get
is
to
it?
it?
You can say.
There's no way to know what I'm gonna say if I can't say it.
Well, it's
Mr.
pretty
Brooks, please
predictable
tell
what
me
you're
what
gonna
it is
say,
you'd
you
like to
fucking
address.
idiot.
I want to address why my ICFs have not been addressed. I
Yeah,
know
the
you
same
have 'em.
shit.
Why have I not getting copies?
Yeah,
I've
it's the
gotten
same
copies of every other
bullshit.
ICF. Why not the recent
God damn
ones?
it. Yeah, take it with the
I am
clerk of the
not,
court.
going to be the intermediary anymore for ICFs that are directed to the clerk of court regarding copies.
That's not explaining why.
She doesn't
I'm
owe you
not
an
going to tell the
explanation.
record.
Take it
If
with
there's
the
something
clerk of the
you want
court.
me to address, then you should address your ICF to me and not the clerk of court.
Well, where is the ICF?
Sir,
If I sent
That
it,
I am
address
not-
with the
copy.
clerk of
I've gotten
court.
copies of every single one.
You need
whether
to
they were
ask
addressed,
for that from the clerk
whether
of
they
court.
were addressed to you or whether they were addressed to the clerk of courts.
Yeah,
I'm not going to
another
address that
stall
further,
tactic.
Mr. Brooks. I'm not
Idiot.
going to be the intermediary when
So
you
what's
have
the-
questions to the clerk of court.
So
for
what's the
copies
point
and
of me
things like
sending the
that.
ICF, me doing what you asked me to do,
Shut up,
and
idiot.
sending them, and then not being able to know if they've even been received and get a copy of them, which I've been getting
If
copies
you
of
did
them
not
ever
ask
since.
for a copy of the ICF, they don't have any obligation to
I
send it out to you.
addressed it when I first sent it. I asked you on the record, did you receive it?
Well, it doesn't matter if you
I
ask
didn't
the
receive
judge.
anything because nothing has been sent to me.
Well,
So
where's the
if there's
ICF?
something that you need, then you should reach back out to the clerk of court.
I shouldn't have to do
But
that
we're not
if I
going to
sent
take
it.
up court time
You
regarding
should
an
have to do
ICF
that because that's what the
sent to
judge
clerk of
told you
court.
when you complained about it
Again,
last
I will
time.
advise you once again, I did this the other day, if there's something case related, it needs to be addressed to me. If it has to do with the record, it needs to go to the clerk of court.
And it was.
Because I
it was
am
sent to the
not
clerk of court.
the
But I still should be.
custodian.
I still should be able to be told if it was received and get a copy, which you've done that before. Every single ICF.
She's
And I
done
told
that,
you I
so
would
why does
no
it change?
longer be doing that,
She
sir,
did that
of
because she
this
wanted
very
you to
issue.
stop whining. And even after doing that, it increased your whining. So she was actually smart about it and stopped doing you any favors and now told you, okay, go fuck yourself. Go do it yourself if you're actually going to complain when begging me to help you. And then when I do, it just ends up biting me in the ass. So fuck you.
It
So you
takes
say
up
so
court
now it
time.
changes. So now it changes all of a sudden.
No, it didn't change all of a sudden, sir, and you know that. So don't
no,
try to
no.
confuse
Does
the
it
record.
change all of a suddenly?
All of a
Because I've been
suddenly,
getting copies of everything I've sent, which is what you asked me
This
to do.
changed last week, and you know that.
It shouldn't change.
So
no,
with
I don't
that,
know it.
I'm bringing the jury out, and I'm not addressing this issue.
So
sir.
I
We're
want the
gonna
copy of
continue
my
forward.
ICS that I send.
she told
Send
you,
a
talk to the
request to
clerk.
the
I don't
clerk's
have to send her
office.
another request. Where's the one that I just sent last week?
All right, the jury is going to come out, so please be respectful.
I will, but at the same time, you still have to. I did. what
She's
you
the
asked me to
judge,
do.
you moron.
If you tell me to do something and I do it, and then now you're saying I'm
She's
not
a
gonna
judge,
get
she's
copy,
not a
which you've been
babysitter.
providing Ever since you told me to do it.
Mr. Brooks, the rules on that changed last week.
No,
You
no,
know
it
that.
did not. I'm still supposed to be able to say if it's been received or not. So why should I have to send multiple ICFs to even know if they've been received? That's ridiculous, Your
I'm
Honor.
going to give the parties the final version of jury instruction 60, which I will be reading at the
That's-
appropriate time.
Come on, you can't change stuff at the last minute. You
No,
asked me
Mr.
to do
Brooks, I
something.
did it as a courtesy,
You
and
act-
frankly,
No.
you're not courteous
I'm not.
to me.
I'm not
So
even.
the
I'm
jury's
not even.
coming
Just like I
out.
said.
I'm not even
The
referring
record
to
should
that.
reflect that the jury
I'm referring
is
to the
coming
fact. I'm
out.
referring to the fact that you
All
haven't
right.
even
Mr.
had enough
Brooks,
respect to tell
please
me
be
it's been
respectful
received.
to the jury. They're coming out.
Okay, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to tell me if my ICF has been received. ICFs that you told
She's
me to
able
submit.
to tell you, she
You
just
told me
doesn't
that.
want to. She doesn't
Ladies
have
and
to.
gentlemen of the jury, you will disregard the commentary by Mr. Brooks
I accept for
at this
value in
point.
return for value this document. Just like you've been hiding everything from the jury that they
The
need to
jury
hear.
will disregard. The court is not hiding.
Send him to
anything
the other
from
courtroom.
Yeah, you are.
Send him to the
So-
other courtroom
Yeah,
right
you
Mr.
now.
Brooks, please be respectful of the jury. They're
And
coming
you
out.
should be respectful
We
of
are,
what you asked
you are
me to do.
Send him to the
discussing issues that
other
are not
courtroom.
related to evidence
They
in
are.
this case.
You asked me to do
Mr.
something,
Brooks,
I do it,
please.
and
All
then
right.
now it changes.
Everyone
him to
can
the
be
other
seated.
courtroom.
Thank you.
This is ridiculous.
Send him to the other courtroom.
Just
This
like
is
subject matter
ridiculous. It is
jurisdiction hasn't
ridiculous.
been proved.
And of course he raised it.
Just like
After
you
he
make
said,
judicial
"Oh, why are
determinations
you?"
that you don't have to prove
on.
anything by law,
Hold on.
which is a tacit agreement by you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Send him to the other
please
courtroom.
disregard the statements currently
Why? 'Cause
being
it's
made
true?
by Mr. Brooks.
Why? 'Cause
They are
it's true?
Incorrect statements of the law. They
Then
are
prove
not
that they're
evidence.
incorrect. Prove.
In this case.
Where's the proof? Where's the legal proof?
And you need to disregard them.
Because you don't have it.
And we are
don't
going
have
to
legal
continue
proof.
with testimony, Mr. Brooks. I warn
I
you,
don't-
do
I don't-
not interrupt.
Send him to the other
don't
We will
identify
courtroom.
by
have
that
a
name.
discussion about whether you will continue to be here.
I don't
All right.
consent to being called that name for the record.
Detective Carpenter, please stand, as is my practice when a witness is on the stand for a second day to be sworn in again. Go ahead, Teresa. Please raise your
Don't
right
lie
hand.
to the jury.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And just for the record, please state your name for day 2.
Detective Jay Carpenter, Jaycarpenter.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, you may continue.
Sir, yesterday when we ended for the day, we were at the point where we were talking about you interviewing the defendant, Darrell Brooks, on November 21st, 2021, at approximately 11 o'clock p.m. Do you recall that?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Again, he's interrupting. Send him to the other
Objection is
courtroom.
overruled.
No,
Yes, I
don't,
do.
don't
Grounds for
overrule it.
Not relevant.
Yeah, it is relevant.
Your Honor, at this point, or I think last night, we asked for State's Exhibit 81 to be admitted into evidence, which is the defendant's statement provided to Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern on November 21st of last year.
And Exhibit 81 has received permission to publish is granted.
Objection.
My notes reflect that it's 25 minutes.
That is correct. Let me get the exact time of it.
Objection. I didn't provide any statement on the 21st.
Jury will disregard the statement by Mr. Brooks. He is not testifying, therefore his statements are not evidence.
Send him to the other
Objection should be
courtroom.
noted for the record.
Your Honor, the entire video is 25 minutes and 27 seconds. The state will be playing from 4 minutes and 25 seconds to 14 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you. Go ahead.
It's a shame we don't get to see most of the stuff that the jury and the witnesses see. That would have been way, way more entertaining.
So before it begins, I just wanted to clarify, we had talked about it last night a little bit. What we are hearing today is the audio interview only, correct?
Objection leading.
Overruled is foundational. She may ask it that way. Go ahead, you may answer, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The prosecutor should repeat the question every time an objection is overruled. He's trying to do this to make sure that the jury get confused as to what's being answered.
yet? Tight.
Darrell?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Darrell. I'm Jeremy Polachowski. I'm the FBI.
FBI.
Yeah.
FBI?
I'm Mary, yep.
They're just kind of helping out because we're so short-staffed tonight. So
Thank you.
yeah, that's all it is.
How's your shoulder, right? Is that where
Yeah, well, he said in 4 to 6 weeks I might have to get it because it's still something's wrong. I know.
you bang it up before or something?
Nah, it was just the way they slammed me. I
Okay.
hit the ground, kind of like went up.
You're such a liar.
Boom.
You voluntarily
That's where it came from.
went down to the ground
Yeah,
yourself.
but the shoulder, I know something's wrong.
Yeah.
He said 4 to 6 weeks, the MRI won't be able to tell if anything's torn or anything like that. So
Ah, you're so full of shit.
FBI though.
We help out our local partners all the time. This is just something that we're here to help
Because
out
I'm like, what?
Yeah, believe it or not, we work at MPD a lot. We come down here, so we're kind of all over the place. But yeah, like Detective
Never,
Carpenter
like,
said, we're
y'all for real, the FBI.
The FBI are lying too,
That's
of
what it says,
course.
at least, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not trying to be funny, but this is the first time I've ever even seen an FBI agent in real life.
FBI
we get that
Asian
reaction
in
from
real
others.
life.
No, because it's like,
Yeah,
am I in a
a lot.
movie right now? Y'all sure y'all not punking
don't-
and pranking me or something?
Yeah. You don't need to let that
Yeah.
freak
Ha
you
ha
out or
ha,
anything.
prank, bro.
Yeah.
You just murdered 7
So we
people.
work
You're
on a
they're
task force
they're
with MPD
jovial
quite a
with
bit,
you
so
I'm
to
we
gonna,
get
are
you
I'm
to
gonna
out.
put
admit
my arm
stuff.
like this just to stretch it out. Just to,
Yep.
I don't want you to think I'm doing nothing crazy.
You good?
Just
You good?
it leaves some pressure.
good.
Something right up in.
No, you're good. Yeah, like she was saying, don't let the, don't let them don't let them make you nervous. Okay. You'll be talking to me mostly and my partner a bit. No, they'll ask you a little too, but just trying to get to the bottom of everything. Look, you were found basically running around in the yard. You said you grabbed dude's phone. That's
No, I
really-
didn't grab it.
I don't mean you stole it. You asked for it and you made a call. And that's just kind of what I'm up here to start with and get the background about it. If you're willing to tell me just what you were doing in the yard, because obviously we have the perception we got, like I told you. They said, okay, they had us write this warrant, get some of your blood. But I have one side. So what am I missing? I'm missing Darrell's side, right? I don't know what created all this, why
This is
these
such a
people are
textbook
calling us.
investigator
And I can't really clear that up. I'd
conversation.
like
It's
to
kind of
clear that
funny.
up, but best way to clear it up is if, you're willing to
tell
talk
us.
to me about it. Okay? And that's just kind of what I'm here to sit down and chill with you about. We've been talking to you, about 4 hours now? And we've
Probably
been pretty,
longer.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool. It's been
Probably
pretty laid
longer.
back, so I'm looking to keep it that way. I'm not looking to pull any fast ones on you. That's why I've been straight with you to that point. I'm going to keep doing that now, right? Darrell, is it Darrell? Do I have the spelling right?
Yes, sir.
And it's E. Edward, like full middle is Edward, right?
Yes, sir.
Brooks, Brooks.
Yes, sir.
And just verify your date of birth for me.
22182.
So you're 39?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Married at all?
No.
No?
As little as I am, I'm like, you have to slam me.
Yeah, how many kids you got?
3.
3? How old are they?
18, 14, and 7.
18, 14, and 7. Yeah, what do they
Yes.
like to do?
Wait a minute. 18. So he had his first kid when he was 22. Okay.
My baby girls, they into everything that's going on right now. The TikTok, the,
Yeah.
the
Always on the phone,
Instagram.
right?
They always dancing, making video. My oldest daughter just started high school.
Yeah.
It's kind of
and my
insane
baby girl
how
he
He
just
sounds
started
chill
the first
despite
grade.
just having murdered a bunch of
They all
My
people.
son is the oldest. My girls are the youngest.
So you can like build a computer, but can't normally talk like we know how to, right? So you're born in Milwaukee?
Actually, Detroit.
Detroit.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Living in Milwaukee now?
Yes, sir. Grew up here.
we left Detroit when I was maybe, I don't even think I was walking and talking yet. So,
Okay.
Milwaukee's home.
These investigators are also kind of pieces of shit because they're pretending to be friendly towards him,
Not working
but
right now, right?
No, not at the moment.
I mean, it's a good way to get information out of him, and he seems to be talkative.
Consider your job.
The last job I just had, I was working at a like a sheet metal place.
Okay.
You know, basically just they would have like these like hook things, like you just basically, it's strenuous because you got to do a lot of lifting, and it's a lot of heavy lifting, but you basically just hanging these pieces on these hooks, and they're going through the thing, they're steaming them, painting them, then they come back around, and then you just box them up and load them.
So you're not married?
No.
You have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
You live with her?
No.
What's her name, your girlfriend's name?
Her name is Erica Patterson.
E-R, how does she spell it?
E-R.
I can already see how they're getting into opening the door and stuff.
Yeah, P-A-T-T-E-R-S-O.
Prosecutors are smiling.
Okay, and it's 4014 North 19th Street in Milwaukee. Do I have the right address?
Yes, sir.
Is that an apartment or a house?
It's a house.
Okay. What's the zip code there?
53209.
Okay. And last grade you completed in school?
12th.
Grade? 12th grade. Graduated high school?
Yes, sir.
What school did you go to in Milwaukee?
Riverside.
Riverside?
Yes, sir. Milwaukee Riverside Tigers. I see you smile. You know about Riverside, man?
I heard things.
He's a fucking psychopath, this guy.
You kicked y'all buddy football?
Nah, it was West Dallas.
Oh, no.
I don't think we played Riverside.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I appreciate all the cooperation and all the good dialogue we've had, to this point, Darrell. Being that you're sitting here and I had some handcuffs on you before and all that jazz.
Absolutely.
You familiar with your legal rights?
Yes,
Have you ever had those read?
Miranda?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So as you can see, they're written on this paper. So because,
Now, if you're under custody, if you're taking under custody, don't talk with the cops. Don't talk with investigators, no matter how nice they pretend to be. They want to get you to talk. And the way he's bringing up these rights, once he brings up the Miranda rights, Darrell should know at this point that they are not his friends and they're trying to screw him over. Just bringing up the Miranda rights, that's when you know, oh fuck, I'm gonna get shafted now.
if I was sitting here and talking to you on your couch, we wouldn't have to worry about this. But because you're here and not in your home, it's kind of a thing I got to read to you, okay?
It's just kind of a thing I got to read to you. Yeah,
it's just
a thing.
Get your side, or hopefully get your side here, and love to hear your side. I'd like to know what Darrell has to say about, okay, we got some people calling us saying this, he said you made utterance before. No, I wasn't driving. Someone thought you might have been. He had to get that warrant. He ended up calling a guy just to use his phone, kind of loitering around, and just how you ended up kind of being it. That's what they say.
No. I was gonna say I knocked on his door to use his phone.
Yep. Right, but it probably wasn't him that called because you got his phone. But someone was concerned about something. So just trying to figure out what's going on down in that neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Darrell. He kind of, like I said, that wasn't probably the best, but I was just like, I need to get an Uber. Yep. I have money on my Cash App card.
Yep.
So I'm not trying to rob anybody.
Sure.
I'm not trying to break it and obviously you can tell I'm not drunk. I'm not, under the influence of anything.
But you still murdered people.
All right.
So he's still what it was.
Okay.
It's even worse that he wasn't under the influence of anything. Like, it's not that alcohol or being under the influence is an excuse, but Jesus, I mean, it means that he was in a clear mind when he was running all those people over and seeing little girls. Oh shit! Like being run over under his tires. It's like insane.
All right. In regards to these, Darrell, then, do you understand that you have the right to remain silent? Just answer everything with a yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I just write down your reply. You understand if you give up that right, anything you say may be used against you in court?
Yes, sir.
Is he gonna give up that right? Well,
do you
seems to
understand you
be.
have the right to consult with an attorney and have an attorney present during any questioning?
Yes, sir.
That would have been smart to exercise at the
You
time.
cannot afford an attorney. One will be provided to you by the court.
Yes, sir.
And that's something you should have been exercising still to this day instead of representing yourself, dumbass.
Understanding the above rights, Darrell, are you willing to speak with me? Us? Primarily me. I'm the one that's going to be doing most of the talking, probably.
I just want to know a little bit more about what's going on. Just a little bit, because
You should know what's going
very
on.
Little. I just know that, you were down in this neighborhood, someone called, they didn't know what you were doing down there and things like that. So I got limited from their side, but I'm looking to see, what you have to say about it. I'm looking to see, maybe the caller was just on some BS.
This is super sneaky, because at this point the investigator knows very well that he is the guy suspected as being the driver of the car that ran over all those people, and that he's tied to that incident, at least in one way or another, if not solely responsible for it. And as time goes by, of course, their confidence that he was the only one involved in it would grow stronger. But he started off this interview by knowing that Darrell is responsible for everything, and he's not bringing it up. He's kind of only allowing Darrell to know that they know only about him wandering into the wrong neighborhood and knocking on people's doors. Yeah, I wonder. I'm actually curious how this investigation is going to go.
Yeah, I don't know, but I can't really show the court that if I don't have, if I haven't talked to you. So that's why I'm here, just to kind of see what you got to say about it, get your side of it. Running around a neighborhood's not the end of the world. It's not a huge deal.
Right. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have had to do that if I made better decisions with women.
Yeah.
But not gonna point the finger.
Sure.
I'm a grown man. I make my own decisions, so I'm not gonna point the finger at nobody. I just didn't think.
Yeah.
What the hell?
You willing to speak with me, Darrell?
Not right now.
His acting is not so great.
So, was a decision made to speak with Mr. Brooks the following day?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
That's not a proper objection.
The objections are overruled. The witness may answer.
Objections? There was only one proper
now,
objection.
when you
there.
spoke with the defendant on the 21st, what did you have some general information as to casualties from the parade?
Yes, I did.
What information did you have at that point?
At that point, not all the information was in yet, but I knew, as I stated in previous testimony, our emergency department was very full. I knew there were significant injuries to many people. I knew some were deceased. I did not know the exact number at that time.
You had approximately another couple minutes of conversations with Mr. Brooks before you called it a night. What was the vibe that you got from him during those couple minutes?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. It's leading the witness.
The objection's overruled. You may answer.
I would say friendly. I think when you heard the clip there, Mr. Brooks jokes about Riverside and football. The individual he was talking to at that time was Detective Stern.
This is good. They're showing the jury what a fucking monster this guy is by just talking about football while he's under investigation for murder.
As you can't obviously see him in the video. I could sense, and I believe you can hear it in Mr. Brooks's voice in that clip, the FBI put him on edge. It was unusual to see them. I could sense the nervousness. He did transition as I talked to him more throughout that clip into a more normal conversational tone again. But when I was speaking with Mr. Brooks casually throughout the night, that was the type of tone he had with us. It was very friendly, and he seemed, when it came to myself and Detective Stern, very comfortable speaking with us.
Now, you had stated your initial intent was to talk to him about loitering in the area that he was arrested. Do you recall that?
Objection, speculative.
What?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
Did Mr. Brooks at all talk to you about the loitering in terms of what the focus of your investigation was that night?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name, leading the witness.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, the statements he made in there, about, being in the area because he needed an Uber.
What happened to the audio?
He says more, to us about not knowing the area of Waukesha. He doesn't know the streets, things of that nature, and he just needed an Uber to get home. That was his reasoning for being down there, and he stuck to that reasoning the entire time.
Direct your attention then to the next day. So, strike that. That night, was he transported to a Muskego Police Department?
Yes, he was.
And did you go to Muskego Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you transport him?
So it was a dual transport. Officer Leha from the Waukesha Police Department responded to Waukesha Memorial Hospital in a marked squad car that has an appropriate rear backseat transport compartment. Mr. Brooks was placed in that car, and myself and Detective Stern followed in a separate car.
So once you get to City of Muskego Police Department, do you do anything there?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Not the first night. Myself and Detective Stern stood by while some basic medical questions that were part of Muskego Police Department's policy as far as holding a prisoner were asked of him. I was there until Mr. Brooks was placed into his cell. Once Mr. Brooks was in his cell, I explained to him that me personally, would be returning the next day to speak with him more and give him more information about the investigation.
Did Officer Leha end up staying at the Muskego Police Department with the defendant?
Yes.
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
Yes, he did.
Why was that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did we hear why yesterday?
That was Muskego's request, being Mr. Brooks was, because of the transition and we did not have our own municipal lockup facility, we requested to use Muskego Police Departments and they allowed it. But being Mr. Brooks was technically in our custody, they requested that one of our officers stay there to do the monitoring and the jail checks.
So do you return to the City of Muskego Police Department the next day, November 22nd, to speak with Mr. Brooks again?
Yes, I
Objection,
did.
I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled.
Judge, shut him down.
Yes, I did.
Did you return with anyone?
I returned with Detective Ben Stern.
Now, what was the plan for this interview? You had said the previous day the intent was to kind of start very low, just looking at loitering. Did you have a plan going into the interview on the 22nd?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I did.
What was that plan?
So the plan was different from the prior day. So the interview with Mr. Brooks on the 22nd didn't start till about a little after noon that afternoon, 12:11 p.m. to be exact. Around 8 a.m. that morning, there was a briefing with all officers that were involved where I learned some additional information. One of the things I learned that morning was that there was a domestic abuse incident that had occurred between Darrell Brooks and Erica Patterson, something I was not aware of when I was with Mr. Brooks during the evening hours of November 21st.
Here's a chance for him to open the door.
There was also much more information at this point in regards to the parade incident. As I had stated in my earlier testimony, it was very, very chaotic that first night between radio traffic and what I could hear going on down in the downtown. As I had stated, it was really unlike anything I've ever been involved in. But by Tuesday morning, the 22nd, we had narrowed it down to basically just Mr. Brooks, that there were not 4 people in this car. We were looking at one man. So he was now a suspect in the domestic abuse and driving in the parade. So I chose to begin the interview on the less serious matter, that being the the battery charge that he was looking at with Erica Patterson.
Now, you said Tuesday the 22nd.
Monday, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. And what do you try to do when you're meeting with someone? Do you try to establish any type of rapport with that person? Is that helpful?
Of course it is.
How did you approach this interview on the 22nd?
If they weren't trying to establish rapport, they would not be jovial with him talking about sports.
Leading.
I'll sustain as to the form of the question. It was actually compound, if you could rephrase.
How did you approach the questioning of Mr. Brooks on the 22nd?
Objection, I don't consent to being called their name.
Overrule the witness may answer.
Don't overrule it, just ignore
So
it.
when I began to speak with Darrell Brooks on the 22nd, I began with some very light conversation. I explained to Mr. Brooks that I had more information from the previous day. I explained to Mr. Brooks that his girlfriend at that time, Erica Patterson, had made some domestic abuse allegations against him that were physical in nature. I didn't indicate to him exactly what she said he did, but that there were physical allegations. I explained to Mr. Brooks that there's always two sides to a story, and that, you know, a lot of times in my experience as an officer, it can be about perspective. There's side A, there's side C, so to speak, and maybe B, somewhere in the middle, can be your truth. And I basically just implored him to be honest. I touched on the fact we had talked extensively the night before about things such as him enjoying baseball, him having watched the Packer game, him having been disappointed by the result of the Packer game. And
that's establishing rapport.
In situations such as interrogations, I think it's always important to let a person know that obviously I'm an officer, but I'm a human being, as are they. And you want to try to not let them see that barrier and feel comfortable talking to you. I think
basically
in
you want to disarm them.
Relationship in society, there needs to be rapport. And I
you want them to be off guard
before getting into the specific details of the crime at hand.
Everything you said is bullshit. They just
now,
want
you said
you to
that
be
you
off
had
guard.
a briefing prior to going back to the City of Muskego Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have, you said you had more information about the parade incident and also the domestic incident, correct?
Correct.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Next question.
Did you know at that time, prior to speaking with Mr. Brooks, how many people had died during the parade incident?
Objection,
That's not leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And how many people was that at that time?
Objection, leading.
That's not leading.
At that point, it was 5.
So did you confirm, again, personal information for the defendant before starting the interview?
Yes, I did.
Did you read the Miranda form like you did the night before?
Yes, I did.
I'm going
You
to
really
show
have
you
to
what's
read
been
Miranda
marked as State's
again?
Exhibit 174. Now, is that the Miranda statement form that you completed on November 22nd with Mr. Brooks?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, it is.
And what time was that completed?
12:11 p.m.
What exhibit is that?
174.
174?
174. And did you read that form to Mr. Brooks?
Objection.
Not even hearsay. What a fucking retard.
Yes, I did.
And did you read that form to him in its entirety?
Of course he wouldn't research what hearsay is, which is the easiest to understand, and it takes literally 5 minutes of reading what hearsay is, which he had between all these days that all of his hearsay objections, without exception, have been what does he call it? Never mind. He needs to do a lot. He needs to learn what hearsay objections are, and he has no clue despite it being super easy and intuitive.
Entirety.
Yes, I did.
I'd ask that Exhibit 174 be moved into evidence.
Objection, relevancy.
Exhibit 174 is received.
Now, when we look at Exhibit 174, it says spouse's name, it says Erica Patterson. Do you see that?
Objection, leading.
sustained it to the form of the question. You did not ask to publish. I did not. I just want to make sure that's what you were not looking to do.
Correct. No.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a spot on this form that says spouse's name. Is that filled in?
Yes.
And what does it say?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
What does it
It says
say?
Erica
leading?
Patterson.
Did he say that they were married?
He did not. He said that was his girlfriend, however.
His baby mama.
And he indicated he had children?
Objection leading.
It's background foundational. It's
It
the
was
witness may
leading.
answer. The objection's overruled.
Yes, he did.
How many children did he have?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
3.
And you read each of the 5 rights that are listed on this form?
Yes, I did.
And did he agree to speak with you?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Okay. I would ask that Exhibit 174 be published to the jury.
Objection. Relevancy.
Does it
The
matter if he
exhibit's already
agreed to
been
speak with them or
received.
not? The only thing that matters is
Noting your
if he
objection
did
is
in fact
overruled.
speak to
Permission to
them or
publish
not.
is granted.
Now, as that form is coming up in the jury box, just for the jurors to see, when you initially had contact with the defendant that morning, did you verify if he had been fed?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Did you verify?
Yes, I did.
Speculative.
And had he been fed dinner the night before, breakfast that morning, lunch that afternoon?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Idiot.
Yes, he had.
And was he complaining about any physical injuries?
Objection. Hearsay.
No.
Overruled.
Yes, he was continuing to complain about, excuse me, he was continuing to complain about the injury to his right shoulder, which he still at that time was asserting occurred when officers at the time of his arrest
Slammed
body
him to the
slammed him.
ground, which didn't happen.
Now, with regard to the second interview, the one that took place on November 22nd, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
And would it be fair to say that recorded interview was 4 hours, 55 minutes, and 30 seconds?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And you've had the opportunity to listen to that interview?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to go through that interview with you. I'm not going to play the whole 5 hours, but just portions of that. I'll stop it during specific clips that I'm providing to Ms. Gussie, and we'll talk about it. Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine.
So before we get into this, I'm
do
gonna
that,
have to pause.
I told our interpreter will be here.
Yeah, I'll be right back in a sec.
momentarily, and rather than you start, I think it would be best if we just take a short break till the interpreter's here. Is the witness here?
I believe he was coming at 10.
Oh,
We thought
okay,
we'd take
that's
a
fine
break.
then, for the interruption.
Let me see if maybe he's here.
And
Screen?
let me know when the witness gets here.
Okay, you can take this exhibit off the screen. If we can go to 7 minutes and 30 seconds to 8 minutes and 20 seconds. To 8. Is this the interview room that was at the Siemens-Heo Police Department?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it's paused right now, but who's in that room?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Now, this is the video which the prosecution had to chop up so that they can only show the portions in which he's not bringing up prior domestic violence incidents against his ex-girlfriend. So they can only show other parts of the interview, but if on cross, Darrell decides to show any parts of the video, then it will basically be his responsibility to make sure that whatever is shown doesn't open the door. And I'm hoping that what ends up happening is that he's stupid enough to cross this witness, to confront him with the actual video to ask him questions about it, and that he would be stupid enough to actually skip, or that he will make a scene about, oh no, wait, but the state is supposed to fast forward the video to the point that I want them to, so that the door won't be opened. But the prosecutor said in advance that that's not going to happen. He's going to have to do everything himself if he wants to ask any questions about this video, and he does so at his own peril.
The person in that room in the red t-shirt with the mask partially covering their face, longer braided appearing hair, is Darrell Brooks. The same individual sitting to my left in this suit, jacket, shorter hair, and surgical mask.
Okay. And the other two people depicted here?
The person, as you would look to the screen to the left, is myself, and on the right is Detective Ben Stern.
Okay. So again, going to 7 minutes and 30 seconds. We're going to play it, but not with sound, until 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a part where he's
at
talking
7
about
minutes
beating
and
up his
30 seconds. If
ex-girlfriend.
we can play until 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Hang the metal pieces on the little machine thing that comes around. They take them. The pieces go through like this little steamer type machine thing, and then they paint it, and then they come back around, and we just take them off the hook and just put them in the box.
The fuck is he talking about?
On the truck. It was 4 on, 3 off, so that was more ideal because
That's a great schedule.
I mostly have my children the back half of the week.
Sure.
But since all this, I've been having them every day. So it's like,
How old are your kids?
my son is grown. My oldest daughter is 14, and my youngest daughter is 7.
So his 18-year-old is a boy.
He's grown. How old is he?
He's 18.
They all live with you then in Milwaukee?
Well, my son doesn't.
Your son doesn't?
My son doesn't. But
Okay. All right.
Darrell Brooks Jr. must
So
be devastated.
initially, what were you speaking with Mr. Brooks about when he was describing?
I mean, that is such a
doing something with
douchebag.
metal?
Objection leading, and I do not consent to being called that name.
Overruled as to both objections. The witness may answer.
Just about work, he was Mr. Brooks was explaining a job he had prior. He indicated he was laid off due to the pandemic. So it was just general conversation about his work history.
And he talked about his kids. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And his 2 youngest kids, who did he say they lived with?
Objection leading.
With him.
Overruled. The witness
Objection
may answer.
relevancy.
Mr. Brooks was indicating they were living with him. However,
They
the
weren't.
investigation showed that not to be the case. Of the 2 daughters, one lives down in Georgia in the Atlanta area, and the other lives in Iowa.
Thank you. Now directing your attention to 14 minutes and 15 seconds into the interview, and I'd be playing that until 15 minutes and 48 seconds into the interview.
Yeah, the jury probably
It is
finds
currently
him to
at
have
14
no credibility
minutes and 15
whatsoever.
seconds.
Can I have those timestamps again, please?
Sure. 14 minutes and 15 seconds beginning to 15 minutes and 48 seconds.
Thank you.
I'd ask that be played at this time.
Go ahead.
But not on your college set. I gotta read it, okay? And I know you've heard it before, so you can't understand that.
Only thing I want to know.
Do you have any questions before I start for me?
Only thing I want to know is, what in the heck am I being charged with? Anything?
Well, she's making some, like I said, alleged allegations against you, kind of, for being physical. So that's what, if that's BS, that's what I'm looking to hear from you. Okay?
Total BS.
You know what I'm saying?
Total
And that's kind of, we
BS.
couldn't track her down, so that's kind of where we're at. It's this typical back and forth stuff that guys like you go through with their baby mama all the time. And they're all, there's a lot of guys out there in your spot, and a lot of times, maybe it's not always fair to them. But
That's
kind of
true.
what
I
I'm
wish
trying
they
to
had a
figure out.
law to where people could, if you do that shit, you should get in trouble.
Sure. Yeah.
Like, why? You shouldn't be able to just be like, oh, I'm pissed off, so
That
I'm gonna
event.
call and do this.
Yep. I agree.
Like, why would you put me in that situation and then we're gonna end up being together anyway? Why would you do that?
Trying to judge that credibility. Yep, and that's total BS. So that's what that's why we're sitting in here with you to try to sift through the BS if that's what we got, and go from there.
Crazy, man.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, she had a swollen eye
Oh, man.
at the
I
time.
said this last night too, didn't I?
Yep.
She gets drunk and remember I kept saying that
remember
she
you telling me.
fucking acts a fool and I'm the one that pays for it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about this clip?
Overruled.
And the actual reason he beat her up is because she didn't
So in
give
this
him
clip
money.
here, I'm just explaining to Mr. Brooks the background of the domestic abuse allegations that officers had received from Erica Patterson, and that I was looking to get basically clarity on that, his side of the story on that, have him help me understand what aspects of it may or may not be true, and just walk me through what had occurred between the two of them.
Again, although we're approximately 15 minutes into the interview, have you mentioned anything about the parade incident or any victims?
Objection. Lee.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I had not said anything about that at this point.
And why was that?
They wanted to give him a sliver of hope that he wasn't caught in the more severe act that he did. Of course, that kind of hope would be completely retarded and misguided. Of course, everybody's gonna know who he is and identify him pretty quickly because it's a fucking Christmas parade, you moron.
That?
So what I wanted to do with this interview, as I stated in my earlier testimony, I wanted to start with the smaller things and get to the bigger things. The parade
That's how you do it.
incident with the injuries of the individuals and the loss of life was obviously very serious. Part of what I believe as an investigator is very important.
You don't want to put him off.
Gauging credibility in the interview, and one of the ways you do that is you need to be careful. Obviously, at some point, if I'm going to take Mr. Brooks to jail, I have to tell him what he's being charged with. But I want to be very careful in giving too much information early on, so that I'm not leading him.
Putting him
so
off.
that I'm not giving him the opportunity based on information to create lies. I want to see how
That's
he
the
reacts
closest thing to truth that this
things
guy's said so far.
to help me gauge whether he's being truthful. And I found starting with the smaller aspect and seeing how truthful he was with that could help lead me into
No,
the
it's
more
because if he
serious
starts getting
allegations
caught
and
at
see if he was
small
going to be
lies,
truthful
then
about
he's
those things
gonna.
as well.
It
Now,
might
as I watched
snowball
the
to the
snippet of the
bigger
video that we
lies.
showed, at one point you had indicated, guys like you get into these kind of situations with girls like that, or something to that effect. Do you recall that interaction in this video?
It was just
Yes, I do.
What do you mean by that? Or what were you trying to establish?
He was
by
trying
making
to
that statement?
appear sympathetic to the victim.
Again, as I had stated in my
To the
earlier
victim,
testimony,
to
part of what I believe is
this
important is simply building a rapport with an individual. Again, you always have with any individual in any interrogation, there's
pretend to be their
natural barrier
friend.
that can occur with them seeing you as a law enforcement officer. I've been doing this job for 18 years.
You have to
That
pretend
was
to be
not
their friend so you
intended
can
on any way
screw them
on my
over.
part to suggest to Mr. Brooks that everything his girlfriend was saying was a lie. I just wanted him to feel comfortable telling me the truth, whatever that truth was.
From inside.
Man to man or person to person, human being to human being.
Lying.
The
Directing
judge-
your attention to
Okay, something interesting happened here. Brooks just said something like lying, basically being argumentative against a witness that he's not even crossing right now, and the judge is quiet, letting him do whatever he wants in her courtroom.
30 minutes and 26 seconds and playing this clip until 40 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's do that now.
Objection. Wasn't it just said we was 15 minutes in the interview? Why is it playing from 30 minutes?
Oh, you're a genius, dude. You're a fucking genius. Sure, ask the state to play more than they are intending to play right now, including all the parts they cut out about you talking about prior domestic violence incidents. Sure. If you want to raise this objection, I think the state should say, okay, I'm sorry, we withdraw. We'll do whatever he wants.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Again, that's 30-26, you said?
30-26 to 40-30.
To 40-30.
No, don't overrule. I mean, play whatever he wants to play. That's the safest way.
No. What brought you to Waukesha yesterday? How did you get out here?
I was meeting up with a friend to watch the Pepper game.
Okay.
That's the only reason why I was out here.
Where did you go to watch the game?
To a friend named Stephanie.
Made up.
Her house, a bar, or?
A house.
Yeah, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable or anything, but what's the address there? What street
I
is it
have
on?
no idea.
Of course you
about
don't.
Waukesha. I don't know the street.
What was it near? I know you had to see something near it.
You had to get there.
What was it near?
Like a gas station?
Have you been to the house before?
No.
Never before?
No.
Well, you've been there
Stephanie's last
once.
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know what Stephanie's last name is, and you're trying to laugh it off. No, it's because you've been. You're such a bad actor. You can't even fucking improvise. That's how low IQ you are. All you could come up with in the spur of the moment was Stephanie, even though you had hours to come up with a story while you were doing all this shit and asking people for their phones.
I have no idea.
When did you guys set this up?
Maybe a couple days ago.
Okay.
Like I said, I have a few friends. I have a few friends in Milwaukee that have people out here, so it's not, I don't, like I said last night, I don't know the streets in Waukesha. It's not where I usually hang out at, so I couldn't say, well,
Which is
this
also a
street,
lie.
This street and this, I couldn't.
All right.
Stephanie, like a friend of yours or like a friend of a friend?
A friend of a friend.
Of
mutual
course,
friend.
yeah. Now, that's an interesting question from the investigator, because now, if you give him an out, and he takes it right away, that could kind of tell you that his credibility is shit.
And what did you
She's
say her
just
last
like,
name was?
I have no idea.
How long have you known her?
That was my first time meeting her.
A friend.
So,
How did you get the number to know the house to go to?
a friend.
A friend. That's a great explanation. A friend. Oh yeah, sure. Now everything is now everything makes perfect sense in your story. No contradictions, and we're gonna let you go. Thank you, sir.
So, how did you get to her house?
My friend. I went with
friend.
My friend.
Magical
Okay,
friend is the answer
My
to
friend,
everything.
I don't really want to say his name.
I don't want
know
to
if
say his
that's
name.
going to incriminate him in anything.
Why would it?
So,
Okay, so let's go with this. How did you come? I know you saw Erica yesterday in Waukesha because we talked to her. Now I don't know everything that went on, and I'm not saying I believe everything she told the other officers. How did you come to meet with her in Waukesha? One, and two,
without knowing
Say you don't
where
know
you're going.
Waukesha, but where did you meet her? A gas station, a park?
A park.
I know you met her. Where did you meet her? What happened yesterday?
Yeah,
So,
it was-
because if this is BS, like you say, and I know you met her, what happened?
I
So
met
what
her
happened when you met her? Where did you meet her? Let's start with that.
by a gas station.
Okay.
I don't know what I was supposed to be getting some money from her.
Okay. For what?
It was the rest of my money that she had of mine that she was holding for me.
Okay, how much?
He claimed bail
It
money.
was supposed to be $350.
He did all of that and murdered 6 people for $350? Okay, I just broke right now. He did all of that. He beat a woman up. To escape beating a woman up, he murdered 6 people and injured dozens more. He completely destroyed the Christmas for an entire town. Lying to investigators, going to people's houses to try to hide and try to involve random people in him escaping from the police. And all of that was for $350. Not even $350,000. Not even for $35,000. It's for an actual $350. Erica said when she was on the witness stand that he was pestering her about why she didn't bail him out. So it was $350 for bailout money.
Okay.
Jesus.
And why did she have it? Why was she holding
Well,
it?
she had been holding it for me for a few weeks now, but like I said, I hadn't seen her. She had seen
Right,
my
but
mom
what was she
already-
holding? Why did she have it? Why was she holding it for you?
She was just holding it for me because I told her to hold it for me. But it didn't have anything to do with, this was weeks ago. She had been holding the money. And because I had no contact with her, I couldn't tell her. And my mom wasn't going to let her come to the house to bring it.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, look, man, if I'm going to be out there, I'll meet up with you and get the money, but I'm not hanging out with you. I'm not having sex with you. And she was just like, oh, you want to kill? I'm like, I'm not finna do none of that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not supposed to be around you.
Why?
I get that. I understand.
Wait a minute. That kind of, I think the state should have cut that part out. If there's a restraining order not allowing him to go near Erica, that is part of prior domestics that should have been cut out of this.
Saying that I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not supposed to be around you. I love you to death, man. You my.
If I were Darrell, right now, I would be raising the first proper objection I've raised this entire fucking trial, and that is, excuse me, Judge, this is highly improper. This is something that touches upon a prior ruling of yours in a pretrial motion that this should not come in as evidence.
My baby mama, I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't supposed to be like a hangout thing. I told her, I'm like, I'm out here. And she's like, oh, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? And I'm like, look, I'll meet up with you to get the money and, you know, give you a hug or whatever. But she was like, well, yeah, I need something. I'm like, no, we can't do it all that. I'm not going to have sex with you. I'm not going to hang out with you or none of that.
All right. So you told her you weren't going to do any of that stuff.
No.
How did you set the meeting up? Did you?
Now, when it comes to his description right here, I actually tend to believe him because when she was on the stand and he asked her, or I don't recall who asked her about when she was in a women's shelter at the time, and she left the women's shelter to meet up with her abusive ex. And she was kind of trying to dodge answering these questions honestly about why she left the women's shelter and why was she meeting with him and stuff like that. And she was like, yeah, I just wanted to meet with him. I just, you know, I don't know why. She doesn't know why she left the women's shelter to meet him. So I kind of suspect that she did want to meet with Darrell romantically.
Talked to her on the phone, Facebook Messenger, text message.
I talked to her.
I don't think she said anything about that. So just, I mean, if she's BS, how did you
Yeah, because
meeting with her?
This is what she does.
Hold on one second. Hold on, one thing at a time. How did you set the meeting with her? How do I verify?
That's what I'm saying. If she can't get in touch with me, that's what she'll do. She'll go to social medias and do all this and try to talk to people and all this and that. I got in contact with her through a mutual friend that we both know. And I was like, okay, tell her I'm out in Waukesha or whatever.
Who is this friend?
And I'll meet up with her to get the money. And
what's the name of this friend?
On the call. And she was just like, where you at? Yeah. And she was just like, where you at? I'm like, look, I don't know where I'm at. Do you still got that money? She's like, yeah, I want to give you the money and I want to do this and do that. I'm like, no, I'm not finna hang out with you. I'm gonna meet up with you, get the money, give you a hug and kiss. We'll talk later.
Was it still daylight?
It was still daylight. It was still daylight.
So after the fact.
This was, I think the game was still on.
Game was on. So
the game was still on.
Left Stephanie's to go.
Yep. The game was still on. So I was like, fuck it. You know what I mean? I want to see you. I ain't seen you in like a month. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna lie and say, man, that's my baby mama. I love this woman. But I can't hang out with you. I can't do anything with you, you know, that type of thing, deal, and whatever the case may be. But yeah, that.
And this is on your cell phone? The three-way call obviously is your cell phone because you're not on the phone, right?
My friend's phone.
Friend's phone.
Yeah.
But yesterday, so do you have your phone?
No. That's what I'm saying. No.
So who is the friend whose phone you were using to talk to her on a three-way call?
I don't want to say his name because I don't want to.
Okay, I guess, so you saw her though, right? You met up with her. Okay. So, how did the conversation with her end?
With me walking off and her being pissed off that I didn't want to hang out with her.
Driving off.
I said, look, I'm not supposed to be around you, I'm gone.
Okay.
When she
Whose
said,
car
oh,
did you use to get out
she
here?
said, I didn't have a car.
No, whose car did you use to get to Waukesha?
My friend is the one that said he was gonna go hang out and watch the Packer game. I said, I'm gonna go with.
Okay. Whose car did you use to get out to Waukesha?
I didn't use anybody's car.
That should have
Where
been
does your friend live?
My friend lives in
the
Milwaukee.
first red flag for Darrell.
You didn't walk to Waukesha. Whose car
No.
did you guys use?
My
to get
friend,
out?
I just said my
What
friend.
type of car did you have? I'm just trying to figure out how you got here.
Yeah, I know, but it seemed like you trying to like spin me up or something. Like
I'm just asking how you got here. Whose car did you drive out here?
I didn't drive at all.
Whose car did you come out here in?
My friend.
Okay, right. What kind of car is it? So here's the thing, Darrell.
Okay.
Obviously, she's coming at us. I told you she's talking about some domestic-related issues, okay? I don't know if she's on BS. I don't know if she's not.
I'm telling you.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. I don't want you to get...
Yeah, because
Hold on, let me finish. I don't
bring her up the
necessarily know
parade?
all that, okay? I'm just right now trying to figure out how you got out here. So I got to step out with my partner for a minute. Just relax. I don't want you to get you all nervous, okay? But, I'm not trying to be confrontational, but I don't think when you meet her out in Waukesha, and you're not from Waukesha, I think a reasonable question is to ask, how did you get out here?
Yeah.
Whether you drove, someone else drove, and if so, when you got out here, what type of car you were in. So just, every hour or so, my boss, he knows we're out here. I just
If
gotta
Darrell
call
was
him, say,
smart,
"Yeah,
this
we're
should have
talking,
been the
I'll
red
back
flag
there."
to call
Just
a
gotta
lawyer
step out,
right away.
Throw in a line with him, and we'll come back. Just chill out here, enjoy your soda. We'll be right back. All right? Sound good?
So we done talking or?
No,
No,
we'll be back in a
come
minute.
back.
Just chill out, and we'll be back.
You
I
just
wanna
gotta make
put you
that
back in that cell. I just got to make that call.
That check-in call.
All right?
Darrell,
In the middle of the conversation?
Well, do you want to tell me about the car?
Just go another couple minutes.
Yeah, but
Darrell, why are you insisting on talking to him? They're trying to screw you over, idiot.
I mean, I got to call him. I can come back, but I just...
listen, I'm willing to listen, Carpenter. You've been straight up with me. You've been straight up with me, right?
No.
All I'm saying is I
They've
just
been
want
liars.
to know what I'm looking at, and if I can just notify my girls. That's it. I
No,
don't
you
have
can't.
a problem with talking to you guys at all. I just want to know what am I looking at. That's
Told you
it.
at the start, she called about some domestic abuse-related stuff. Now, I didn't talk to her myself. I told you that at the start. You said she was crazy. We talked
Y'all
about
know
that.
that. Y'all talked to the woman.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
Other
I
officers-
apologize. You talk.
Slow,
Other
Darrell.
officers that we listened to the interview.
Slow down,
Did
Darrell.
she look beat up? Did she look like, dude?
Darrell.
Like,
listen
come
to me.
on now, man.
Slow down, dude. All right? We can't explain it to you if you keep talking over us. You know what I'm saying? All right? I didn't talk to her. I didn't see her. Okay? Now,
Okay, with regard to that clip, sir, we have a lot of talk about her, meaning her. Who is her?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
The her in this case is Erica Patterson.
So did you have some conversations with Mr. Brooks before this clip about his relationship with Ms. Patterson?
Objection leading. I do consent to being called that name.
The objections are overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
Now, at the end of this video, not the end of the video, but the end of this clip, again, he is saying, "What am I looking at?" Do you recall him saying that in this video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
Was this a theme throughout this 5-hour video?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it was.
Did you had stated initially when he came into the room, he had complained about some shoulder pain.
Yes, he did.
Did that continue throughout the interview?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So, I would say what happened is it went on and off. So at this point here, the interview at this point in time was what I would describe as laid back. A lot of it was simply getting background about the overall relationship between Mr. Brooks and Ms. Patterson. During that time, he was fine. He was moving his arms, as you could see in this clip. He wasn't complaining about pain. What I noticed and made me question the legitimacy of the injury before ever actually even seeing the body cam is I noted at times of stress later in this interview as I continue to push on a vehicle, I I can see, as you could see here, I believe it can be seen here in this interview, talking about the car made him uncomfortable. Complaints about the pain would suddenly come back.
How about the
delay tactic?
request to be told what he's looking at? Did you see any correlation between that and what was occurring during the interview?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, that, as I say, that continued throughout the entirety of the interview, and really at this point was a little unusual because right now he had been told he was looking at the domestic. The parade hadn't come up, so a reasonable person, I believe, at this point of the interview knew what they were looking at. They were looking at a domestic abuse incident.
No, a reasonable person would kind of pick up on all those red flags talking about the car when he knows that the car has been wrecked and that the car is a definite piece of the evidence of the larger crime that both of you are aware, both sides are aware actually happened. And you gave him red flags, so a reasonable person would have actually picked up on those red flags and assumed that you knew the extent of his crime.
Why simply asking him how he got out here as far as transportation made him nervous was alarming.
An example of him, you said that you had seen him using his arms a little bit in this clip, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
You had stated that, what observations did you make during this clip about the use of his right arm?
He would move it from side to side, so, I mean, both his arms would come out like this and move. He would make mannerisms when he was speaking with both arms that were
inconsistent with him being injured.
And what a person would do when they're normally conversing. And it would seem unusual to make those movements if he was in fact in as much pain as he was claiming to us he was in.
Now I'm going to just let the record reflect that when you had indicated he'd move his arms this way, you moved both your right and left arm out parallel to the ground at about shoulder level. Would that be accurate?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I'm going to show you a clip beginning at 52 minutes and 15 seconds to 52 minutes and 42 seconds, so a very short clip.
Go ahead.
That, and then she makes this complaint when she gets you back.
Yeah, and it's like, why do you do this to me? And I promise you, my right hand to God Almighty on the throne with Jesus next to his side. The woman
That's
is
the injured
going
arm.
to sit up there and say, I was drunk, I was mad, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, now I got to go through everything just for you to do that. Why did you do this to me?
So you think she's going to come back to us?
So we saw some motions with his arms during this clip.
A lot of motion with his arm.
Objection, relevancy.
Oh, it's
Overruled. The
totally
witness may
not
answer.
relevant, fucking retard.
Can you explain to the jury what you observed?
So I observed
I observed him forgetting to act for a little bit.
Mr. Brooks move his arms to his side, above his head, his right arm almost fully above his head at points. Quite frankly, showing that arm seemed to have full range of motion.
Now, you had testified yesterday, you had seen a video or a still shot from a video, and you identified the defendant driving a red SUV. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
And when the defendant was telling you about his friend bringing him out in a tan Kia, I think he said, did you believe that to be true?
Objection.
Sustained. It's for the jury to determine credibility.
Did
The
you-
witness will not answer that.
Did you ever see any video of the defendant driving in a tan Kia during the time of the parade?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer that.
No, I did not.
Have you seen video? Hearsay.
Directing the video to 1 hour 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and playing until 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 2 seconds.
Before we go to this clip, I know we have the witness, I've been told, and the interpreter available. So I would like to put further testimony and watching of these clips on hold. We do need to take a witness out of order in order to accommodate the interpreter that the court has arranged for. So, Detective Carpenter, you may be excused momentarily.
Are they going to call him back afterwards? Yeah, they want to get this witness with the interpreter out of the
And
way.
then if Mr. Ryan would accompany the witness, this will be Mr. Juan Marquez being called by Mr. Brooks.
Oh, Brooks called him.
Yeah, Jen, can we sorry about that.
I wonder what witnesses would be any good for Brooks in any case. What are they going to testify to? Oh yeah, I saw the guy in the car and it was totally not Brooks. What could any witness say in his favor?
And Mr. Brooks is calling Juan Marquez. Is that true, sir?
Unless it's character witnesses, and then that
Mr. Brooks,
would...
are you calling Mr. Marquez as a witness at this time?
Yeah.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right, Mr. Marquez, if you would accompany the interpreter all the way to the witness stand.
What a clown. Oh, yeah.
Where's my instruction? When you get there, we're going to have the interpreter sworn first.
Do you swear that you will interpret truly, accurately, completely, and impartially in accordance with the standards prescribed by law, the Code of Ethics for Court Interpreters, and Wisconsin Guidelines for Court Interpreting?
I do. Certified Spanish interpreter Patrick Ryan.
Thank you. And Mr. Marquez, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn by my clerk?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Wow, this interpreter is good. He's almost catching up to the person talking in the speed that he's translating what they're saying in real time. Colored me impressed.
I have an instruction to read to you.
Wow.
No matter what language people speak, they have the right to have their testimony heard and understood. You are about to hear a witness in which an interpreter will translate for one of the witnesses. The interpreter is required to remain neutral. The interpreter is required to translate between English and Spanish accurately and impartially to the best of the interpreter's skill and judgment. The evidence you are to consider is only that provided through the official court interpreter. Although some of you may know the non-English language used, it is important that all jurors consider the same evidence. Therefore, you must base your decision on the evidence presented in the English translation. You must disregard any different meaning of the non-English words. You must evaluate interpreted testimony as you would any other testimony. That is, you must not give interpreted testimony any greater or lesser weight than you would if the witness had spoken English. Keep in mind that a person might speak some English without speaking it fluently. That person has the right to the services of an interpreter. Therefore, you shall not give greater or lesser weight to a person's translated testimony based on your conclusions, if any, regarding the extent to which that person speaks English. With that, sir, the first thing I will ask you to do...
I have no doubt that this interpreter is spot on as an interpretation, because he's catching up to the judge while she's speaking in real time, while translating and listening and talking at the same time and doing all the arithmetic in his head to translate the words. This is pretty insane. So yeah, I have I I don't suspect for a second that the interpreter would be mingling words on purpose or trying to skew his translation in any way.
Is to state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Juan Marquez.
Juan Marquez.
Juan.
Juan.
Marquez.
Marquez.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You may question this witness.
Good morning, Mr. Marquez.
Buenos días, señor Marquez.
Or it happens to be that Spanish is extremely efficient at conveying information fast.
You were at the parade on November 21st, 2021. Is that correct?
Usted estaba en el desfile del 21 de noviembre de 2022, ¿correcto?
Es correcto.
That is correct.
And do you recall who you were there with that day?
¿Se acuerda con quién estaba ese día?
Con mi esposa y mi hijo.
With my wife and with my son.
And were you marching in the parade that day?
¿Usted estaba caminando en el desfile ese día?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember who you were marching with? Was it a particular group?
Un grupo particular?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall who that group was?
¿Se acuerda quién era el grupo con el cual
This witness is pretty good. He's answering yes/no questions.
Yes.
He's not volunteering extra information for no reason.
And at some point, you felt something hit your leg?
Y en un momento usted sintió que algo le pegó su pierna.
Es correcto.
That's correct.
And do you remember what that was?
¿Se acuerda qué fue?
A car?
Un vehículo.
A vehicle.
And did you see the vehicle?
¿Vio el vehículo?
Why was
No.
Darrell calling him?
No.
I'm not going to call him Darrell because that's just his red herring to try to get away from taking responsibility.
At some point, did you go to Freighter Hospital?
En un momento usted pasó al hospital Freighter?
Sí.
Yes.
And were you interviewed by any law enforcement at that time?
¿Usted fue entrevistado por algún agente policial de la policía?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall if it was regular officers or FBI?
¿Se acuerda si fue un oficial regular o fue la gente de FBI?
FBI.
FBI.
Do you recall telling them that the truck was black?
¿Se acuerda que usted
Grounds.
That's why I
The
called
objection
him.
is sustained as to leading. Please rephrase your question.
Do you remember what?
No, you're supposed to ask what was the color and model or make of the vehicle that you claim hit your leg. Then he can answer. It was black. It was a truck.
Color you told them the truck was?
¿Se acuerda si usted se acuerda qué color dijo?
I was still leading because he didn't say anything about a truck.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Oh my god. This is gonna be hilarious. All that happened is that when the FBI were interviewing him, he said a red SUV, and let's say in Spanish, SUV and truck use the same word, and that they mistranslated him saying a red truck to a black truck, and then Darrell thinks that this is the gotcha that's going to get him out of court because one witness might have mistaken the color or model of the car that hit him. Dumb. Not that he has anything
So it
better
would be
to
fair
do.
to say you don't recall seeing anything at that time?
That would not be fair to say. That misstates his testimony.
No.
No.
And did you at any time file a claim related to this incident?
¿En algún momento usted archivó un reclamo con respecto a esto?
He's going there now.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this case?
Do you know if anyone you were with filed a claim related
Oh,
to
he's
this
going
incident?
to the fucking sovereign citizen shit. How many minutes into the
No lo sé.
I
to this
don't know.
witness? Like 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Not even 5 minutes. He's already ran out of stuff actual stuff to ask him about. Moron.
Would you consider yourself an injured party in this incident?
¿Usted se considera una
He was literally injured.
parte herida, lesionada debido a este incidente?
I hope he says yes.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. It's like, oh, wait, but an injured party, you should have brought the claim. So did you not bring a claim?
Any reason why you wouldn't file a claim since you considered yourself an injured party?
Oh, motherfucker.
Grounds.
He's trying to sovereign citizen this guy who doesn't even speak English.
¿Archivaría un reclamo?
There's an objection. It's sustained as to the form of the question. Please.
Oh, you motherfucker. Judge 90611, let this
¿Me puede
witness
repetir la
go
pregunta?
and let the interpreter go home.
No tiene que contestar.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Please rephrase, Mr.
Por favor,
Brooks.
diga la pregunta de diferente manera, señor Brooks.
This is pathetic.
It's kind of hard to rephrase.
Es un poco difícil decir la pregunta.
Yeah, then don't ask that question. That means you shouldn't have asked that question if you can't rephrase, you idiot.
Did you intend on filing a claim related to this case?
¿Cuál es su
Objection.
intención de archivar un reclamo con respecto a este caso?
Hold on. There's been an objection. The ground.
Sesión.
Your Honor, first of all,
Primero,
this witness testified he doesn't recall filing a claim, so I'm not sure what the relevance then would be of the question.
That's good, but on the other hand, it's also trying to ask the...
I'll sustain the objection as to the form
Maybe even calls for a legal conclusion.
of the question. Please rephrase.
Calls for a legal conclusion, because what is a claim? That's what
Do
he
you
would ask.
recall at any time filing a police report?
¿Se acuerda en un momento usted de
Yeah.
archivar un reporte de policía?
File the police
Sí.
report?
Yes.
He talked to the police.
And was that with local law enforcement?
Eso
If
fue
you
con
recall.
la agencia
Probably.
policíaca local, ¿sí se acuerda?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Did any law enforcement from that report follow up with you at any time?
¿A una representante de una agencia
I would hope so.
hizo algún tipo de seguimiento con usted en ese tiempo?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you recall what agency that was?
¿Se acuerda qué agencia?
He just said he didn't.
No.
No.
If he was actually a lawyer, he would, if he would get a no in one question, he would like blank out a bunch of other follow-up questions, but he's incapable of doing that, so he's just going to read
Do
through
you
all the
recall at
questions.
any time being notified that you could possibly testify in this incident?
¿Usted se acuerda que en un momento que la notificaron que en un momento
He probably was
usted
told
podría
about it.
testificar sobre ese incidente?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you recall at any time being notified that it was a possibility that you could testify in this incident?
¿Se acuerda que en un momento podría, si lo notificaron, que habría sido una posibilidad que usted podría testificar con respecto a ese incidente?
No.
No.
Were you ever subpoenaed in relation to this incident?
¿Lo citaron alguna vez a corte?
Oh my
respecto a
God.
ese incidente?
Sí.
Yes.
He asked more questions about him coming to testify than he actually did in relation to the actual incident, which is the reason why he called him to testify.
Do you recall who you received this subpoena from?
¿Se acuerda de quién recibió la citación?
Yeah, but wasn't Brooks the one who called him?
Del distrito de la oficina del fiscal.
From the office of the district attorney.
I like this witness.
And do you recall when that was?
¿Se acuerda cuándo fue?
Un mes y días.
A month and a few days.
And following being subpoenaed, or following, rather, strike that back. After receiving the subpoena, did you follow up with the district attorney's office at any time after?
Probably no, I'll say.
Después de recibir entonces el citatorio, recibió un tipo de seguimiento por medio de la oficina fiscal después del incidente?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall whom you spoke with?
¿Se acuerda con quién habló?
Susan.
Susan.
Would that be referring to Attorney Opper, who is seated at this table?
¿Se refiere a Susan Opper, que está sentado a esa mesa?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know if she's the plaintiff in this matter? Because we know that that's where he's going.
And were you at any time informed of a plaintiff in this incident?
Objection to relevance.
Of course he's gonna go there. That was
Sustained.
so obvious.
You don't need to answer that
No
question.
tiene que contestar la pregunta.
90611 is
Were you
asked
at
to
any
hell.
time notified that there was a plaintiff in this incident?
Objection to
Grounds.
relevance.
The objection is sustained. The witness does not need to answer.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this incident?
Objection to
Grounds.
relevance.
The objection is sustained. The witness does not need to answer.
What a retard! You asked him two legitimate questions and you ended there. It didn't even give you any inferences in your favor. What a wasted opportunity, you stupid piece of shit. You had something about a black truck. Why are you asking him about fucking plaintiffs now?
Do you recall ever seeing, excuse me, do you ever recall, sorry. Do you recall ever seeing or reading a complaint in this matter?
You asked him already.
No.
No.
I have no idea why he thinks this is helping him in any way. Whoever lied to him to tell him that sovereign citizen bullshit ever works is responsible for this guy going for way longer than he should to prison, which is for the rest of his life in any case, but he might get double the life sentences that he would otherwise.
Going back to the actual incident, would it be fair to say that at the time you were very confused?
Volviendo entonces al incidente, ¿se puede decir que en ese tiempo usted estaba
No.
bastante confundido?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Could you repeat the question?
Why would it be confused?
Going back to the time of the incident at the parade, would it be fair to say that you were confused at the time?
Volviendo entonces al momento del desfile, ¿se puede decir que usted estaba confundido en ese tiempo?
No.
No.
Why would it be confused?
Any reason why you don't recall seeing anything?
¿Hay alguna razón por la cual usted no se acuerda de ver algo?
It's been a long time since then.
repetir la pregunta?
Could you repeat the question?
Any reason why you don't recall
Would you like to voluntarily impeach yourself, please? Because I've got nothing?
seeing anything?
¿Alguna razón por la cual usted no se acuerda de ver nada en ese tiempo?
No vi el vehículo.
I did not see the vehicle.
Solo pasó.
It just passed by.
Not going your way, Darrell. I wonder if on redirect is gonna be a pain in the ass. There should be no cross, and then they can just let him go, and the state won't give him the opportunity to redirect. That would be a great move.
So the interpreter needs to make a clarification on his last response. If I can inquire, cuando te dice que pasó el vehículo, ¿quiere decir que ocurrió el incidente o que el vehículo pasó por usted? Cuando usted dice pasó el vehículo o que pasó como ocurrió?
Ocurrió, me pegó y pasó
Yeah,
rápido.
for clarification, the interpreter inquired if he meant the vehicle passed by or if the incident happened. The defendant, interpreter for clarification, the interpreter would like to say that he meant that it just happened, that the vehicle just hit him, rather than, I believe the interpreter translated what he said as it passed by. What he meant to say is that it actually happened, rather than passed by. So for that point of clarification for the record.
Thank you.
That is interesting when it comes to translating stuff. Since they're considering only the English translation, then conveying the accurate English meaning of what he's actually saying is super important. So I don't know how appropriate it is for him to make this clarification on the fly based on his own reasoning. Because he's just an interpreter. He's not supposed to intervene and try to change the prior testimony based on his own, his own idea. But there you go. I mean, it is important to convey exactly what the witness said.
Also, for clarification, just so we're clear for the record, you don't recall actually seeing the vehicle.
Asked and answered, come on. It's just for clarification, but he answered this exact thing.
No.
No.
No further questions.
No más preguntas.
Any questions, Attorney Basie?
Briefly.
Oh no.
Good morning, Mr. Marquez.
Buenos días, señor.
We're going to give him the opportunity to redirect.
On November 21st of last year,
Keep
were
it
you
short.
walking with the Catholic communities of Waukesha?
El 21 de noviembre del año pasado, desfilando con Catholic communities.
How asked and answered? How could it possibly be asked and answered if this is the first question he's asked by the prosecutor, you fucking retard?
Es correcto.
That's correct.
Hold on. What was the objection?
I mean, you already
You have to speak up. I couldn't hear what you said.
I have a code, so I can't.
Mr. Brooks, was there an objection so I can move on?
Yes, there was
On
an
what
objection.
grounds?
I can't even remember now.
Oh, because it didn't make any
Your
sense at the
objection
time.
It's relevant. His answer may stand.
No, he objected for asked and answered, which is even more retarded. Don't give him the benefit of the doubt, Judge. He's way more stupid than you give him credit for.
Irrelevance, I'll tell you that.
Mr. Marquez, if you hear the word objection, please wait until I rule on the objection before you answer.
But it was a stupid, dumbass objection that would have been overruled anyway immediately.
So we did answer the question?
¿Sí contestó la pregunta?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you.
Muy bien, gracias.
You were with your wife and your son?
¿Estaba con su esposa y su hijo?
Sí.
Yes.
And your son's name is David Marquez?
Objection leading.
¿El nombre de su hijo es David Márquez?
That's not
Overruled, you
leading.
called the witness, the state may lead. Go ahead and answer.
Contesta la pregunta, por favor. ¿Sí puede contestar?
What does that mean?
That means that they can ask leading questions, you retard.
Sí.
Yes.
You testified that at some point you were struck by a vehicle.
Objection.
Usted testificó en un momento que usted testificó que
Is he going to object to leading again?
You may answer.
Even though he was told that he can't object to
Sí.
leading?
Yes.
This is
Did
how
you
dumb
have
this guy
any
is.
warning before you were struck by the car?
Objection.
Tipo de advertencia,
Hearsay.
de aviso, antes de que fue chocado por el carro. Me pongo de evidencia por referencia.
Overruled,
Anulada. La
the witness
acusación
may answer.
puede contestar la pregunta.
Just
No.
read
No.
a paragraph on Wikipedia
Did
about
you
what
hear a
hearsay is,
horn
you
honking?
retard. Come on.
Objection.
Una bocina, un claxon.
Hearsay.
¿Está sonando el vehículo?
No.
¿Un claxon?
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Puede contestar la pregunta.
No.
No.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states.
Do we really need a translator, though, to translate sí and no? Because I'm pretty sure that kind of speaks for itself.
Exhibit 161.
161.
Go ahead.
Adelante.
Can you see that picture on the screen in front of you?
¿Pantalla frente a usted? ¿Lo ve en la imagen?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you see the approximate area where you landed after the vehicle struck you?
Usted fue el área aproximado.
Objection leading.
There's no leading across, you idiot.
State may lead, it's not their witness.
No soy testigo.
Go ahead and answer, sir.
Adelante y conteste, por favor.
So I can lead too if it's not my witness?
No.
No.
Well, hold on. We'll get to that later.
Vamos a llegar a eso.
There's been an objection.
Con
I'm
acusación
overruling it.
de anulada la acusación
Go ahead and ask your question.
y haga su
The
pregunta.
state can do what they want.
Do you,
Judge, don't let this guy make a mockery of you. He just interjected a comment. Judge, reprimand him for it in front of the jury.
Got it.
do you see the area in which
And of course you
you
won't.
landed
Usted
after
se
the
cayó
vehicle struck you?
después de que el vehículo lo chocó.
Sí.
Yes.
The, I'd ask that this exhibit be admitted to evidence, which is 161, and published to the jury.
Objection.
Hearsay.
We can't even see who.
That's not a
who's-
proper objection.
What exactly is the state referring to?
Objection. We can't even see that what this is, what is talking to state. Idiot.
¿Qué se refiere al Estado?
You can't even see who it is.
Oh,
No veo quién es.
just state your objection.
Su
It's
oposición
overruled.
anulada.
Of course it's gonna be overruled.
Of course it's gonna be overruled because that wasn't a fucking objection, you idiot.
Because it's attempt to testify, but if the state could just ask a few more foundational questions, please.
Certainly.
I love when he's acting indignant as if his ignorance of the process, voluntary ignorance because he fired his lawyers and he chose to represent himself, basically, and he even acknowledged that he has all of the duties of a regular attorney, and he's actually claiming to represent a client and not himself, so even more so. But he's being indignant when he is trying to act improperly.
When you met with the state, did you review some video of the parade?
Objection. Hearsay.
Me pongo de evidencia por referencia.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No puede contestar.
Sí.
Yes.
And after reviewing that video, were you able to determine the area in which your body landed after you were struck by the car?
Objection. Hearsay and leading.
Overruled.
They're allowed to lead, and you don't have any fucking clue what hearsay is. Use other objections. Use irrelevance.
Both you may answer, sir.
Después de que entonces se recibió entonces el choque del carro, determinó el área.
If you're gonna use default ones, stick to the same default ones.
Después de que el vehículo chocó.
Sí.
Yes.
And do you see that area on this exhibit?
Objection leading.
They're allowed to lead. How many times do you
Overruled,
have
the
to be
witness
told
may
that?
answer.
Sí.
Yes.
I'd ask that this
Every objection.
exhibit be admitted to evidence and published for the jury.
Objection. What's the relevancy?
The objections are noted, they are overruled, and Exhibit 161 is received.
Judge reprimand, and he's keeping he keeps on insulting you and the court, making a mockery of everybody, acting indignant in front of the jury when it's not his turn and it's not proper at all. Judge, do something about it. You're looking super weak right now.
Permission to publish is granted.
I'm actually disliking this judge almost as much as I'm disliking Darrell.
And it's indicated that that is now being seen in the jury box. Sir, the screen in front of you is a touch screen. Can you circle the area in which you believe you landed?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
How do you say where they believe?
It doesn't matter. It was. Why is he testifying? Judge, why are you allowing him to testify?
Sí.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Can you do that now?
Judge, why are you allowing him to add commentary? Hello, Judge, wake up. Dude!
If we can take a snapshot of that.
I don't know what Mr. Brooks just mumbled, but
Yeah, he's
it's
adding
not-
commentary this whole fucking time, you idiot!
Not his turn to ask questions. There was no objection. The jury will disregard that.
He's been adding
This would
commentary
be
this
exhibit
entire day in court, you fucking
161A.
retard. Come on now.
And we'll screen capture that. Exhibit 161A has been captured. Are you moving that in?
I am.
And Exhibit 161 is received. 61A.
Thank you. And do you see anyone that you recognize standing in that area?
Objection leading.
They're allowed to lead.
Overruled. The state may lead. It's cross-examination of your witness,
So
sir.
I can lead on cross-examination then?
I direct your attention to 90611 sub
Can I
3,
lead
sir.
on cross-examination?
I'm not
Bro,
gonna
you're
answer that. Go
interrupting.
ahead,
So that's
sir, you may
judicial
answer.
determination that you don't have to answer that? If I don't
Send them to the other
understand something?
courtroom.
The
This
jury
is
will
this is
disregard
ridiculous.
this comments being made by Mr. Brooks.
Okay, so Judge, this is what you should have said at least 100 times by now.
Judicial determination, okay.
Go ahead and answer the question if you recall it, sir.
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Do you see, actually, do you see David, your son, in that picture?
Objection. That was
Sí.
Yes.
And is he wearing?
So my objection is not going to be noted.
Yeah, no, but if you keep shooting out objections that are completely irrelevant and talking over everybody, then people are gonna talk over you, idiot.
Overruled, the state chose to ask a different question. That's fine.
And is he seated near some blue chairs wearing a blue jacket?
Objection leading.
They're allowed to lead. How many
Overruled. You
fucking
may answer,
times
sir.
does she have to tell you that?
Sí.
Yes.
Use
And
a
sir,
different
is that you
objection.
laying down and you can see in this picture your legs and they're hanging into the roadway?
Objection leading.
They're allowed to lead.
Witness may answer. Overruled.
Of course. He's adding
Sí.
more commentary.
Yes.
Now, is that where you were walking when you were struck from behind?
Objection
in that
leading.
position?
Answer.
Overruled, you may answer.
No.
No.
How far from the position that you recalled yourself to be at when you were walking did you land?
Objection leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Me pongo en evidencia por referencia anulada. Puede contestar la pregunta.
Entre 15 a 20 pies.
Between 15 and 20 feet.
Damn.
So your body flew through the air between 15 and 20 feet. Is that what your
Objection,
testimony
leading.
is?
Sí.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't rule on the objection, but it is overruled and his answer may stand.
Was David also struck by a vehicle? during
Misconduct,
the
you
parade?
idiot. You're talking during the entire
Sí.
thing.
Yes.
Did he received injuries as well?
Objection. Relevancy.
Finally, a
Overruled, you
different
may answer.
objection.
Sí.
Yes.
Can you describe what your injuries were, sir?
Objection, leading.
He's allowed to lead.
Overruled, you may
Use a
answer.
different objection, you idiot.
Sí.
Wow, this
Yes.
guy has no IQ.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
It doesn't even register in the negative numbers.
La fíbula
My fibula
y ligamentos.
and ligaments.
Your fibia was broken?
Objection, leading. Speculative.
Overruled as to both.
That's
The
not
witness
what
may
he said.
answer.
Sí.
Yes.
And you had torn ligaments?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
You didn't say that in the question before.
Sí.
Yes.
And were those both in the same leg?
Objection, leading.
Sí.
Sorry,
Yes.
overruled.
His answer may
If we-
stand.
Just wait when there's an objection. I'm overruling it. It's relevant. It's not leading. The witness's answers may stand.
Even if it is leading, they're allowed to lead. Judge, look what you're answering. You shouldn't engage with this retard. Put him in the other courtroom and just mute him. I know that it might seem improper, but fucking mute him. He's clearly showing bad faith in his objection, and I'm pretty sure you can exercise your discretion as a judge to not let him interrupt.
And yeah, you overruled every objection.
And the jury will disregard the additional commentary made by Mr. Brooks at this time.
Judicial misconduct at its finest.
And which leg was that, sir?
Objection, ask and answer.
Overruled. You may answer.
Voy a contestar la pregunta.
El pie izquierdo.
My left leg.
Did you have to have surgery on that leg?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Sí.
I
Yes.
see what y'all
Just
trying
one?
to do.
I see what y'all trying to do.
Dos.
2.
That's not gonna work either.
Mr.
That's
Brooks,
not gonna
you
work
are
either.
advised-
Bro, it's gonna work. You're going to jail. You're going to jail for the rest of your life. You're not gonna see the light of day again. Bro, it's gonna work. Do you think your sovereign citizen arguments are gonna work? You're delusional.
To stop with the commentary.
No, I'm gonna say what I want
You
to say.
called this witness. I'm going to take a break right now and excuse the jury and this witness.
Ah, now the judge gets pissed off.
What you doing is judicial misconduct. Judicial misconduct.
Send them to the
You
other
don't want the
courtroom.
jury to hear the truth. That's
Do the
not
thing where he raises the objection card, and that's it.
fair to the jury. They have a right to hear everything. Not finna sit here and let you fix the trial because you don't want to tell the truth to the jury.
Mr. Brooks, please stop.
No, ain't no please.
You are
nothing.
being disruptive.
Ain't
You
no
are being
please, nothing.
disrespectful.
You always
The
gonna
witness
find
may
some
step
reason to
down.
say somebody's being disruptive because they want the truth to be out there. Man, quit it.
Man, quit it.
You supposed to be the
Mr.
judge.
Brooks,
Now, this is the real Darrell Brooks that's coming out, and not the reserved one who's hiding behind all of his sovereign citizen arguments. This is a guy who's so entitled that he thinks that he can just walk free after killing 6 people because he just babbles some nonsense.
advising you that continued interruptions will result in you forfeiting your right to be
Okay,
present
and
in this
under
courtroom
what law and
during
fact can you do that?
Illinois versus Allen.
Okay,
sir.
but the fourth option that you made up that's not even in the law. Because
law.
you can't do that.
I need to make a
By law, you
ruling.
can't do
I
that,
need to
and
make
you
a
know you
finding.
can't.
All right, I'm
He's
going
not letting
to
you talk. Send him
excuse
to the other
everyone.
courtroom.
Mr. Brooks is being removed from the courtroom. He will continue in the neighboring court.
Okay, thanks, Judge. If only you would listen to me when I was calling it at the beginning of day 9, when I said send him to the other courtroom, it's not going to end well today because he seems to be in a super disruptive mood. This is all your fault, Judge. Everything that's happening here is you, Judge. It's not him, it's you.
courtroom. Please make sure he has his objection sign and a pad of paper.
So is that
he can.
So is that holding me in
meaningfully
contempt?
participate, and I will make a ruling when I.
You should have
So are
been
you
held in
holding me in
contempt a
contempt?
gazillion years ago.
Is that civil or criminal?
Is that civil or criminal, you idiot? Do you think you're in a, are you still under the illusion that this is a civil trial after murdering 6 people? Wait, did he go sit in... Wait, what's going on? Why are they showing this? Why are they showing him? Still muted. You should have used all of this time to read on what hearsay means. Should have been at least 20 times more time than you needed to actually research what hearsay is. So let's hope you kind of know.
On the stand. The record, Mr. Brooks has been removed to the other courtroom. The jury is not present, and the witness that was on the stand is also not present in the courtroom.
Actually, he is, Judge.
Oh, all right, then we'll
Step
have
him out.
him removed. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I didn't see him seated all the way back behind a couple of individuals. So this morning, Mr. Brooks, prior to the court removing him, had interrupted the court approximately 10 times prior to...
Bro, 10 times? That's all you got? Wow, this judge is completely blind and deaf.
10:19 a.m. Then, of course, he was removed. This does not include the repeated commentary, either under his breath, but still audible for the court to hear, the jury to hear, and witnesses to hear, related to a variety of topics, including subject matter, jurisdiction, misconduct by the court, disapproval with the court's rulings. This very last witness was a witness called out of order at the request of Mr. Brooks. As I know the attorneys are well aware, and certainly this court is well aware, under 906.11, the court shall exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses and presenting evidence so as to do all of the following. Make the interrogation and presentation effective for the ascertainment of...
I actually stand corrected. I said that the prosecution should not have crossed this witness because it was kind of pointless. But if they wouldn't do that, then Darrell wouldn't have been removed to the other courtroom at this point. So it's pretty good that they did so, even if it's inadvertently good.
Haven't exercised my authority under that particular subsection. I have generally relied upon sub 1. In addition, sub 3 says the following leading question.
Yeah, everybody knows you're allowed to remove him for being a fucking dick.
Proceedings more audible. He was muttering under his breath and clearly showing disrespect for the court and the proceedings. In my opinion, they're baseless objections. Again, because this witness was brought into court on a subpoena that was from Mr. Brooks, served, of course, by the state to assist with him in that regard. But the state was well within its rights to ask leading questions. It's this court's opinion that the repeated interruptions by way of baseless objections is to disrupt these...
Dude, has he had any objections that the intention behind them was not to disrupt, but actual proper objections? I think, like I said, he raised maybe one.
Proceedings. disrupt the testimony of the witnesses, and in particular, Mr. Marquez. This court has been abundantly patient this morning.
You don't say.
Noting the repeated interruptions by Mr. Brooks, starting right away at 8:31. There were a couple of interruptions, continuing at 8:37. At 8:48, I think we had a total of 5 more at that point or so. At 8:49, and then, of course, at 10:19, this court removed him under its authority in Illinois versus Allen. I also had warned him, or at least at times I would give the jury an admonishment, not really an admonishment, but an instruction, please disregard the commentary by Mr.
Not
Brooks.
enough.
It's been very apparent that any time this jury is brought in or taken out, Mr. Brooks begins making statements that are
That's when he
misstatements of the
starts.
law, or generally his disagreement.
He sits quietly, patiently, and then when he says, okay, we're bringing in the jury. Subject matter jurisdiction, there's no venue, there's no plaintiff. It's only when he knows the jury are gonna hear it that he starts bringing up all these stupid arguments, and then he goes like, oh, but the jury deserves to know, you're hiding the truth from the jury. He's trying to make this... He thinks he's Johnny Cochran, when in fact he's Johnny Cockring.
With whatever is going on at that particular time, accusing the court of either bias or misconduct, accusing this court of hiding information from this jury. This court is not doing any such thing. I will make a finding that based upon the conduct of Mr. Brooks, that he has forfeited his right to be present during the cross-examination and any redirect of Mr. Marquez.
Don't let him back
Mr.
in the
Brooks's
courtroom this time.
conduct
Learn your
has
lesson.
been anything but respectful today.
I hope that it's not going to be just for today that he's in the other courtroom, but throughout the rest of the proceedings. Because that's the only way in this trial is going to run smoothly, is if he's not allowed to speak whenever the fuck he wants. And despite what I think about free speech, like the judge said, there are times when First Amendment rights need to be limited for the limited purposes of the court functioning properly and for actual justice to be served.
It's been disruptive. As this court was stepping off the bench, he made some type of statement about contempt. Are you finding me in contempt? This court is well aware that one of the permissible ways to handle a defendant who shows flagrant disregard in the courtroom
is to
for
find them in
elementary
contempt.
standards of proper conduct.
They should have.
Is to find a defendant in contempt. However, I'm not dealing with a defendant who is out of custody. I'm dealing with a defendant who is in custody on very serious charges, including
why does
if
that matter,
convicted,
though?
facing the possibility of life sentences without the possibility of extended supervision. It is my opinion that finding him in contempt is not really a viable alternative to this court. Frankly, it would, in my opinion, it would serve to
bolster his ability to appeal?
Give the defendant
fodder for his appeal. That's what you were trying to say, Judge. You're trying to say, we're going to give him grounds on which he might be a little bit more successful on appeal than he would be now, given the current facts and circumstances. Despite it, I don't think the Court of Appeals is gonna find anything wrong with a finding of contempt in this case, with this particular individual.
Opinion, if this court were to find Mr. Brooks in contempt, it would allow him to profit from his own wrongdoing because it would result in a delay of these proceedings. I would have to, of course, make certain findings. One of the possibilities for contempt is to hold him in custody until such time as he's willing to abide by the rules. That is just not something this court is willing to even do because
don't give him what he wants. That is the correct way. But On the other hand, okay, it might delay the proceedings and the end result, but it will overall be to the detriment of him, because what could happen is, if he's disruptive enough, then there would be no problem to come to findings ex parte without him even being there, and basically behind his back, just because it's impossible for him to actually sit through a court proceeding without being interrupted.
I am aware that that is a option identified by the Supreme Court in Illinois versus
I'm just saying
Allen,
keep
but
that
I would
option
remind
on the
parties
table,
once
Judge.
again, that Illinois versus Allen was decided in 1970. Certainly the technology that we have available in this courtroom was not something available to the parties in Illinois versus Allen.
That shouldn't matter for
We
contempt.
have a very new state-of-the-art courthouse that I am operating out of. I'm in courtroom 13. Next door is courtroom 20. These are just the room numbers that I'm referring to. As you can see, we have the ability to see and hear into that courtroom, and that courtroom has the ability to see and hear into ours. I will confirm with the bailiff.
Oh, the amazing revolutionary high-tech technology of cameras and microphones. Are you sure that didn't exist in the 1970s? I'm pretty confident they did.
And the clerk that the audio is working. I'm told that
State of
it
the
is
art.
from my clerk. If I could also get verification from the bailiffs who are in that courtroom. But we have the ability, I have the ability, through that technology for Mr. Brooks to meaningfully participate. He does have, and it was provided with him when he was taken to that courtroom, the objection sign. I also instructed that he be given a pad of paper and a writing utensil so that he could write down his objections. Or if I feel it appropriate, I can unmute and hear what his objection is. But it's my belief that the use of my ability to mute and unmute will assist the proceedings so that it's orderly, that it is free from disruption as best as I can control it under my authority under 90611 and my authority.
Exercise that
given
mute
to
button
me and
generously,
expressed by the
Judge.
US Supreme
Generously.
Court in Illinois versus Allen. Although I'm making a finding that he's forfeited his right by his conduct to be present for the continued cross-examination and any redirect of Mr. Marquez, I'll also make an alternate finding that the technology that I've just described provides the functional equivalent of Mr. Brooks being present during this
Raise your
case.
little objection sign, bitch. I hope you enjoy
With that,
your
I
loud
would
mouth.
like, to have the jurors brought in. I'll have the witness brought back.
Now everything is going to be a
the
lot more
witness
smooth
stand
today.
with the assistance of the interpreter.
Don't let him back in.
And the state can continue on behalf of anybody. Mr. Brooks is appearing. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The record should reflect that Mr. Brooks is appearing from another courtroom. That should not affect the jury's verdict in any way. The state may continue with its cross-exam of this witness.
The state would have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have any
Of course he
redirect
does, and
for
now he's
this
gonna go through a
witness?
stupid litany again. Or maybe he's gonna act like a drama queen.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any further questions for Mr. Marquez?
Drama queen mode, okay. Silent treatment. It's
Record should reflect that Mr. Brooks is reading out of a book. He has not answered the question. I will ask one more time. Sir, do you have any further questions for
yeah,
Mr.
don't
Marquez?
participate, Brooks. It's fine. No, I'm reading. Okay.
Am I unmuted?
You are. You have been.
What's going on?
What's
Do you have
going
any
on?
Redirect questions for Mr. Marquez. This is your opportunity to ask any follow-up questions that you have for this witness.
Say no. Say no. Send him home. Let the interpreter go. They've been here for a week or more.
Say something. I'm trying to see if the headphones on.
What?
Can someone say something from the other courtroom?
Have any questions for Mr. Marquez at this time? It's your opportunity to ask follow-up questions. The state indicated it did not have any additional questions.
Wasting time again. He's just... delay
I
tactics.
don't got no follow-up question.
Great.
All right, thank you.
Then this
Mr. Marquez,
past 5 minutes have
you
been
may
a
step
complete
down.
waste of time.
Thank you for being here today.
GG. So the interpreter can go home. Are we going back to the cop that was there earlier, the investigator that was talking to him? We still have a lot of opportunities for him to open the door. Well, maybe not because
All right,
he's
I
in
need
the
to
other
excuse the
courtroom.
jury momentarily. Please rise for the jury.
Wait, why?
Mr. Brooks, under Illinois versus Allen, which that case clearly tells me to do that, once lost, the right to be present can, of course, be reclaimed as soon as the
Don't
defendant
ask
is
him
willing
back.
to conduct himself
No.
consistently with the decorum
He's shown you by every single bit of his actions that he's not willing to do that.
and respect inherent in the concept of courts and judicial proceedings. The court is going to continue with the direct examination by the state of Detective Carpenter. I would like you to come back
No!
to this courtroom.
Judge, what are you doing?
Are you willing to
Judge, don't do this.
conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in
Judge, if you think that he's able to comply, you have to be even dumber than this guy is, and that's a massive achievement.
the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings?
I didn't do anything to be
I didn't
held
do
in contempt
nothing.
in the first place.
So are you willing to abide by the rules of decorum and civility?
No,
I would
he's
direct
not.
your attention to SCR Chapter 62,
He's not.
which has been provided
He was
to you
reading a book.
previously.
Let him read a book. Leave him alone.
Does that say anything in there about me being held in contempt?
That does not, no.
So why have I been held in contempt?
I didn't hold you in contempt, sir. You are simply in a different courtroom based upon your disruptive behavior. I'm giving you the
behavior has not been disruptive.
I've put my findings on the record, sir, and the record stands in that regard. I'm
record
giving
should
you
be
the
corrected.
opportunity.
He's still
if you
interruptive right
can,
now.
Indicate to this court that you
No,
will
he's
conduct
interrupting you
yourself
while you're saying this very sentence, you
with
moron.
courtesy and decorum.
Judge, come on.
Are you willing
So-
to do that, sir?
Is Your Honor willing to tell me why I've been held in contempt?
I did not hold you in contempt,
Judge.
sir. I've already indicated that.
Judge,
Removing
stop
me
it.
from the courtroom is like holding me in contempt.
No, it's not.
I didn't hold you in contempt. You were removed pursuant to the authority given to me by the United States Supreme Court in Illinois versus Allen, based on your disruptive behavior.
My behavior wasn't disruptive, Your Honor. The record should be corrected in that. And as I recall you stating before, or not you stating, but us having a conversation about Illinois versus Allen for the record at one point. I got the date in my notes that we had it where I said on the record that there were three options identified.
And the judge already responded by saying that in there it also says, and any other means that the judge deems appropriate. So that's an all-encompassing rule to say there's not only three options, but there's three recommended options, and option 4 is the judge can do whatever the fuck they want.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to have a debate with you on what the law means and whether you understand it or not. I'm
He
simply
doesn't.
asking you whether you are willing at this time to abide by the standards of courtesy and decorum that are outlined in SCR Chapter 62 and that are inherent in the concept of courts and judicial proceedings, including making proper objections based upon the rules of evidence, based upon the rules of procedure.
I object.
based
I don't
upon the
identify
law,
by
that
that
you
name.
will
I don't
not
know nobody by that
interrupt
name. I
when you
didn't do
disagree
nothing.
with a ruling made by the court, and that you will generally conduct yourself with dignity and decorum.
Dignity. Ha ha ha. ha.
But is it
Willing
not
to
my
do
right?
that?
Is it not my right to object?
You need to exercise your right to object, not to
I'm going to
interrupt.
ask Mr. Brooks one more time if he would like to come back to this courtroom. And
Don't
if
ask
he's
him.
willing to conduct himself.
He's being a bitch to you right
with
now.
dignity,
You can
respect,
take the
and
hint,
decorum.
Judge.
But for the record, I don't consent to being
Take the
called
hint.
that name. and
Take the hint,
I never
Judge.
stated that I wanted to be removed from the courtroom.
All you have to do is say, yes, I would
Right,
like to
I'm
come
gonna
back,
mute,
please. Thank you,
Mr.
Judge.
Brooks.
Good.
He is
Yeah.
clearly not answering my question.
Thank you.
And given his recent conduct, I'll indicate he continues to forfeit his right to be present based upon the prior disruptive conduct. I have given him 3 opportunities.
These
to
are
answer the question. Would you
non-ironic
like to come
applause
back
that
into
I'm
the
giving the judge
courtroom?
right now for doing the right
And
thing.
in other words, to reclaim his right to be present. He has chosen not to answer that. I understand he disagrees with the characterization by this
His delay
court of his
tactics.
conduct, but my ruling stands, and the reasoning for my ruling stands. What I will advise Mr. Brooks is once the jury is brought back out and once the witness is back on the stand, I will unmute him so that he can properly object. And then I'll rule on, of course, any objections. I certainly reserve my right to use the mute function of the audiovisual capabilities that I have, should that right be
Just keep it muted and
So with
unmute
that,
him only on rare
why don't we
occasions.
have
That's
Detective
how it should
Carpenter
go.
come on back to the stand. The jury is advised to come out.
Your Honor, I know you previously ruled that if Mr. Brooks wanted to come back into the courtroom, he could signal to a bailiff in the courtroom that he's in, that he believes he can.
Yes,
conduct
thank you.
himself.
He may absolutely signal to the bailiff, and then they can get that information to me, and I will promptly stop and we'll have him brought over. Thank you for that.
The state wants
That
him in the
invitation is
courtroom
an
for the
open
appearance of
invitation.
propriety, but the state should also know that if they want their case to go forward without actual pointless disruptions, they should just prefer to keep him in the other courtroom. Don't bring it up, state. You have no obligation to help this fool out.
He wants to come back? All right. The witness can stay here.
Don't
Please
let
have the
him.
jury
Don't
remain.
let him.
We'll have to clear the courtroom so he can be brought back in. We'll be in recess for
Don't
that.
let him. More delay tactics. This entire day of court could have ended in like 30 minutes
The jury ruled on.
if he wasn't disruptive.
I am. On the record, and I've advised to have the jury brought out. I'm glad you're back here, sir.
Stop being argumentative. You just got back, you idiot.
I am, sir, actually.
Stop being argumentative. You just got
Especially
back.
when I bring up subject matter jurisdiction.
I've ruled on that, sir.
I know, but it hasn't been proven for the record.
If you disagree with my ruling, sir, you can file an appeal.
It has to be proven on the record. Has yet to be proven on the record.
I disagree, sir.
You shouldn't have let him back in the courtroom. This is the first thing he does when he's let back in. Bro, he's taunting the judge. He's confronting the judge with bullshit. Just send him out again. You see what he's doing? Judge, you have to be
All rise for the
stupider than
jury,
shit
please.
to let him back in the courtroom. Come on now. Oh, but you haven't proven subject matter. He's going to interrupt you again. This cop has his eyes on Darrell, not letting his eyes off of him for a minute.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. All right, at this time, the state may continue with its direct examination of Detective Carpenter. And let me know if you need the audio visual right away.
I will.
Okay. You want it? It should be coming on.
A couple snippets of the interview with Mr. Brooks from Exhibit 82 that took place on November 22nd of last year. I would now direct the jurors' attention to 1 hour, 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Again, he's
Noted.
starting with this
And I ask
bullshit.
that be played till 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 2 seconds.
It's noted, but it's overruled.
No, you don't have to overrule. That's not a proper objection.
So, what's your buddy's name? Can we get that? If we gotta talk to him to verify you're on the up and up and she's on some BS?
Good question.
His name is Marcus.
What's his last name?
I don't know his last name.
Oh, so
Or his
just
phone
look
number.
for a Marcus and what was she called again? Sandy? Sydney?
467. Oh, wait, hope if I have my freaking phone somewhere. 467.
Give him his phone. Let him pull the number out.
85 31 or 30 or something like that.
31,
Yes, sir.
30, something
And
like
he lives in
that.
Milwaukee?
Yes, sir.
And you guys came out here together?
Yes.
Okay, so he has.
Well, like I said, the Stephanie was she's a older mixed lady, so she's not, you know, she.
Who do you know in Waukesha other than her?
I know a guy named Terrion. I
Where
met
does Terrion live?
I don't know where he lives now. I've been knowing him for maybe 5-6 years. I just know he stays in Waukesha. He comes down to Milwaukee a lot, and then he comes back up here.
How old is he?
Like 34, 35.
34? Where did?
Maybe.
Give me-
I know.
how many times
I know a
have you
lot
been
of.
to
I know a lot of females.
Well, how many times have you been to Terrion's house?
Once in like 2018.
Do you remember?
It was
know a
like
lot of
it was like an
females.
apartment. It wasn't a house though.
Do you?
Do you remember what was near it?
I think it was like right on the main street.
What's the main street? There's a lot of
Like,
streets. Like is
whatever
it
whatever
near
street.
downtown?
What would be considered downtown?
Where the parade was
Downtown
today.
District. Is Stephanie's
I-
place near downtown? Is there a bunch of bars and a business district
I didn't-
right near there?
The only thing
a
I
Christmas
can
parade,
remember
you know.
is the gas station, like a kitty quarter gas station. I think this street is like a one-way. Whatever street is right here is like a one-way, and it's a gas station like right here.
Remember what kind of gas station? With the Mobile Speedway Quick Trip hometown.
Not a Quick Trip, not a Speedway, like the blue and white one.
Blue and white. Any schools or parks nearby your house? Something like that? Anything you remember like that? Trails?
I know that park.
The park, okay.
is by old girl's house.
By whose house? Stephanie's?
Yeah.
Park. What?
I don't know the name of the park, but it has like a little creek or something. It was something going on out there yesterday to where a lot of shit was blocked off.
Oh.
I don't like I said, I don't know about Waukesha. I don't know, but it seemed like everybody was at that park, kind of walking around that creek.
Like a playground type park or like a
Like a park. It seemed like a little creek or something. Well, I don't know if you would say a creek. What would that be? But
river?
Would that be a river? Is
Would that
Waukesha
be a river?
Well, I know it's just a small body of water. It's like, how would I describe it?
But there were barricades blocking some shit off near there?
No, it looked like in that area.
In that area?
In that area, it looked like a bunch of shit was like blocked.
Yeah,
you couldn't go down certain streets or some shit. I don't know, but
you couldn't go, they couldn't go down certain streets, but you clearly decided that you can.
that park is close to the old girl's house where that's why I said, look, when Our friend was
Was he driving through Main Street to smash? Was he like in a rush to smash?
like, you know, your baby mama trying to get in touch with you. And I'm like, yeah, what's up? What's she telling you? What's going on? And she was just like, well, she said she got some money for you. And I was like, why would she tell somebody else? That's what I started thinking at first. Like, that's like, why is you? Because she'll tell me the same thing. Don't tell people our business. So then when she put us in, when she merged us in, you out here, you out here, you out here. I'm like, man, yeah, but I'm like, what's up? Like, you got, yeah, I'm okay, cool.
He's a terrible person.
No, not staying out here like that. I'm watching the game and I'm gone.
So she tell you where to meet, or you tell her where to meet?
She told me where to meet. Okay. I said, it's a gas station right here. And she was like, is it a park right there? I'm like, I don't know. Is it a park right here? They like, yeah, there's a park right down here, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, just meet me over there. I'll get the money from you, give you a hug, give you a kiss, and, you know, I'll call you later.
Yell at her, try to beat her up.
It wasn't supposed to be us hanging out.
Tell her to get in the
spending
car.
time together. It wasn't that. It wasn't supposed to be that. She got mad because I didn't want to do that.
Then why did you tell her to get in the
car?
car?
Like I said, I didn't see her drink. I'm not going to sit here and say I saw her drink. I'm not going to lie on her. I didn't. But when she started acting like, yeah, you finna, that's when I kind of was like, she probably been drinking. She probably haven't just stopped drinking, but you was drinking sometime today. I know you was drinking sometime today. I didn't tell her that.
I didn't tell her that.
But she's acting too, you know what I mean? Oh, you just think you finna get the money and leave, and you must got some bitch waiting on you, and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, see, this is why. This is why I just should have just watched the game and left, dude. Like,
all right, so
the fuck, man.
You should have. A lot of more people would have been alive.
Again,
my friend.
What type of car does he drive?
Oh man, it's like a Kia type of car. I don't know if it's a Kia, but it's a small 4-door car like that, in that type of model.
Okay. What color is it?
Like tan.
And was it just the two of you that rolled out together? Did anyone roll out from Milwaukee with you?
No, it was just us two.
Two of us.
He said he probably was gonna be some chicks over there. You know, like I said, the Stephanie girl is an older woman. She, you know, likes to party, drink, you know, watch the game. She cooks.
Sure.
Cool. Fuck it. Let's watch the game. Shit. I was only gonna probably go to my mom's house and watch the game there, and my mom has to go to work. So I was just gonna...
Dude, you're 2 years older than me. How are you behaving like an infantile child? The dramas that you have in your life are dramas that preteen children have.
I'll be sitting here like this.
Jesus.
Fuck it, might as well go. You know what I'm saying?
Did he offer to drive?
And at the same time,
sorry.
Cool, I can get the money from, you know, that she been holding for me.
Yeah. Did he offer to drive? What? I mean, do you have your own car? Did he offer to
No,
drive?
I don't.
How did you guys come?
I don't own a vehicle.
Don't own a vehicle.
Nope.
Do you have any car you can drive at all?
No.
The Ford was
license.
registered to his mom.
So you have a.
I do have license, but no vehicle.
Don't ever use your niece's, nephew's, mom's car or anything like that?
He did use his mom's car.
Vehicle. My niece is 14.
Mm-hmm.
So what about your mom?
No, my mom doesn't even know how to drive.
Yeah, but does she have a car?
She doesn't know how to drive.
Does she have a
never
car?
Learned.
Okay.
But does she have a
Does
car?
that she lets you use at all?
No.
Ooh, that's a
Car
lie.
at all? Maybe not that she lets you use. Does she have a car?
Dude, they're the cops. They know if she has a car or not, you dumb asshole.
I think she did at one point.
There you
Does
go.
she right now?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say no because I don't know.
You know,
I honestly don't
and you
know.
know that you drove that car into
Me and my
people,
mom
you
just-
asshole.
We was kind of having family issues for a while, so we didn't talk for a while. Issues that didn't have nothing to do with this. It was between me and her. So.
What,
we
you beat
started
her up
talking
too?
when I was in Georgia. So whatever she had going on when I was on the West Coast, coming back to Milwaukee, I don't know. But I can tell you this. My mom is 60-some years old. She's never drove. She doesn't know how to drive. She doesn't even have a license.
But she does have a car that she
takes
lets
the
you
bus
drive.
to work.
You have a license. Why would you have a license?
I don't like her doing because Milwaukee. Sure. She has to go. She works at Freighter, so she has to go. The way her bus route goes, she has to go way until like 92nd. Then somewhere she told me they don't even have a.
I feel bad for
bus
his
depot
mother.
thing. So it's getting cold as shit, and it's dark.
Even
out
though
there,
she's kind of to
and
blame
she's
for
just
how he
standing
turned out
there,
to be,
and I'm just
I
like,
would
damn,
guess.
I don't want. I'm like, you probably gonna have to.
She should have
change your
slapped
route
the
to catch
slapped the
bus from
shenanigans
downtown
out of him
Milwaukee
at an early age.
on Wisconsin Street, downtown Milwaukee, and then go up because I don't like her.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't like her doing that.
So you just argued a little bit, and then you're saying you walked away yesterday.
Yeah, I just told her. I'm not finna freaking. It was people out there. They would tell you, I did not put my hands on this woman. I did not push this woman. I did not choke this woman.
People
I did not
like-
kick this woman.
But you
I did
slapped
not
another woman.
grab this woman. I did not do anything to this woman.
People out there, as in like, just regular old civilians?
Just regular
or, like,
civilians. Just
People
regular.
that know you.
Regular civilians.
Did you
People
meet her
was-
by yourself?
I met her by myself.
No one from the house went with you?
No one. And there was people walking up and down the street. Like I said, it was people out because it was daytime. So it wasn't like
There was a
just in
Christmas
some
parade.
secluded area where it was just me and her. It was people out there, and they.
But anybody that knows you or knows
Nobody that knows me. Nobody that knows me. I don't know if it was anybody around that knows her, but I know people were walking up and down the street. People were walking around that park.
Sure.
It was like, basically, we were out in public. Like, if we was out in public, if something would have happened, people would, yo, what the hell? Like, where was we gonna go to not be seen?
All right, so I might have missed this. You touched on it. You were at the gas station or the park? I know the park's nearby. You met her at the
No, I'm
gas
saying the
station.
gas station. No, I met her at the park. The gas station was by the area that we were in. The gas station is by that park.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which car were you in when you met her at the?
I didn't meet her in the car. I walked right over there. I walked right over there to the park.
Liar.
And she was standing like right wherever this entrance to this park is. Like I said, it was people everywhere. So
Yeah.
anybody would see us standing out there. She was standing right there waiting for me. I walked up, gave her a hug, and she was just like, well, my friend has my purse, so I don't have the money and all this. I'm like, so you had me come way out here?
Like a power play or something?
That's basically was like, yeah.
Okay.
You know, you basically, you see how fast you caught on to that, and I was just like, you had me come way out here. You know, I ain't even supposed to be around you like that. You had me come way out here to meet you. For you to try to play and shit like this, I said, no, man, I'm gone.
Yeah. So
I'm out.
It was
That's
daylight when
not
you
what
got off.
happened.
Was it still daylight pretty much when you walked away from her?
Yeah, it was daylight the whole time. This was broad daylight. That's what I'm saying. Like, people outside, everything going on, people walking around the park. I'm like, anybody would have saw us talking. Anybody would have saw if anything happened. Anybody would have saw if I did something to her, she did something to me, if I ran from the scene, if I did this, anybody would have seen it.
Do you know how she got out here to meet you out here? She didn't say?
She's apparently been staying out here.
Okay. So were you...
This is what she told our mutual friend. I don't know if that's true.
All right.
I haven't talked to her and haven't seen her in like almost a month.
That's fine.
So I don't know.
You said you don't know where your phone is. We're talking your cell phone, right?
Yeah.
You're not sure. Did you leave it? Do you keep that with you? Is that your phone that you have with you all the time? Because you seem, I don't know where it is. I don't have it. You seem confused. It's missing. Is that something? you
Yeah.
take with
Well.
you?
Yeah.
Like if you go somewhere, do you take your phone?
Absolutely. My mom just got me that phone. It's my first ever iPhone.
Then why did you
I
have
don't know
to?
if she was using it first kind of thing, but she was just like, I got a surprise for you. No, I never had an iPhone.
Hopefully we'll find it for you. And that's the number with the 610, if I had to call you after
Yeah.
today, the 610, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's why I was asking him. I said, man, when I told him, I said, look, yo, I'm reaching for my ID. That's why I said, how can y'all not find my flip flops or my phone? I had on some Green Bay Packer flip flops because it was game day.
This fucker.
And we did stop at 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 2 seconds. Sir, with regard to this clip, you asked the defendant about his phone, correct?
Yes, I did.
Did you know where his phone was when you asked him if he lost it?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The phone was found inside the vehicle, so he didn't have it with him when he was taken into custody. The red Ford
Objection,
Escape.
leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I'm sorry. The red Ford Escape.
And in whose name was that car registered?
His mom.
Dawn Woods.
And what relationship is Dawn Woods to the defendant?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
She is his mother.
Did you your questioning about the phones, what significance, if any, did that have to you? Or why did you ask him about the phone? Strike the initial question. Why did you ask Mr. Brooks?
Wanted to tie him to the vehicle?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
That's not an
Objection's
objection.
overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
One, to verify his contact information, but two, one, if we were to find the phone, it would help us know whether it is his. And if we were able to find a phone and we know it's his, knowing the phone number, including make and things of that nature, can help be used in location services at a later time to further verify that the suspect was, Mr. Brooks, was in Waukesha at the time when these incidents occurred.
And
Wait,
again,
what's
at
wrong
the
with
time
the
that you asked these
suspect? It's okay
questions,
to refer to him as the suspect.
did you know that the phone had been located in the car, or you did not have that information at this time?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What information at the time that you asked Mr. Brooks about the phone
Did you have?
did you have about it?
Objection to the name.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
That's not an objection.
Very little. At that point, I don't recall if I knew that the phone was inside of his mother's vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Now directing you to the mark of 1 hour, 19 minutes, and 20 seconds to 1 hour, 38 minutes, and 30 seconds. Let's play that portion.
So I guess we still might get him opening the door on this stuff.
She drinks. Best she drinks.
So after you talked to her, Darrell, where did you go? Do you have they found it was cold yesterday. You didn't have a jacket. Did you have a jacket with you?
I didn't initially have a jacket because, like I said, I was riding with somebody else. So I figured.
But you didn't bring one in anticipation of the cold?
I didn't because I figured I'm going from the house right to wherever we're going. So to me it wasn't like I'm finna hang out with y'all all night type of deal.
Doesn't matter.
We was just supposed to be watching the game, having a few cold ones, and then I was getting dropped back off home.
So what happened, Darrell, where you ended up? So I know you say you're not familiar with the area. So
At all.
I'll lay this out for you. So follow me for a minute. You say you're kind of near this park. I got an idea in my head of where you're talking, based on my knowledge of the city.
Where they were called.
It's right near Stephanie's, where you're hanging around watching the game, and Marcus is there. You came out here with your phone because you take it with you. How did you end up at this guy's house? Now you said when you walked away from Erica, did she go the other way?
I don't.
You walked away.
From what I remember, she just stood there.
Okay,
She was just standing there like.
Right.
Well,
so
whatever.
you walked away and it was over.
It was over.
It was over. How did you end up at a guy's house asking to use his phone, which is
That's the $1 million
blocks away from Stephanie's?
first
I can
question.
tell you that based on my knowledge of the city, based on approximately where you're telling me it is, without
Yeah.
your phone in your shoes.
He
You
had to get
understand
there
where
by
that's
some
weird?
kind of
How
car.
did you get to be over there? What happened?
Yeah, what basically happened with that was when I got back over here by old girl house, I just said, because I don't really know Stephanie like that. It's my friend's friend or partner or whatever the case may be.
It's his friend's partner that he's going to hang out with and maybe fuck, which he implied earlier. The story gets more messed up the more he talks.
They was getting into it about pretty much the same thing that I was getting into it with Erica about. I was just like, him,
Who's him?
Marcus, him, her, and whoever else, Stephanie.
Was there anyone else there other than
Yeah, at her house, yeah.
Okay.
A few girls that I didn't know, but they had already said it was gonna be people over here.
Okay. All right, so
I was pissed because I feel like I just met up with her, with my baby's mama. I just met up with her for absolutely nothing. You tell me, okay, you out here in Waukesha, I'm out here, let's meet up, I got your money, and then I walk over there and you don't have the money. Or you do or you don't, you just ain't gonna give it to me. However the case may be.
He was
so
that
I'm
pissed
just
off
gonna
that he
take
did
care of
get
it.
tree fitty that he ran over 6 people. That's
So
literally
when I
what
get back,
happened.
When I get back over there, I'm pissed.
Okay.
They was getting into it, and he like, man, come on, bro, we just finna go. And I'm like, what the fuck going on? Like, I just got into it with it. Now y'all into it. He like, man, this bitch tripping, whatever, let's go. I'm like, nah. Nah. I'm like, I'm out, dog. And I just started
Marcus
walking.
wanted to leave?
He wanted to leave, but I don't know what the fuck he was on. He probably didn't even get into it with old girl, but he out there like, man, let's just go, bro.
How long have you known Marcus?
I know Marcus for years.
Okay. Let me be straight with you, because you've been asking me for that all along. That doesn't make sense. Listen to me, okay? Just listen to me.
Let's see.
You go to this house. You leave. That wind was cold as hell.
Not at first.
Well, by the time it was getting later in the day, I mean, after the Packer game, you're talking 3:30, 4 o'clock, it was getting cold. I was outside for a while.
Yeah, it was about like 3:30, yeah.
By the time you're talking, it was getting cold. All right, Marcus is ready to leave because this bitch is being crazy. He's like, I'm out. You just went through the same experience from what you're telling us. You live in Milwaukee.
I don't know what exactly happened.
Don't interrupt me, idiot.
Wait out. I know you don't know exactly.
He's trying to confront you with how stupid your story has been. Listen to him so you can actually contradict what he's saying or maybe explain it.
What happened. But who are you going to trust more? Marcus, who you've known for years, or Stephanie? Why would you walk away, walk all the way down to where you did, leave your phone in the apartment apparently?
No, I didn't.
Along with your
I
sandals,
didn't leave it. I didn't leave it.
and go down to where you were and not take the ride back to Milwaukee. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
Can you understand?
I don't know if he
why that
left and
doesn't
went
make
back to
sense.
Milwaukee though. I don't know if he did that.
But how are you going to get back if you don't get in the car?
I called an Uber. That's what I did.
So what happened? How did you get all the way to where you went? Because there's all these businesses in between where you were and where you got to. How did you end up at a random house?
Red flags all over this question, bro.
This is what I'm saying. I had my flip-flops on. I had them.
Okay.
I just said that.
Where did they go?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if when they slammed
vanished.
down, they just never. I don't know. I'm knocked on 2 doors.
When they slammed,
not just the one.
They slammed him down with enough force to completely vaporize both of his flip-flops and his phone, but not really cause him any damage whatsoever.
So you had your flip-flops.
I had my Green Bay Packer flip-flops on. Yes.
Green Bay Packer. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't just walking around with no shoes.
That's exactly what you were
That
doing.
didn't happen until after the fact.
After what
That's
fact?
what I'm trying to say. Like,
So I guess another question I would have for you is if you had your phone too, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, you didn't leave it at the apartment.
No. That's why I was telling you it should have been on the grass. Remember, I described the phone to you. I said it's black. It has a cracked screen.
Yep. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Why are you asking other people to use their phones? Why is that guy letting
My
you?
phone was dead.
Okay.
Now we. I'm actually kind of ashamed that I didn't think about this kind of contradiction myself. But he's like, yeah, the phone kind of had to disappear after the cops forced me down to the ground. Yeah, but they did that after you've been asking for people to use their phones.
When did it die?
I have no idea.
Oh, his phone
I
died.
didn't have a charger.
But you used it for the three-way call.
No, I used his phone for the three-way call. Like I said, we got a mutual friend named Michelle.
Did he say that?
I've known Michelle just as long as I've known Erica. She was the one that was telling me what's going on with you and your baby mama. Y'all not talking because she trying to get in touch with you. I said, yeah, I know she probably trying to get in touch with me. Well, I'm finna merge y'all. That's how I end up talking to her and telling her I'll walk over and meet you to get the money or whatever, give you a hug, give you a kiss, whatever. I had my flip-flops on then. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't just...
Yeah, you did have your flip-flops on back
He was making it seem like I was just running around with no shoes to begin with.
Right.
It's like, no.
I mean, it was pretty cold. You didn't have a jacket or a sweater.
Well, I didn't have a jacket to begin with.
Okay.
I didn't have a jacket to begin with, but I'm saying my shoes, I had flip-flops.
But you had a jacket before?
I never had a jacket. I had flip-flops.
He's trying to pretend that he didn't have the jacket that everybody
because I
can
didn't
see him
feel
wearing
like I was gonna
inside
be,
the
like,
vehicle.
I'm not going to be outside. Well, I'm thinking I'm not going to be outside. If I'm just going from a car to a house, there's no reason for me to have a coat on, or at least that's how I'm thinking. I always do that. That's just like if I had a car and I know I'm finna go somewhere and I'm like, I'm just going from here to there. Well, there's no reason for me to just get all bundled up and do all this and that. There's no reason for
Were
me.
there still a bunch of people out when you left? When you left her
It
house?
was still daytime.
Okay,
It
you
was
said
still
there were a bunch
daytime.
of people when you were talking to Erica. There were still a bunch of people when you left Stephanie's.
When I was no, I wasn't talking.
When you left Stephanie's,
It was still daytime.
it was still daytime.
Yes.
Okay. Were there still a lot of people out?
It was
Kinda
still
like there
it was
were?
still people out.
Okay.
It was still people out. Not a lot in that area. By the park, it was a lot of people out.
Okay.
Like I said, it looked like
A Christmas parade almost.
I don't know what the hell. But it was a lot of people out, and it was like I said, it was people. It was older couples walking down the street. It was younger people walking down the street.
It
People
looked like an event or something was going on?
I
Good
don't
question.
know, but it kind of seemed like it was a lot, like it was something going on to where it was vibrant, because there was a lot of people everywhere.
Walking
everywhere.
up and down the street.
Everywhere. Just people. That's why I'm saying, like, if I got into a fight with her right there, it would be impossible for somebody to not be like, hey, this guy's fighting this chick or whatever the case may be. Like, how could somebody not see something?
How long was it between leaving Stephanie's and those cops yelling at you at the door of that guy's house?
Was it dark when they yelled at you?
Yeah, by the time they came, it was dark.
Okay.
But we had been sitting out there. We had been sitting out there for a minute, me and the guy. We was sitting right there on the porch. We was just sitting there.
Define how long, estimate.
Maybe 20, 30 minutes, maybe. Okay. It wasn't long, but it was long enough for, like, 'cause like I said, he let me use his phone. We sat on the porch. We were sitting right there, just like this, just sitting on the porch. While I called me an Uber.
Called your mommy.
I called the Uber. I said,
Called your
"Look,
mommy.
man," I let him know. I said, look, I ain't trying to rob you or nothing like that. Because when I knocked on the door, he kind of was like, whoa. I'm like, look, I don't got no weapons. I'm not trying to.
That's
break
what
your
he did
house.
with
I'm not
every
trying to
single
rob
person
you.
he
Nothing
interacted
like
with that
dog.
evening.
I just need to call an Uber. That's it. I'm not, he was just like, okay, I'll come out, boom. I need an Uber to, what's your address? He told me the address,
Mommy, I need an Uber.
and we was just sitting there waiting. That's how I was gonna get back home. I told him, I said, I got the money on my card. I'm not asking you for no money. I just need to use your phone. That's it. That was it. That was all. And then from there, we sat on the porch and just shot the shit out.
I'm saying, you told me last night he was cool with that. Like, he wasn't,
Yeah,
he wasn't being weird. He was like, oh yeah, I'll help you out.
Yeah, we just sat there on the porch. And he did ask me, he said, do you need a jacket? I said, no, I'm straight. Like, I'll be home as soon as
No,
work
what
I know
you
it's probably
took his
gonna cost me
jacket.
shit. Probably like $40 to get from me.
You
I'm
took his
cash
offer on the jacket. You wore his
probably,
jacket,
but
and
I
he
had
asked
enough on
it
my
back
card
from
to
you.
where I knew I can get home. And that was the main thing. I'm like, I'm just going home. She can keep the money or whatever. I didn't even try to contact her further. I just was like, I'm gone. I'm calling this Uber and I'm going home. That's it.
Let me ask you this, Darrell. So you weren't out in Waukesha Saturday, just Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. Nothing physical yesterday. Like I told you, you're a part in the investigation. There's a lot of parts, right? To any investigation. There's people we talk. Well, this domestic abuse thing I'm telling you about, right? Okay.
So wait.
Hold on. Let me go.
I'm sorry. I
You
just
talked
had a
about-
question, but
You talked about being a religious man. Right?
Pretending
I
to
can
be,
do better.
he brings the Bible to
I can
We all
court.
do
could.
better.
We all could.
I'm not.
We all could.
No,
That's
that's
why.
perfect.
That's why.
Yesterday was a mistake. I should have just freaking watched the game and just fucking went home.
Right.
Because
And that's the thing. What do they teach us in Christianity?
Are you-
That they teach us that we're broken, right? We're sinners. Even when we're born sinners. We're broken.
Yeah, but nobody's born with 6 murder charges on his head. So, yeah, that's something you have to actually do.
Right?
Psalm 51,
We're so
17.
thankful for God's grace and forgiveness, right?
Are you
When we
preaching
ask
to him now?
even though we don't deserve it. But when we ask for it, he gives it. All right? You're a father. You got 3 children, 18, is it 18, 14, and 7?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got a mama that raised you well. And
No, clearly not.
You believe in.
Absolutely.
All right, and all of them are, here's the thing they'll all want, is to tell that you're telling the absolute whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Oh, you idiot.
So help you God, right? Sound familiar? We've all heard that, right?
The Bible doesn't say thou shalt not lie. It says thou shalt not bear false witness. And there's nothing in the Bible about lying. So this this whole line of questioning seems ridiculous on its face. Because Christianity says nothing about, or Judaism for that matter, doesn't say anything about lying to anybody except during sworn testimony in court.
And I just have concerns if I fact check that Darrell's not telling me the truth. You don't have a car, so Marcus had to bring you out. You don't own a car, your mom doesn't own a car, right? So Marcus had to bring you out.
You have a driver's license though.
So why did we find you with a car key in your pocket?
It wasn't in my pocket. I don't even know where they said that was laying on the ground.
That's yours.
Yeah. It should have been by my ID.
Yeah, it's yours. It's your car key, okay? Because it goes to a Ford Escape in your mom's name recovered in Waukesha.
Nice. Now we're going there.
Listen, Darrell. I'm trying to be as open and honest with you as I can be. You know?
Really? Then why is it that only now, God knows how long into the interview is the first time you're even bringing up anything related to the actual incident that this whole interview has been about in reality? You have not been as honest to him as you could be.
I'm Christian too, and believe me, I'm not perfect. And neither are you. And I'm not calling you a terrible man. I'm not saying you were out yesterday hunting, and just let me finish. But you did not walk to that house. You did not walk to that house.
Nope.
You did not come here in a tan Kia. You didn't.
Nope, he didn't.
And who?
You did not come out
who?
here in a tan Kia. Okay? You got a key in your pocket to a car, in your mom's name.
That was recovered
Okay?
at a crime scene.
That key works for that car. love of God, Marcus. For yourself, for your family.
Marcus?
You know what happened yesterday for the people.
His name is not
Tell me
Marcus.
what happened.
With what?
With
With
the
what?
car.
What am I being
With your
investigated
mom's
for?
car.
You know what you're being
driving,
investigated
people
for.
called in, you drove out of there in your mom's car, the red car, you're driving a little silly, probably because you're pissed. You met up with Erica in the car at the park. Now initially I believe you told us the gas station, do I have that right? And then you changed it to the park. So that's an
No,
inconsistency.
no, I said the house was by the gas station. When you said what was by.
You said you went.
None of
you
this
was by the gas
matters.
station,
That's
we
when you
met.
were talking
No,
about the
no,
domestic
no.
abuse,
I said
not
I
about
met her at the
murdering
park.
people.
Okay.
At a
Well,
creek.
you met her,
I did say that.
You met her at the park in your mom's car,
Yeah.
a red Ford Escape. She got in, you talked, and what you're telling me seems pretty consistent, that there was nothing physical between the two of you.
No, I didn't. No,
But you met her in the car.
I didn't put my hands on her or nothing.
But
like
you
that.
met her
Yeah,
in the
but you
car.
drove there in a car.
Tim, what's going on, man?
You know what's going on.
Asking you a question.
Just be.
You were out there
Just tell
driving
me
kind
what's
of
going
crazy.
on,
Some
man.
people said you were driving kind of crazy. We got reports of it. You got the key, you got the car. Did you take the car or did your mom give you the car?
You got the blood stains on your trunk. You got the
I know you know
fucking
what car
dents
it's
in your in your
I just went
in your
home.
hood.
So
Some people
now
reported,
listen,
you had all those
okay,
people
no,
out
no,
there,
no,
and
no,
they
no.
reported that.
It's so hilarious that this mass murderer, the psychopath, is acting indignant because they're not forthright with him about what they're actually interviewing him about.
The car driving a bit erratic.
I know what you're saying. All I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this.
Oh, you know what he's
We've all
saying.
been straight up with each other. You knew it was more to what you was asking me yesterday.
Yes, of course he did.
Didn't know
That
for
would
sure.
explain the FBI
Yes, it would.
and all that, right?
Oh, smart man. Smart man. I think your smooth brain might have just gotten a single crease somewhere.
They're not here today. So if it's that big a deal, you don't see them here today.
Come on.
Come on, man.
We
I
did.
just murdered 6 people. What's the big deal,
Not
man?
in the car. In the park.
We been cool, man, the whole time. If I did something
Yeah,
wrong,
that's why they were
serious-
here. But do you see them here today? They're not here today.
Yeah, but y'all lied to me, man. You
So?
made it seem like they just come for
You
no-
lied to them, you
Here's the thing,
idiot.
Darrell.
You've been lying to them this whole time.
Listen to me for a minute.
I apologize.
I can give you a clean slate
I
here.
apologize.
Because
You lied to them about the
us
car.
as well.
Yes, exactly.
Because
Good.
you came out here
I really like this guy. This guy's on point.
in the red Ford Escape.
Yep, that's
And
exactly
that
it.
is-
A massive
Came out
lie.
here, You had the key.
Massive lie.
So what I want to do is try to give us all a chance to reset. You understand what I'm saying?
That's a nice
Start over.
that's a good argument
Because
from
you're not
on his
giving
part.
us accurate story.
Spin it back on him being
You
a
ride out
liar.
with Marcus in a tan car. You said your mom doesn't have a car. I've just told you we've disproven that.
Yep.
All right?
They're
I
cops,
don't
of
know
course
what
they would
kind of
know
woman
that
she
your
is, I
mom
don't
has
know
a
what we've all
car.
been through.
Idiot.
But you were seen in the car driving kind of acting a fool. Okay? In basically the same area that you've already been able to describe to me. I'm just trying to figure out how and why it happened. What made you tear out of there? What made you so mad where you're like, fuck it, and you raced on out of there? And then people go, man, he's driving around here kind of fast.
And running over a bunch of people.
All I want to know, like I said,
His
Yeah,
mannerisms
me.
here are the same as in court. He's a real psychopath.
am I charged with anything? That's all I want to know.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. They've literally told him, you've got the keys to the car. We caught you lying to us this whole time. At the very least, you're gonna get charged for assault. Do you think you're gonna walk out of here, really? Really?
I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Why'd you
Right
do it?
now,
Listen. I was
you were driving a bit
so
reckless.
listen.
Might
I
be an
was
orderly
so,
lie.
listen. No, I don't drink.
You said you had a couple cold ones during the game.
No, yeah, but I'm saying the hard alcohol is not my thing. I was not drunk. When you get the
He just admitted to drunk driving. Holy shit.
And the video stopped at 1 hour, 38 minutes, 30 seconds.
So he did have a few
Detective,
cold
can you
ones.
explain what was occurring here?
Or he claims to have had a few cold ones.
The objection's noted, it's overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
So in this clip here, my
A little bit of a cracked voice you're having there, Darrell. Are you sure you're okay?
goal and intentions were with Mr. Brooks to start getting into the details of him driving the red Ford Escape through the parade route, and to begin confronting him with information about the Ford Escape key that had been found in his pocket. Obviously, to this point, Mr. Brooks had told us his mother didn't have a vehicle that she let him use. He didn't know if she had one at all. The vehicle was in his name.
Sorry, is it his name?
I'm sorry, in his mother's name, Mrs. Woods, Dawn Woods. He'd stated he didn't have a vehicle at all.
Objection, lady.
The previous objection, it's noted, it's overruled. The witness may continue.
He had made statements earlier in the interview he didn't have a vehicle at all that he had ridden out in the Kia, which is not true. The investigation showed Mr. Brooks came out here in the red Ford Escape by himself, so he was in fact in possession of a vehicle. He was in fact driving a vehicle. In regards to the area, you know, it should be known that Mr. Brooks's description of the park, Frame Park is the park where I should say people in the parade, whoever they might have been, lined up. They were lining up at Frame Park. Frame Park is a park that has a body of water, as Mr. Brooks described, more specifically the Fox River running through it. So he was able to describe that park. There were people everywhere walking up and down the street, just as he said. Streets were closed off via barricades, via marked squad cars, via police tape. So he was able to describe that, and the way he described the area was exactly almost how the area looked with the parade. It was extremely crowded due to the people marching in the parade. It was in fact shown to be daylight when Mr. Brooks met with Miss Patterson and then departed from Miss Patterson. That is something we learned, and I was able to confirm that based on how he described it. And you know, furthermore, you know, he describes and he gives the impression, Mr. Brooks does, that, well, if I was in a domestic, someone would have seen it. Someone would have seen it because there were all the people there, and there were, but it's not necessarily going to be seen as easily as Mr. Brooks was trying to lead me to believe, because it took place inside of the vehicle. Mr. Brooks did not walk to the park to meet Miss Patterson. That was proven as evidence in this investigation. He drove there and met up with her in Dawn Woods' red Ford Escape, which is the same vehicle after departing the park, drove along Main Street in Waukesha through the parade route.
The key found in the defendant's pocket, did that operate the red Ford Escape that was eventually located, that was registered to Dawn Woods?
Of course it was.
Objection. That's been answered numerous times.
It was actually.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Well, it was
There's
answered
never any
inside.
indication of a key being found in the defendant's pocket.
The objection is noted, it's overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, it did. And, you know, as we discussed the key more, you can even hear in there that Mr. Brooks acknowledges it should have been near his ID.
And was his ID also found in his pocket? Do you know?
Objection,
Yes, it was.
lady.
Please wait till I rule on the objection. Sustained as to the form of the question, I'll strike the last answer. Please rephrase.
Where was that, his ID found?
In his pocket.
And the information you had, where was the key found?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Objections, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The key was found in his pocket.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Now, you also talked to Mr. Brooks about his phone.
He's adding commentary again, Judge. Warn him one more time and then send him to the other courtroom if he doesn't listen.
Where did he say his phone was?
According to Mr. Brooks, at this point, the phone should have been near him. I believe he said in the grass.
And what did you take that to mean? It should have been near him in the grass.
Objection, that was never stated.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That was exactly what was stated.
I would interpret it as right next to him, where he was arrested.
Okay, that's what it's just where he was arrested?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The answer may be given.
Yes.
After the defendant met with Erica Patterson, what did he describe his emotion as being?
Angry, frustrated over the fact that Ms.
She didn't give him
Patterson
money.
brought him to the park and did not have the money to provide him that she indicated to him prior to that she would have.
Where did he say his flip-flops were?
Objection, answered.
In the grass.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Well, when he indicated that he departed Stephanie's house, they were on his feet. However,
that's not true.
During the course of his arrest, he indicates he doesn't know where they went. So somehow, apparently, they, I guess, according to Mr. Brooks, disappeared.
Now, the clothes that the defendant's wearing in this video, specifically the red shirt.
Okay, I think I can add a little bit of clarity to what I suspect might have been happening. So, Brooks ran over all those people, and then he realized what's going on and how screwed he was. So he's like, shit, these flip-flops that, according to him, he was wearing, that had a sports team insignia or something like that, or some kind of, that it's a very recognizable pair of flip-flops. So he got rid of them so that if anybody caught him in action with the vehicle or exiting the vehicle, then they couldn't really tie the man wearing the recognizable flip-flops with the barefoot man later on. He also got rid of his jacket so that he will be wearing a red shirt instead of a white or gray jacket. So he was trying to basically throw people off of his scent as pretending to be a different person than the person who ran everybody over.
Was that a shirt that was provided to him by law enforcement?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Hearsay.
The witness may answer.
No, ma'am, that's the same shirt he was wearing at the time of his arrest.
Did he indicate to you during this interview whether or not he had a coat?
Objection, saw on the video.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection, we saw in the video.
Mr. Brooks indicated that he did not.
And how long did he say he was on the porch with the homeowner whose house he was arrested at?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
About an hour?
I believe it was like 20 to 30 minutes.
I mean, it became totally
the weather
dark in the
that
time it was
evening, was that an appropriate shirt to be wearing for 20 to 30 minutes outside?
Objection.
Hearsay?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, it was not.
So now direct your attention to the video. I'd like to play 1 hour 40 minutes, 0 seconds, to 1 hour 41 minutes and 30 seconds. If we may play that now.
Go ahead.
Not touch her.
Right, so what had you so mad?
Okay, I'm gonna go make myself some more coffee and I'll be right back.
had your mom's car, or I don't know if you use it. Who uses it? You got the key in the car. Is it hers? Is it yours that she lets you use? Let's clean that part up. Whose car is it?
It's my mom's car.
Okay. How often do you drive it?
Not very much.
It's the red Ford Escape?
It's all I want to know. Please. Just please. Whatever you can't tell me, I understand. I understand. All I want to know, just so I can have a peace of mind, just for my girls, man. What am I looking at?
It's not for your girls, it's for yourself,
Well,
you
the fact
asshole.
you were kind of racing around up and down the street. That's the first part. Right? So, we're not quite there yet. I'm trying to figure out if I've got all my facts right first. So, this wasn't a three-way call. Let's back up to there for a second. How did you come to meet her in the park?
So y'all can't tell me nothing?
You
Well,
should
you
have
drive-
shut up
you-
and called a lawyer a long time ago.
And the video stopped at 1 hour, 41 minutes and 30 seconds. Sir, is this the first time in this interview that Mr. Brooks acknowledged knowing about the red Ford Escape?
Objection, leading, and that was not stated.
The objection's noted, it's overruled, the witness may answer.
I don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Overruled.
Yes, that is the first time.
No. Again, Mr. Brooks is asking about the charges. Did you recall seeing that on this clip as well as a clip contained within 1 hour, 19 minutes and 20 seconds and 1 hour, 38 minutes and 30 seconds?
Objection, leading, and compound questions.
It wasn't compound at all.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I recall that.
And again, what was the significance of that question in terms of timing of both clips?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Well, to that point, I'd been talking about the domestic abuse incident with Mr. Brooks, and
How long
I
do we
started
still have?
talking to him
There's another 2
about
hours
driving,
something.
and just driving kind of fast.
So we're about halfway
I
through.
had not noted to Mr. Brooks yet at that point that he had struck anybody. It seemed to me, based on Mr. Brooks's behavior, reasonable to believe that Mr. Brooks, it was clear to me he could remember something else happening, and I could sense what Mr. Brooks was attempting to do at that point was draw out of me more information. And again, as I stated in my earlier testimony, to gauge his truthfulness, I wanted to hear what he had to tell me about the incident before giving him too much specific detail. At this point, Mr. Brooks, for example, Miss Woods' vehicle, he indicated she did not own one. He had lied to me. There is the risk if I start giving him too much specific information, he's going to create a lie about what I gave him. And
That's
and so
exactly
on.
the
So
plan.
Mr. Brooks kept insisting to know the charges before talking to me, but for the integrity of the investigation, that was something I couldn't
That makes
couldn't
perfect
and wouldn't
sense.
provide him.
Direct your attention to 1 hour, 44 minutes, 30 seconds, and playing until 1 hour, 45 minutes and 35 seconds. It is at 1 hour, 44 minutes, 30 seconds now. I'd ask that it be played. Go ahead.
Objection.
I want to tell you that,
Grounds.
you're charged with XYZ. If you didn't do XYZ, we got to correct it. It's all fact gathered.
I just feel like y'all know more than what y'all say though, and that's what
They
has
do.
me like why should I cooperate when there's no cooperation with me? Nothing I'm saying is gonna help me.
I mean, like, it doesn't
Exactly.
make sense to the-
Why are you even talking? Shut the fuck
gather
up.
the facts
Yeah,
so
man,
that-
he did.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense,
Okay.
what you guys are doing. I'm just saying I don't want to get railroaded
Too late for that, bro.
by people not being honest. That's all I'm saying. If I don't know,
That's not what you're gonna get railroaded. You're gonna get railroaded regardless because you fucking murdered people. There are consequences for murder, idiot.
what I'm looking at it's like, what the hell? Like, why should I just sit here and be like, oh, this is everything and blah 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 blah, and then people come back and be like, okay, well, okay, now so now we're gonna charge you with this and this and this and this. And
Yeah,
this.
that's the point of this interview right now, trying to get you
Hold on,
admissions
man.
out of you.
Charge you. We're that's again the fact
And
is
it's like,
we're
dude.
asking the questions about, you know what I mean? That's why we're
The right answer would be, listen, I'm not going to personally charge you with anything. That's not my job. My job is to interview you and try to find out information. That's all.
What's going on here, sir? Oh, I'm sorry. For the record, it stopped at 1 hour, 45 minutes, and 36 seconds.
Thank you. Go ahead, Amanda.
So at this point, Mr. Brooks is still continuing to try to determine what exactly, he's being charged with. And, another part of this investigation is it was so broad, I didn't know exactly what some of those charges even were going to be. I had an idea, but I didn't know exactly.
I would say first-degree murder, hopefully.
In reality, what we wanted to know at that point is where he drove, have him tell us where he drove and why he did it. But Mr. Brooks just was not willing to indicate that.
Honestly, why questions, the only thing they really serve is closure for the victims, because it doesn't really matter why he did it. What matters is that he did it.
That to us and explain that to us without us telling him what specific charges he was looking at.
So it's not really,
This is a
it doesn't
theme
really
that
matter
continued
the
over
reason behind it.
the next several hours.
Direct your attention to 1 hour, 49 minutes, and 36 seconds, playing until 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 30 seconds. And it is starting at 1 hour, 49 minutes, and 36 seconds.
Go ahead.
So your issue right now with us is you feel like we're not sharing.
I'm getting railroaded.
Okay.
I know I am. No,
Of
y'all
course.
not telling me what's really going on.
You're right about that.
We're not getting the full truth either.
I know, but and what I was saying was,
you
I
didn't give that initially. So when you left, you guys met in the car. You didn't walk there. She got in the
if
car.
I tell you everything that happened,
Will you let me go?
are y'all gonna be straight up with me about what I'm facing? That's all I want to know.
Li-
I don't
several
wanna know
life
anything
sentences.
else. I don't need you guys to tell me, hey man, this is this, that is that, this is this. I just want to know. Just
I don't know the entirety
just
right
for the
now.
just for the fact that, like I said, my girls.
Yeah,
My
no,
girls.
I
It's
don't know
only
the
your,
entirety
it's your
right
girls
now.
that don't even live
So,
with you, you
while
moron.
I'm here, a couple officers talked to Erica.
You're a domestic
I'm not the only
abuser.
one working on it, so I don't know.
It's probably better
everything
for your
about
girls that you're
what's
not
going on.
around them.
So I don't know exactly everything that's going to be yet. And that part's not a lie. I don't know exactly everything that's going to be yet.
Interesting,
I'm
you
just
put it
trying
in
to
a way
figure
that
out-
isn't a lie.
To get to that point where I can have a clear idea and call who I need to call to get some of the information to find that all out. I'm trying to get a clear idea of what really happened regarding you and her. And when you drove away, where you were going. Or did you not know? You know what I'm saying? Because right now I don't know everything.
So far, he's treading very lightly with the parade stuff.
Wow. Because I'm out here and they're out there. Out walking.
Right, and I'm like, how long do I gotta sit in these? Where are we at?
Skigo.
How long do I gotta sit in these jails before I can call somebody? Get a phone call.
Hopefully
Let my-
never
let my
get a
daughters
phone
know,
call
hey,
ever.
Man, I don't know what's going on, but it's good to hear your voice. Are y'all okay?
Yeah, we're trying to get to that point, Darrell, but
Not your son? You don't give a shit about your
the
18-year-old?
question I asked you when you left, where were you going? Did you know or did you not know? Were you just mad and you left? Where were you going when you initially drove off? That's
All of this is trying to establish why, and why does
so you didn't have an idea.
why
You didn't
does
have
it
a
really
particular
matter?
destination in mind. So be it. And we've been talking a couple hours. You want to sit and eat a minute?
I wish they had some Tylenol.
Yeah, my shoulder's killing me all of a
Fight this
sudden.
pain, man, since-
Yeah, oh my god, my shoulder. Oh shit, my shoulder that I forgot about until now.
Did you ask them?
Yes.
So they don't?
They just said they'll see. We'll see.
I doubt that he even brought it up.
It hurt worse now than it did yesterday or last night, right?
Yeah, because now you're put in a much tougher spot than you were put yesterday.
Yeah,
It's gonna be sore.
it's definitely sore.
There's no doubt about that.
Oh, my
The more difficult your questioning is gonna be, the more sore it's gonna be.
God.
Take a break and see if we can round up some time and let him eat.
Yeah, we can see if we can. How about we see if we want me to see if I can find some?
Yeah, I just wanted.
Let me see if I can find some.
It's
I
so
can't
many
give you any
things going through my
guarantees.
mind right now. The pain, that
You
I'm
don't
not
know.
even. I didn't even know
The 6 murders.
she called the word.
She didn't call.
Or
I
the
think
cops or.
yeah, someone else did. I know you said you lost your phone, or you didn't
Yeah.
know where it went dead, and now you don't know where it is.
But
If
it was
we
found in
find
the
it,
car.
so we know it's yours. Can get it back to you. I know you said it's cracked, but
No, well, the
They're out.
screen is cracked, but it has a. I don't think it went all the way to the
what's
glass.
the code so we know it's yours, and if we can try to return it?
It doesn't have a number code. It has, you have to
Can you draw it?
do it with that.
Can you draw it?
Don't draw your password for the police. Ever. Make them work for it if they're gonna get shit out of your phone. Come on.
Yeah, it's not even gonna turn on.
Well, yeah, but we don't want to give you somebody else.
Don't do
wanna give it
this.
to somebody else.
Darrell, are you stupid enough to draw them the password to your phone? Let's see.
It's a 7.
It's a 7. Okay, now I know the password to his phone. Oof. Yeah, okay, let's just share Derek's password with everybody. It's very likely just one swipe this way, then one swipe this way. That's his password. That's how he opened his screen, and now the cops know that too.
It's typically it's
The
6.
phone is dead, so
Like I said, we can charge it. I don't want somebody else to say, "Oh, that's my phone,"
You
and then we're giving your property to somebody else.
That's another lie.
wait a minute. So that sounds like y'all got my phone.
They got your phone. Ah! You're catching on. You're catching on now, dude.
I didn't say we had it. I said if we find it.
Okay, I've got to rewind. That was actually.
Wait a minute. So that sounds like y'all got my phone.
Wait a minute. Yeah, you should be suspicious this whole time, dude. You're being interrogated.
If we find it. I didn't say we had it. I said if we find it.
It's a 7.
They have it already. Oh man, you just shared your password
Alright. So this way.
consensually with the
No, I
police.
don't know if they have it now.
What
if
an
we find it,
idiot.
we don't have it, so it.
Oh my god, what a moron. Holy shit.
And the video stopped at 1 hour, 54 minutes, 30 seconds. Can you
Oh my God,
can you
this
explain
guy.
to the jury what just happened?
Overrule.
What happened was he was stupid enough to volunteer his password.
So in this clip, there's a couple things. First, obviously, the conversation with Mr. Brooks at this point has gotten into the parade issue, the driving issue, which is a little bit more serious.
A little bit. You're touching on it.
I noted that for the first time in a long time.
Raise red flags.
He began bringing up pain in his shoulder again.
Oh yeah.
Something he hadn't been doing for quite some time up to that point.
Good observation.
It seemed and felt deceptive, as if it was perhaps a stalling tactic.
Of course it is.
The other
He's-
issue became, in the
he's so
context, was the phone.
transparent with his stalling tactics, it's
The
ridiculous.
phone that we ultimately recovered from Mr. Brooks. One was an Apple iPhone. That is the code I was specifically requesting from Mr. Brooks at this point. We have forensic analysts who download electronic devices. Those could be DVR systems, computers, but most oftentimes in our technology today, they're cell phones. And when I provided that code to Detective David Fine, who
It didn't work.
does that type of work, he indicated that could not be the code, as the Apple iPhones did not have swipe codes. They should have had numeric or facial recognition.
Interesting. So he wasn't as stupid as I thought. Okay. I'll give him credit. I'll give him credit. He did not volunteer his password to the police. He's not that stupid. Even he's not that stupid. Okay, good.
Thank you. Directing you now to 2 hours, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and playing until 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 45 seconds. And it is starting at 2:02:30.
And if anybody's making fun of me for not knowing that iPhones don't have it, I've never owned an iPhone, and iPhones suck. Apple products suck. Don't at me.
For me to look forward to, but it's like this woman, man.
This morning.
And I love her to death, man. I want her to be my wife, man, but I just wish somebody could tell her that. Like,
bro, you just said that you don't want anything to do with her, that you would that she wanted to sleep with you, bro. You're like, no, I just want my money, nothing like that. And now you're trying to argue that you just, if only somebody would tell her how much you love her and how much you want her to be your wife, after beating her in the car and giving her a black eye and a swollen eye socket. Yeah, this guy needs to go to jail ASAP.
I wish somebody could really tell her, like, man, this dude loves you, man.
What a piece of shit.
Literally wants to marry you.
What a huge pile of human trash. He's worse than a psychopath.
Don't go mess with nobody else, man.
You literally admitted that you were going to mess with somebody else.
I'm not going to continue to be the scapegoat because you want to drink. And when you know I don't, you making it seem like I just...
The reason why he keeps bringing it back to the domestic incident is because in his mind, facing the harsh reality that he beat up his ex-girlfriend is easier than facing the harsh reality that he just murdered 6 people. So he thinks that if he sticks to this more comfortable topic, then he'll be able... He's kind of using an escapism in a way to try to escape the situation that he's in, and it's really pathetic, and of course it just delays the inevitable, another part of his obvious delay tactics.
Beat up on you. Like I'm just like you're a punching bag or something. I don't wake up and be like, oh, bitch, I'm gonna hit you. Well, like, what?
Yeah, not immediately after you wake up. You first have a cup of coffee and then bitch, I'm gonna beat you. You have to get your morning routine out of the way first. Maybe wake up, brush your teeth, have a cup of coffee, eat breakfast, and then beat the bitch up.
It's like almost like I'm demonized here. Like,
oh no,
no, not you, not y'all saying that. But it's just I feel that way because
you're trying to.
You're probably the closest thing to demonic that I can imagine.
I know you heard that. Oh my god.
I didn't hear shit.
Oh, that fucking hurt.
Sure.
I know you heard that.
I heard it. It's in check.
Yeah, now let's get back to the topic at hand.
Fuck.
You want us to check?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, give us a minute. See what we got.
Dude, it gotta be something wrong, man.
This guy is the worst
Sometimes brains will
investigatee.
pop too.
If there's such a
Why is
word.
it hurting like this and they say there's nothing? Dude.
Because sprains can actually be more painful than a break.
Whatever
they got,
they did,
Whatever they did, they told you, sir, get on the ground. And you got on the ground voluntarily, by yourself, not touched by anybody. So if your shoulder's fucked up, it's your fault for getting down to the ground in a bad way. And of course, this is just an act and a very bad one. I think, you know what? I'll give him a little bit of credit. He's only or let me put it this way. Amber Heard is still a worse actress than he is, but not by a huge margin. That's what I was going to say.
You want to keep the food? Why don't you keep the food and the soda, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
He knows the cameras are still on, and he's even looking at them probably. Maybe he doesn't know that the cameras are on, because he forgot about his shoulder immediately. What an idiot! What an idiot! Come on. Of course, they're not stupid. They wouldn't leave him with anything that would actually help him out. Is he gonna try to make a phone call? Oh, okay, this is hilarious. I'm gonna maybe rewind this a few more times. This is actually pretty funny. When they step back into the room, he notices that he got caught red-handed, and his slow reaction time kind of fucked him over, so he kind of did the oh yeah, I was actually just covering my eyes because my shoulder hurts. Okay, this is hilarious. I wonder if they were watching him in real time doing all of this.
Yeah. I think we got that Tylenol. We'll be right with you.
Credibility shredded in 5 seconds. This is some amazing shit right here. This is, let's say, even if if the jury had no opportunity to assess his credibility before this point in the trial right now at day 9, just this, and all they could see are these 5 seconds. That's it. That's all you need. He's a fucking liar. He's an actor. He's a better actor than Amber Heard, which isn't,
I think we got
doesn't
that
say
Tylenol.
that much. And he doesn't realize there's cameras in
And the
this
clip
room.
ended at 2:05:45. Can you describe for the jury what you saw here?
Yes, ma'am. So.
Okay, let's hear his description.
What I noted is that.
As soon as he left the room,
Mr. Brooks initially, as we're in the room, continues to suggest that he's in severe pain. And once we're out of the room, groaning, there's no more grabbing of his shoulder. Rather, there's an interest in looking at the paperwork that's left behind and attempting to use the phone. As soon as that door opens,
he's back to grabbing his
Mr.
face
Brooks then
because he
suddenly
couldn't.
Places his face into his hands and his.
Yeah, he
suddenly
couldn't
in
get all the
despair.
way to his shoulder fast enough for it to not look completely
Moving
fake.
to 2 hours 49 minutes 0 seconds and playing till 2 hours 50 minutes 40 seconds.
Oh my
And we
god.
are at now 2 hours 49 minutes 0 seconds.
This has so far been the most entertaining part. Watching the interrogation is amazing.
So this is my thing between me and you, Ben. What if it wasn't me driving?
So is this the timeline? Oh wait, he's talking about him
What if
driving.
it wasn't you? What if it was my mom's truck? Mm-hmm. But I wasn't driving.
Is he trying to throw his mom under the bus? Is he trying to throw his mom under the bus, claiming that she was the one who was driving? If that's what he's doing, that's amazing.
What if it was you?
What if it wasn't me?
Mm-hmm. Who else would it be?
That's what I'm asking. Not asking you who else would it be, but I'm just asking.
The universe in general.
I knew.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be asked to give that information?
Well, like I said, we're here to gather
All the information.
So if somebody else was driving that car, yeah, I would want to know who that car is so we can go talk to that person.
Yep.
But a huge part of that is going to be your honesty with it.
Right. No, I was just asking.
Yeah, just asking.
You know,
Just asking.
You know. You've already figured out you're not an idiot. You're not a dumb man.
He
You're a
is.
smart guy.
Right.
He is. He's one of the stupidest people I've ever seen ever in my life. It's just that his arrogance can rival his stupidity. So he pretends to not be as stupid as he is, and he tries as hard as he is stupid.
I see that.
Wow.
You know that we've been working on this.
He is
The
a
video stopped
massively
at 2
stupid
hours,
man.
50 minutes, 40 seconds. What's going on here?
Overruled the witness. May I answer?
So at this point, Mr. Brooks, I've stepped out of the room as offering up to Detective Stern that there's a possibility that someone else may have been driving the vehicle. Now, when asked about that, as we can see, he pretends he doesn't know who that person would be. It's untruthfulness, it's deception.
He's trying to come up with stories on the fly.
I'm going to advise the witness to refrain from characterizing what Mr. Brooks is saying
She's
or
right,
not
though.
saying. It is solely up to this jury to determine credibility of
He
any
has-
of the witnesses and the believability of
I
any
trust the jury
statements
to
made
be able
during
to
these
completely assess his
interviews, and I'm gonna
credibility
strike,
based on this
that
video.
characterization from the record. Please ask.
And she's just objected for him when it would have actually been proper for him to object, and he didn't.
Another question.
Sir, this interview goes on for another 2+ hours, is that correct?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled, it's foundational. At this point, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Does Mr. Brooks at any time ever tell you that someone else is driving his mom's red SUV?
Objection, I don't consent to being called.
I think what he was actually trying to do, literally, was leave the implication floating that it was his mom that ran all those people over, and he wanted to throw his mom under the bus for murder. Wow. I think that's what's going on here. I think he's leaving the implication floating that because what he said was, well, the vehicle is registered for my mom, so what if I wasn't the person driving it? Kind of literally trying to frame his mom for the murders that he has committed to get out of it. He is the most vile person I can imagine. Not even the most vile person I've ever seen in reality, because that is obviously true. But I don't think I can imagine a villain that is more vile than this motherfucker and less relatable than this motherfucker.
That name.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Leading the witness.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No other individual or no other name is ever provided.
Thank you.
He was trying to
Now
implicate
direct you
his
to
mom.
2 hours, 57 minutes, 30 seconds, playing till 3 hours, 5 minutes, 41 seconds. It is now at 2 hours, 57 minutes, 30 seconds, and as the video commence.
It's hurtful. So you brought that up where you don't want to see anybody. Where are their nose?
Would you say that
I'll
it's
show you in a
more
minute.
hurtful than being
You don't want to see
hit
anybody
by a
get
car?
hurt, or sorry, you don't want to see anybody get charged for something they didn't do. But you already brought up too that if somebody did something, that they should be held accountable for it.
Oh yeah.
And that you're willing to accept responsibility.
What's going on?
If it's
Can I show you something?
You look like you gotta film me or something.
No, I'm not filming it. That you? That's you.
Nah, I ain't got no, it look like whoever, it look like Gray.
Looks like gray. Like something gray that would be easy to get rid of and stay in a short-sleeved red shirt that is completely weather inappropriate.
It's in your face.
Nah, that's not me.
That's not me.
It's not you.
That's not me.
That's not you.
No, I don't.
Darrell.
That's a
Darrell.
So, as I said yesterday, his strategy for this entire... I suppose his closing arguments are going to be, this is all a case of mistaken identity, it wasn't me in the car.
That's you.
That's you, Darrell.
Why you say it like that, man?
Because they have literal
We talked about
evidence.
the honesty piece. You keep telling me that you tell the truth when you did do something. You
Here's
take
Mom's
responsibility when you do something.
That's not me. I didn't do nothing.
There's your mom's car again.
Now, at this point, a lot of people would break, but he's a psychopath, so it won't faze him at all. I'm willing to bet.
Mom's car again.
Usually, people at this point kind of start facing the realization of what they've actually done, and that they're not getting away from it, and then they break down. I kind of doubt that this person is able to even acknowledge any kind of responsibility for what happened, even to himself, even despite knowing that he's the one who did it.
I know you care a lot about children.
Next to the child, who's on my
Yeah.
brother.
Oh my god.
It's your mom's car.
Yeah, I was just asking him about about.
That's your mom's car
going on with that.
that we took the key for from you.
Yup. Keys were in your
So-
pocket. So someone else drove the car, handed you the keys, and then said, "Peace!" Just pieced off, left you the keys for the murder weapon.
You can't tell me at this point I'm playing any games anymore, you know?
I didn't say you was playing games from the get-go.
Well, you felt like
Just
we were being totally straight.
last night I felt like
It wasn't
y'all-
as, it wasn't
y'all
as
knew
fluid
more.
as you wanted.
No, it wasn't the flu. It was just
And it wasn't as much as I wanted either.
I knew that y'all knew more than what y'all was saying.
Yeah, and you
I
knew
felt
more
like
than what
last
you were
night
saying.
with that whole, them coming in the way they did, and because I'm sitting there in the thing and I'm watching them walk past, like, what in the hell? And seeing that, I just felt like, okay, y'all already know what y'all want to do, what y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just want. I didn't know what y'all want. It just seemed like y'all knew more than what y'all was gonna tell me. It was more so like I feel like I was.
Yeah,
being
your
real
suspicions were
rough.
correct,
Like,
but you
okay,
still had
tell
hope
me
because
this.
you're that much
But
of a
we
fool.
already know over here what we gonna do. We already know what we're gonna do right here. We just want you to tell them yourself and say you did this and did that, so we can already justify what we already want to do. And it's like I don't feel like that's fair.
What time did you come out here with the car? What time did you head out from Milwaukee?
Look at this
I don't
princess.
wanna
He's
talk,
worried
man.
about
I
fairness.
don't want to talk if I'm not getting nothing.
I just showed you 3 pictures.
Okay,
man.
you showed me pictures, but you're not telling me what I'm facing.
You know what you're facing.
I don't. That's
You
the
know.
whole.
You
That's
drove
why I
down
keep
a street.
asking.
You drove down a parade route. You got a pretty good idea what you're facing.
You
He
see what
knows
I'm
what
saying?
he's
So now
facing.
this is more stuff coming out, man.
Yep, we told you we were looking for that explanation.
And that's you.
And all I'm saying
behind
is,
the
look,
wheel.
all somebody got to do is just tell me what I'm facing. I'll tell you guys whatever you want to know.
There it
I
is.
said that 3-4
That's it.
times.
He's saying.
There it is.
You know what you're
And
facing.
it's
Now
like,
tell us what
no.
you know.
So Darrell, what were you thinking when you went driving through this parade?
What am I facing?
You know what you're
That's
facing.
all I want to know.
You know what you're
I have no
facing,
problem
dude.
talking with you
You got
guys.
people injured that had to go to the hospital.
So they're saying I injured somebody, or you're saying I.
No. Well, what they're saying that you injured somebody. What they're not saying is that people went to the hospital and some other people went to the cemetery.
Injured somebody.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at what, reckless endangerment?
Reckless endangerment! Oh, look at this motherfucker! Oh, that's hilarious, actually. Reckless endangerment. Oh, look at this motherfucker. Dude, they know. They know and you know. What the fuck are you talking about, moron?
Very least, yeah.
The very least.
Very
People
least.
got hurt. That's reckless endangerment. I don't know exactly what they're going to classify it. Yeah, people had legs broken.
Endangerment's where you may have hurt somebody by your actions. You did hurt somebody by your actions.
So what am I being charged with? That's what I'm trying to
I don't
say.
know exactly.
Multiple
yet.
homicide at the
I don't
very
know all
least.
of the details. You're not going to get that out of me. I'm sorry. I'm explaining to you
What we
driving down
know.
there. You're looking at people got hurt. People got some broken legs.
And y'all saying
He's asking questions. What he's not doing is what he promised he will do. Tell them everything he knows.
and that's me.
I know that's you.
How you know that's you?
Because I can recognize you. I can tell it's you. And that's your mom's car.
And the
She
keys were in
has a
your
key for it.
fucking pocket.
I can ID you.
People saw you.
I'm just asking you to be honest about it.
You're wearing a red short sleeve shirt in freezing cold.
What do you think you're facing?
I don't.
What
All
do
I
you
said
think you're
is
facing? What do you think hypothetically? I mean, you've been through this gamut before.
right, and y'all knew I was getting charged with this from day one. So why y'all couldn't just charge me and take me to county jail where y'all was gonna take me, man?
Because that,
Because you wanted me to tell on myself.
Because
That's
that-
basically
Yeah,
what you told us.
yeah. They wanted to get you to tell on yourself, and you agreed. You said as long as they tell you what they're charging you with, you wouldn't mind telling them everything. Why are you being such a drama queen about it now?
So there was reasons for everything.
What a piece
No, I'm
of
saying,
shit.
but- and I'm not trying to piss y'all still. I'm not tripping with y'all because y'all been straight up. So I'm not. But I'm saying, come on, dude. If y'all knew this already, why y'all just didn't take me to? Why y'all just didn't do what y'all had to do?
Here's where you're at right now.
And he's pretty much admitting to the act here, and the jury can clearly interpret this as him admitting guilt. I would if I was in the jury right now and watching this. Yeah, he's going to jail for a long time. He's getting completely shafted. And good.
It's like you take me through the runaround to get me to do something that y'all already.
Can I speak? Here's where you're at. Okay. I'll tell you straight. Here's where you're at. One of two people did this. And I mean that from a human perspective. There's the God-fearing Christian who loves his kids and his
Oh
mom, and
no,
you say
not
you are,
this
and I want to believe you are.
vacuous
In many
nonsense.
ways,
Come on,
you
investigator.
presented
I
yourself
liked
as,
you.
Who went out, got in a fight with his girl, argument, whatever you want to.
I'm sorry, this seems pretty desperate to try to get info out of him if you're going to use this kind of, no, there's two different people, be the better person, don't be the evil Darrell, be the good Darrell. Come on, bro.
Call it and went and just done screwed up.
This is pathetic.
Or there's the malicious guy. The malicious guy who has lied to me about his
That's
love
what
for
he
God,
is.
who's lied to me about his love for his mother, who's lied to me about his love for
Don't
his
spin
children.
it. Don't spin it, man.
Don't spin it, you were trying to get her implicated for murder, you stupid motherfucker.
It's one of those two people, man.
I'm just saying, don't
What
spin
is it
it.
then?
Don't spin it, man, because I'm not.
Which one are you?
You're not gonna spin it, dude.
Which guy are you?
I'm the God-fearing guy that you've been talking to since last night,
Then
man.
tell me the truth about
And you know
driving
that.
down
And you
that
know
road.
that.
Then tell
you
me
know
the
that.
truth about driving down that
Tell
road.
me what I'm facing.
They don't know shit.
I just told you some of what you're facing.
Some.
They don't know what you're gonna face.
Reckless endangerment. That's almost like saying I killed somebody.
No, you want me to give you the entire case without
You don't,
giving
you don't
me
have
anything,
to.
and I'm
No,
not
I'm
going
not.
to do that.
That's not
I'm
what
not
I'm
going to
asking.
do that.
That's not what I'm asking.
That's what
You
is.
are.
That's
No,
what
I'm
he's
not.
asking.
No, I'm
Remember when I
not.
talked to you about perspective?
I'm not.
Remember when I talked to you about perspective? Truth somewhere in the middle, all that?
Yeah,
That's how
yeah.
I see what
And
you're
saying
asking
you
me.
got me doing all this and that, but y'all sit up here and come in here. Well, not. I'm not blaming it on you guys. I'm not. But y'all sit up here and here. The police do this every single time. Even when you try to be, look.
Show me
you
a guy you say
try to be straight up with them. You try to tell them the truth. You try to do all this and that.
You
and they
told them
still
nothing but lies.
railroad you
You're not trying
every
to tell me the truth.
single time.
You're not trying to tell me the truth.
Not
anymore.
It's not even, no, it don't got nothing to do with that, because I just told you, I don't have a problem with telling you everything you want to know. I just
Then
wanted
do
to
it.
have an
Tell me what I wanna
idea.
know.
I just wanted to have an idea. That's all I said last
Then tell
night.
him.
You know what I want to know.
And
I wanna know
that's
what
all I
happens.
said
And
today.
You know what happens.
Okay, what am I being charged with? What are y'all going to charge me with?
So
What are
you're
y'all
not
gonna
telling them
recommend?
shit.
What are y'all going to do? Because at the end of the day, I'm still, this is why I feel the way I feel.
Nobody gives a shit what you feel, bro. Delay tactics.
The video stopped at 3 hours, 5 minutes, 41 seconds. Sir, you had walked into this room or...
This is a man whose parents have never taught him that actions have consequences.
I believe you had presented a cell phone to Mr. Brooks. Do you recall that in the video?
Video.
There's
that
been
an
an objection. I'm going to
Nobody could
sustain
hear
it.
it.
I'm just asking you lay a better foundation.
Sure. So you came in and you had your cell phone with you, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Did you receive any additional information when you and Detective Stern went out of the room prior to this clip?
Objection. Whether it's
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
What information did you receive?
objection leading.
Overruled.
That's the opposite of leading.
Specifically the photographs that I brought into the room.
Okay. And what was on your phone?
Objection.
Overruled.
Relevancy. Can't see what's on the phone from the video.
Overruled.
What?
The witness may answer. You can ask him on cross-examination if you have questions.
So the video or the photo I showed on the phone, if you look at the monitor right now.
Come on, go to cross.
I'm facing it.
I want him to open the door.
You face it up there. The right half.
And you can, it's a touch screen. So if you want to circle something or point to something, and you can use your finger.
Your finger, not that
Yeah,
tool. That
sorry.
tool doesn't work.
You can use your finger.
Sorry, I kind of drew over
That's
it.
what she
but
said.
That half of the paper is a photograph that I was able to positively identify as Darrell Brooks, the defendant, behind the wheel of the red Ford Escape while it was in the middle of the parade route. That picture was the same one that was on the phone when I showed it to him.
Okay.
How do we know that?
That's not your time to ask questions,
We'll
moron.
be able to cross-examine the witness. That statement by Mr. Brooks is, I'm directing the jury to disregard as it's not proper testimony. Go ahead, next question.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Ooh,
What were the other, what was on the other papers?
that was untypical behavior of him.
So the other papers, one of them was Mr. Brooks' vehicle shortly after it had entered the parade route. That is where I specify to him he's driving past a child. There's a child towards the passenger side of the vehicle. Another one is the vehicle where it was located parked on Maple Avenue within the city. I would also note that when you look at those photos carefully, the initial one as Mr. Brooks is entering the route and passing by this child, you can see the vehicle is undamaged, where the second one I showed him where it's parked is significantly damaged on the front end.
Were those the photos, all the photos that you showed him at this time?
At that point, yes, they were.
Okay. Now, he had said twice in this, I don't know if you recall, I will tell you what you want to know. Do you recall that being stated by Mr. Brooks?
He didn't.
Leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What did you want to know?
Why did it?
I wanted to know why he drove through the route.
Even
I
though
wanted to know
why
what
is irrelevant.
caused him to make that decision.
You wasted your
What was
time on
going
an
through his
irrelevant
mind.
question.
The evidence at that point, and this is evidence, as I'm stating, it indicated his mother's vehicle drove through the route, that he was the individual driving through the parade route when the vehicle went through the route, and I was looking for explanations why, intent, motive, whatever it might be, for him to tell me, and
Why would there ever be
he's not willing to
what's
do
the
that.
what's the legitimate motive to mow down people in a parade, dude? What's the legitimate motive? And if it's not, and if there can never be a legitimate motive, then what's the point in understanding why? I mean, why wouldn't really matter, would it? I mean, figuring out more key details to be able to secure his conviction and secure his place in prison would have been preferable than answering the why. The only thing it does is give closure, and even that closure isn't gonna bring back all the dead people that this guy caused to die. So I don't know how important why questions are in general.
This video goes on for another hour and 50 minutes. Did he ever answer that question?
Nope.
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, he did not.
That was all the late
Direct your
tactics.
attention
Of course
to
he didn't.
video at 3 hours, 5 minutes, 57 seconds to 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 58 seconds. It is now starting at 3 hours, 5 minutes, 57 seconds.
Go ahead.
He'll probably go before a judge, right? What do you want him to think?
I mean, I don't, it's nothing I can have them think because y'all already basically said, okay, this is what happened. We just want you to tell us that this is what happened so we can just charge you with this, which we're going to charge you with.
Are you the good guy that screwed up or the evil guy that doesn't care?
Oh, I definitely care. I
Okay, tell me
definitely
the truth.
care. I definitely care.
If you
Why would you try to
definitely
spin it
care.
like that? Just because I don't want to tell you something. Now I don't care. Now I'm the malicious guy. Now I'm this. Now I'm that.
Bro, you were interrupting people whose children you ran over in court. You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
Just because I don't want to talk.
One other option, you know the truth. We've been talking for a couple
Y'all
hours.
apparently know the truth too.
And I told
Apparently.
you when we came in, it was to get
Man,
your
you knew this
perspective and your
last
side.
night. Come on, Kirk. You knew this last night, man.
This was, I
You
told
knew
you
this
that.
last
This just came
night.
out. Yes, I
And
told
you
you.
were
You could've let
lying
us know.
about this whole
Some
time.
people got hurt. We want to know what happened then.
I didn't know enough details last night. There were people out there all night, processing a scene, the entire night, until about, I don't know,
6 a.m.
noon today.
Come on, man.
Noon
Y'all knew
today,
all
wow.
this. Y'all knew all this, man.
I didn't know everything. I'm telling you, you can believe me if you want, but I got no reason to
Because I
lie
know
to you. It
y'all
was
not.
complete
I'm not
chaos.
saying. Listen, I'm not saying you're lying.
It was complete
No,
chaos.
we're saying you're lying.
So that's what took so long.
I'm not.
But you
But
know
also,
how it got to be that
but
way. So
also,
tell us how it got to be
I
that
can't
way.
even get a word in.
Because we're going round and around and
Okay,
around,
well,
Darrell.
We're just gonna keep going around and around here.
And you're
That's
acting
what he
like
wants.
You don't,
I mean,
almost
it's
acting like you don't know what these are, and you do.
no, you making it seem like I don't care.
You
like
don't.
I'm just this heartless type of person, dude.
You're a
I mean,
monster.
even, okay, that's fine, but look at my position.
What's
I've
your
been here
position?
For 24 hours, I haven't even gotten a shower, good sleep. My shoulders
Oh no, you killed 6 people, but look at me. I didn't get the shower.
fucked up. I haven't even got a phone call to even notify anybody, talk to my family whatsoever, not one time.
Fuck off, you bastard.
I'm disappointed too because you lied to me, Kurt.
Because
You lied to
you
me.
talked about what
Nothing.
you want
Listen.
him to do with
Listen,
one of your kids.
and
out
didn't I
there.
just
What do you
say
want him to do with
I
one of your
don't
kids?
have any problem telling you what
Then
happened. The
you do
only
because you
thing I'm saying
never
is
do.
I feel like you were trying to railroad me by how you went about it.
Of
That's
course.
all I'm saying.
They're not your friends,
That's
you
it.
moron.
I'm not saying.
Okay, we've
I'm not
discussed that
saying-
for about an hour. So tell me what happened when you
See
drove
what I'm
off.
saying?
We're not going to make any more progress on that. I get you're pissed about that, and I'm not going to fault you for it. I'm not going to tell you not to be mad. I'm not going to tell you not to feel like, man, that was bullshit. What? Carp, why'd you do that? If that's the way you feel, gotcha. It's okay. I'm not going to tell you you can't. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how you should or should not feel about how I went about presenting.
Now, this
things
is a
last
nice
night.
way of disarming his
Okay, but what
bullshit
I've
right now.
with and told you today is your mom's car is out here. I've now shown it to you. You know, you want me to, tell you all these things.
No.
Hold on. But what I told you from the start, and I did tell you this, is that part of it's a give and take. There's things I'll tell you, but I can't just tell you everything. We've shown you pictures, all right? We talked about if the roles were reversed, what you...
Never give and take. What Darrell is doing is ironically smart. He's extracting information from the investigators by promising to provide information, but then when they want that information, he's saying, fuck you, I'm not going to tell you anything. That's how people should act, but on the other hand, he is stupid because he should have had a lawyer with him since yesterday, and he should not be talking to the cops at all. He should be shutting the fuck up. Even if it takes 12 hours of him sitting in absolute silence, then so be it. That's what he should do.
You'd want my partner, Ben,
Yes.
to do.
Yeah, you did say that.
We talked about that. What would you want it to do if it was your kid with the broken leg?
And look,
So a
I
kid
want
got
to
hurt?
believe a lot of people did.
A lot of people got hurt.
Yeah,
How much was a few dozen?
yeah. Darrell, you were there.
No, I'm saying a lot of people got hurt.
Yeah, there's people hurt, man.
That was subtle. This dude said, Darrell, you were there. And he's like, what? A lot of people got hurt? It's like he didn't hear him. But hey, it's literally a tactic admission that that he is in fact guilty and he knows exactly what they're talking about. It's a tactic admission.
Broken legs and stuff, like I told you. Concussions, hit their head.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see that happen to nobody, dude.
I don't believe you would either.
Yeah, but you
And I'm
just
not saying it's on purpose.
you just thought, yo, this dude is heartless.
He is heartless.
You know
I
what
didn't
I'm
say
saying?
that. I'm
It's
asking
like,
you
fuck,
what
man.
Where's
you
your
want
remorse right
it
now?
to be perceived as.
Where is your remorse right now to prove them wrong about you being heartless? You fucking monster.
Tell us how it is then. We're wrong, and it's not heartless. Tell us what it was.
I'm here to listen if it's something different.
Yeah, I mean, there's a legitimate reason for running over 6 people in a parade, including children and grannies, and killing a bunch of old women. It's like, let's hear the legitimate reason for doing that, the one that will not get you in trouble, as if such a thing can ever exist.
Yeah, I haven't walked out.
Come on, Hurt. Come on, y'all know. Listen, man. Y'all know. If I did not talk to that woman, I would have never, ever be sitting right here talking to y'all right now.
Was that his way of saying that he was so pissed off out of that conversation that he just ran a bunch of people over because he was angry? Is that a tactic admission that that's what his motivations were? I mean, I thought it was. I still think it's stupid to spend this much time on a why question, but it seems like it was actually at least fruitful.
I'm not blaming her. Like I told you, I'm not going to demonize that woman. She's a good woman when she's not drinking.
But you're a piece of shit whether or not you're drinking.
It's not about her anymore, Darrell.
I know, but
and I
I'm
believe
just
that she wouldn't be in this position if you hadn't talked to her. I
Okay.
believe that.
You didn't have to put the picture down. You didn't have to.
The stroller.
That's a stroller.
Yeah.
So a kid got hurt.
Yeah.
A baby.
A kid.
Yeah.
A baby.
Bad. You said a lot of people got
Get
hurt.
checked out. Yeah.
A lot of people got hurt.
To me, it's a pretty good injury if a doctor's got to check you out or you got a broken leg.
Yeah, so what do you call my shoulder?
We call your shoulder faking it, then. That's what we call your shoulder.
I'm just making a joke, but
Yeah, making a joke. It's totally inappropriate when they're showing you a fucking stroller and you're supposed to not be a monster. Okay, you're trying to prove to them that you're not heartless by making a joke while they're showing you a picture of an injured baby in a stroller that you ran over. Oh my god, this is unreal.
yeah.
I don't know. Well, I want to believe you're the man you say you are, Darrell, but I'm not laughing.
Bro, he is more heartless
No, I was just saying.
than
No,
even
it's
they
not.
assume.
It's never been that, dude. I don't take my life as a joke. I don't.
You take other
I don't
people's
take my
lives
life
as a
no
joke.
I
Other
was just
people's
making
lives
a
you
joke
do.
about my shoulder when you just said, if it's a serious injury, if you got to get looked out. And I was just saying I had to get looked out, but they didn't say it was serious. They treated it like, oh,
Let's say spend the night.
you're the guy in cuffs, so
There's a picture of a stroller. This is not appropriate, dude.
You said that part, not me.
no, I'm just saying that's how they, not how you acted, that's how they were acting. It's like, oh, well, there's nothing broken. Well, why do I keep having this thriving burning pain if there's nothing wrong?
That's a very interesting question. One of the circular ones that he loves asking, where it's like, well, if I claim that my shoulder hurts, then how could I be lying if my shoulder hurts? And you can know that my shoulder hurts because I said so.
Where were you going, Darrell? Help us understand something.
I can do that. I just want to understand what's.
So these parents
Delay
why
tactics.
their
Again,
kid
delay
got hurt,
tactics.
just the way you want to know why your kid got hurt.
I want to understand what I'm looking at. That's it.
Yeah, and they want to know why you ran over babies. That's it.
Yeah, that's
At the very
something
least.
you're looking at, right?
Just because some people got hurt.
Yeah, people.
Just because some people got hurt. He's saying, wait, so you're going to charge me with reckless endangerment just because some people got hurt? Come on, guys. Come on.
Got hurt.
Now, I just want to say this. You know that when you said it wasn't the end of the world type thing,
Because nothing's the end of the world.
it is.
It is.
I'll tell you why.
Not when you have.
All of this is great that the jury is seeing this. This is beautiful. I mean, it's hard to watch. But, I mean, he's guilty as shit. I didn't even need to see the trial. All I needed is this interview.
Not when you have God in your life. It's not.
It is because
That's what I believe anyway.
I believe that too, but you don't want to have God in your life and you're sitting in prison. Can't see your family, can't see nobody.
You're gonna make a new family with your new daddy in prison.
And the clip stopped at 3 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds. Sir, what went on in this clip?
Overruled, the witness may answer.
So in the clip, I was continuing to try to get Mr. Brooks to tell myself and Detective Stern what occurred, explain the reasons why, understand, how and why it happened. I was more direct with him at this point and, told him that recklessly endangering safety was certainly a possibility as a charge here. I let him know that people got hurt, including broken legs and concussions, yet Mr. Brooks was still unwilling to explain to us, give us the clarity, give us the information we were asking.
Well, he did it inadvertently by saying, well, just because a few people got hurt, you're going to charge me with reckless endangerment? Come on, man. That does tell you his motivation. His motivation was he literally has absolutely zero value to human life, and the only thing he cares about is only himself. Not even his mom, not even his children, not even the mother of his children. Nobody. The only thing he cares about is himself and himself alone.
To understand, why he did it. Despite us talking about God, I talk about Detective Stern and what, if he had injured one of his.
If this man would face God, I don't personally believe in God, but if he would ever find himself being judged by God for his sins, he would try to bullshit his way out of it. He would try to gaslight God himself as to what actually happened. That's the type of person we're dealing with here.
Mr. Brooks's children, that's something that comes up, and what he would want a person to do if this was one of his own family members, I guess, to say if the roles were reversed. But none of those things were anything that made him any more willing to speak to us. It continued to be really demands to know what he was being charged with, even though at that point he's being told what he's very likely looking at.
You're a liar, and you are under oath right now where he isn't. So you better tread lightly, sir, because what you're saying is that you told him what he's facing. But no, you said reckless endangerment. He's not facing reckless endangerment charges. If I'm not mistaken, There was even a plea to drop all of the reckless endangerment charges because you don't even need them. I mean, there's so much other charges that you could bring against him that the reckless endangerment ones are just kindling to an already okay, I'm bad at metaphors. Fuck it. It doesn't really matter in any case. Yeah, reckless endangerment is not what he's actually gonna be going to prison for.
But that kind of back and forth just continued to occur.
At any time during the time you spent with Mr. Brooks on the 22nd or the 21st, did he ever ask how any of the injured people were doing?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name in this leading the witness.
Yeah, he's being
Overruled
disruptive again.
as to both. The witness may answer.
He knows how damning this is.
No. I mean, for example, I gave examples of concussions, broken legs, but there was no follow-up as to whether
any deaths
these concussions were going to cause people brain damage, whether the broken legs would impair people from walking again, or if there'd be amputations. He never addressed that.
Finally, directing your attention to the video at 3 hours 40 minutes to 3 hours 44 minutes and 2 seconds. It's a
I would like that last answer by the witness strike. How can anyone determine what will happen as a result of an injury? How can you even determine that?
Your objection is noted.
Strike
So rule-
it?
May I
What
have
the fuck are you
timestamp
talking
again
about?
for this clip?
Sure, it's 3 hours 40 minutes 0 seconds to 3 hours 44 minutes 2 seconds.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Where the charges go again?
Just watch something. Just watch something for me.
And more incriminating stuff. I'm already like I'm about to lose my life, man.
You are.
Can I ask a quick question?
Hold on, watch it.
I know. Why do you want me to watch it?
Because I'll show you. I just want you to watch it. Watch it.
Why though?
Watch it for me.
Why though?
Because I want you to see what's in the video.
I want you to bear a bit of responsibility.
Watch it. Will you?
I just want to know why you want me to watch it.
Because I want you to see what's on the video. Why
He wants
don't
you to
wanna watch
feel remorse.
I just want to know why you want me to watch it.
He wants to make a human out of you instead of the monster that you are. He's trying to do you a favor. I don't get why. You're a monster. You don't deserve any favors. You don't deserve anybody to try to make you look any more human than the monster that you are. The judge is doing it. I mean, I understand why the prosecution's doing it. They want to be as professional as possible, but the judge has no excuse. She's doing it. These cops are doing it. Everybody's just trying to give him as much benefit of the doubt as possible. He doesn't deserve any.
I just want you to see what I told you. You're not accepting the answer. I told you I want you to see what's in it. That's why I want you to watch it.
You wanted information from us, we're
I
sharing
want
it.
you to watch it and see what's in it. Yeah, it's a good point. It's information sharing. Okay, so I want you
but
to watch
like
it and
you
see what's in
trying
it.
to. It's like you
Just like you.
badgering me, like a little
But
bit.
Darrell,
Badgering you? You don't know what badgering means, you moron.
And this is more than what we had before. So I am showing you more. I'm asking you to watch it. Will you watch it?
I mean, I don't have a problem with
Okay,
art. I
that's
just
fine.
want to know what was the reasoning.
Because I want you to see what's in it.
Delay tactics again.
I mean, I'm pretty much.
It's not complex. It's
Delay
just, you know what
tactics
I'm saying?
again.
It's just that I want you to see what's
Yeah,
in
it's
it.
not
I'm just
complex. He's
saying,
trying to delay.
I already know. I already have an idea from what you guys was saying earlier.
But I want
So
you
it's
to
like,
see it.
It's like
Yeah, there's a difference between
watching
having an
my-
idea
like, all I'm thinking
and
about
knowing
right now
exactly.
is
Here, we'll talk in a
what a
second.
hell of a journey it's been, but this is how my story ends. That's all I've been thinking about. Like, it's nothing that I want to.
Can you look down?
After all of this, is he gonna still pretend that it's not actually him that's in the car? It looks like he's readily admitting that he realizes that he's facing a long time in prison. That's why you should have a lawyer with you and shut the fuck up. Man, this guy is a retard. He's evil and a retard.
Why do you want me to see that car? Why?
Because I think it's important.
Why is it important?
This is the closest thing to him showing any kind of actual humanity.
I'm not trying to raise my voice at you, or I'm not.
Him being uncomfortable.
I'm just saying, why do you want me to look?
So because I think it's important, so you see what happened.
You told me what happened. You already told me what happened, Kurt.
Didn't tell you the full extent of it.
I understand my life is over. I'm trying to come to grips with that. I'm trying to come to grips with the fact that this is how my story ends. From trying to love somebody, I'll never see my kids again, my mom, my
That's not why. Your life would not have been over if you just punched her in the face. If it ended there, that would not have ended your life. You took it one step further.
This shit is gone for me, and it's like, what is it? What is it to look at more? My life is for me to look at my life in.
That's you.
This is pretty much confirmation that he ran all those people over because he was upset about that interaction with his baby mommy not giving him $350. So what I said earlier was true. He murdered people. He slaughtered people. He injured children. He killed grandmas. He might have even killed children. I'm not really sure. I didn't really check the ages and makeup of his various casualties. But he did all that because his baby mama wouldn't give him $350. Jesus.
Is it looking at my life ending?
Yeah. Your life is done. You're done.
I'm just telling you that.
You're done.
Okay?
You're fucked.
I think it's important you see these.
It's important for me to see my life end.
Yep.
It is important for you to see them.
It is important to see how your life ends.
We're gonna keep going round and round about this, or is there something you want to tell me?
I want to tell you what I already told you. I'm gonna tell you everything you want to know, except that now that I realize exactly what you do know, I realize how bad it would be to tell you what you would want to know. So I'm not gonna do that.
Nothing's gonna help me at this point.
It's not supposed to help you.
Everybody knows what's going on.
It's to help the victims, not you.
Why I was getting investigated, why I was...
This is all for the victims, not for you. You're fucked anyway. This is not for you.
Those are children right there.
Children.
Those are kids. See that little kid right there?
This is... And notice, his shoulder is not hurting. He's too distraught right now, coming to the tiniest bit of terms with what he was doing, that he forgot to act out his shoulder pain. If I were the investigator, I would say, oh, are you sure your shoulder is comfortable in that position? Just to remind him that he needs to keep acting his shoulder thing, just to troll him just a little bit.
You gonna look at it?
Yeah, play him the screaming children. It's good enough.
Sir, and it did stop at 3 hours, 44 minutes, 2 seconds.
Wow, even the cop is like, oh my god, that is so fucking bad.
What were you showing Mr. Brooks?
Oof.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Not leading.
May answer.
I don't consent to that name being used.
At that
Fuck
point,
off.
Hold on. Were you done with the objection?
Yeah, I was.
All right, it's noted and overruled. The witness may answer.
Don't overrule it. Just ignore it.
at that excuse me. At that point, I was showing Mr. Brooks a video that had been provided to me of him operating the red Ford Escape through the parade route. At that specific point, Mr. Brooks was struck members of the Waukesha South Marching Band, and I wanted him to see it. It was more information. He was asking for it. I felt it was important to see his reaction to it. see if he'd be willing to talk about it. And at the point where I paused it and brought the piece of paper that his head is now down on, I paused the video at a point where you could see that it was Mr. Brooks behind the wheel of the vehicle. And the point at which I paused was a still photo of that moment that was on the paper. So it was, I guess, the same picture.
Did you get any further with Mr. Brooks in the next hour that's contained in this?
Probably not.
No, I did not.
Objection of consent to being called that name.
That's not an
Overruled.
objection.
The witness's answer may stand.
On the 22nd, did you end up collecting
Judge, can you stop ruling on non-objections?
DNA from Mr. Brooks?
Yes, I did.
How was that obtained?
Through buccal swab, so they're basically Q-tips out of a sterile package. I used 2 of them, one to swab the inside of the right inside of his mouth and the other the left inside of his mouth.
Sir, just direct your attention back to this video one last time. Did the defendant ever watch that video?
Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Nothing further.
What was the importance of that last
Pause
question? I
for
don't
our
know.
Lunch break now. It's 12:43. I appreciate everyone's patience as we were able to at least complete the direct examination. When we come back from lunch, Mr. Brooks, you can start your cross-examination. We'll take an hour and 15 minutes, so come back at 2 p.m.
Yep, I'll
everyone.
swap
All
to
rise for the jury,
the
please.
next part. Oh shit, there's actually another 30-minute section that Court TV did, so I guess let's do that first. It's supposed to be outside the presence of the jury. There we go.
Jury is on the record and state versus Brooks appearances are as they were before. Just want to make a quick record. It's not something we need to address right at this moment. I provided to the parties the pattern jury instruction 152 related to jury view, and then an instruction I drafted based on that, and I say based on that because this has to do with the view of the vehicle, because I view a view of a scene differently from a view of a vehicle, which is evidence. So again, we don't need to go over this now, but I at least wanted to give those to the parties so that when the appropriate time comes, we can discuss the vehicle, if that is in fact still the request of the state, and then if so,
I'll
what
try to
that
blaze
should be.
through
So
these.
I've provided that to both the parties in written form. Go ahead.
That's the boring
Actually,
parts
I
of this.
appreciate that, and I wanted to bring this up this afternoon so we can plan. Obviously, I don't know if the mics are on.
It should be, yes.
Okay. I'm soft-spoken, I'm sorry.
Said no one ever.
That wasn't funny. Stop it.
So, with the court's permission, we would like to schedule the jury view to occur at 12 noon tomorrow. Now, we may not be through testimony at that point with the state's case, but like we did with the interpreter, if we could get a commitment from the court to pause whatever we're doing around 11:45 or 12 noon tomorrow and lead the jury to the location for the jury view. There's obviously some planning that needs to take place by the sheriff's office. The tow truck needs to be arranged, and I believe the maintenance division needs to assist in some way as well. So what I'm learning is that it's best if we just pick a certain day and time and set it, and then, you know, again, with the judge's permission, kind of work around that in the courtroom. So that is our request, if the court is willing to accommodate that.
In regard to that request, I know I had internal discussions with the sheriff's department because they're in charge of security over the trial, and I don't frankly know how much we've talked about this previously, but it is in a secure location, or will be. I've made arrangements, or I've instructed the sheriff's department that because of the location that we will be in, it's not something that will be that anyone can just follow us to, but a contemporaneous recording will be made and then placed into the record so that the public is aware of what happened, but after. So I did want to add that to the record. In terms of the request, Mr. Brooks, this relates to the viewing of the vehicle that was recovered by the Waukesha Police Department. There were preliminary discussions when you were still represented by counsel, and the request is being made that the viewing of this vehicle take place tomorrow. Your response, if any?
No, it's irrelevant.
First of all, I accept for value in return for value this paperwork. I
Doesn't
guess
mean shit.
I'm still confused as to why there needs to be a jury view.
To see the
I
murder
can have
weapon.
the state put their request on the record again. I'm responding to their request. So go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Yes, Judge, and I believe the court has already approved this request. The motion was filed and ruled on by the court previously, but as Mr. Brooks has been charged in every count with acting while armed with a dangerous weapon, we believe it's relevant and appropriate for the jury to view what we're alleging to be the dangerous weapon in this case, that is the 2010 Ford Escape. It's essentially
extremely reasonable.
Would be no different than bringing a firearm into the courtroom during a
brick.
case.
It doesn't matter what you kill them with. It's reasonable to see the murder weapon.
And I would just simply note the first-degree intentional homicide and first-degree recklessly endangering safety charges are what carry the enhancer for use of a dangerous weapon. Of course, the hit and run does not have that enhancer, nor do the bail jumping and batteries, but
bail
with
jumping?
that caveat.
Oh yeah, he did bail jumping? Okay, I didn't know that.
Mr. Brooks?
I'm confused to that too.
Yeah, you're confused
why
because you're an
only
idiot.
certain charges that have an enhancer?
Well, the court's not going to answer that, sir. Those just happen to be the charges. The state is tasked with proving each one of those charges and any special verdict question that goes along with it. Beyond a reasonable doubt, they bear the burden
It's
of proof,
not the
as was spelled
court's
out
job to
in
teach
all
you
of
law.
the preliminary jury instructions. So that's how I'll answer that. In terms of the jury view, I did grant the motion previously. It was unopposed, and I'm not hearing anything that would cause me
Change
to
your mind.
reconsider that.
Yeah.
In terms of
He just
the
thinks that the murder weapon is irrelevant to the case. That's all.
time that's being requested, do you have any position on that?
Yeah, never. That's this time.
Do I have to be present for this?
I would like you to be, and yes, we're making arrangements for you to be there, sir.
Do I have to be present for it? And also, for the record, I don't consent to the name that's being referred to.
That means
I'll
absolutely
use
nothing.
this opportunity, sir, to ask what name you prefer to be called, because we now have evidence in the record
Interesting.
where you provided your name
Interesting.
upon
Good.
questioning. There was video from when you were taken into custody, and then, of course, Detective Carpenter has testified about that as well. Again, I try to refer to the parties by name because that is how I believe I identify.
It's Judge, I like that you're doing this, but it's pointless because you know why he's doing this. I don't consent to be called by that name bullshit. It has nothing to do with him identifying as a different name. It has only to do with being disruptive. So whatever name you're going to call him, he's going to object to because he wants to be disruptive.
Demonstrate respect and decorum in this courtroom. So if, and we've been given no other name, sir.
He's
by
not
which
going to give them
call you
another
by.
name.
And I must, at that point, go back to what's on the criminal
He wants to be called
which is
the
initial
defendant
charging document.
or whatever. He wants to be
that
called Darrell Brooks in the third
what
person and not you, Darrell
was
Brooks.
filed in order to initiate the case.
With all due respect, the record should be corrected. I didn't put anything on the record that was.
I didn't state that. I said there's
said
evidence in the record.
Well, evidence. What
evidence? What? Me telling them that my name is Darrell Brooks isn't evidence that my name is Darrell Brooks and that I actually do identify by that name.
You referred that evidence to me.
So there's evidence in the record, but be that as it may, I'm just letting you know I'm going to keep referring to you sometimes as defendant, sometimes as sir, sometimes as Darrell Brooks, sometimes as Mr. Brooks.
Unless
I
you have a
understand
better
you may
name.
still have an objection, but I've been given no other name from you by which to call you.
I follow, but there's still a lack of understanding. Are you referring to the name that was?
There's still lack of understanding. What do you mean by the question, which name would you like me to call you by? That question is super confusing to me. I just don't get what you mean by that question. Could you elaborate? Because that question is beyond my mere smooth brain to comprehend. Could you elaborate for smooth brains with a single crease that I gave him last day of trial?
Caps on all the filings.
Court's
Because
not
every
gonna answer
filing that I
sir.
have,
I find the response to be
ridiculous.
Kind of disingenuous.
It is. We all know that he's doing it to be disruptive. It's not because he really takes issue with his name.
So there was
this is, I believe, a tactic by you to create some type of confusion, which I don't believe there is any, about who you are and what name I need to refer to you as.
Yes. I never said you had to refer to me by any specific name. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that every filing that has ever been filed was in capital letters. That's a fact. I have.
Oh, he wrote it in capital letters because sovereign citizens think that if they wrote it in capital letters, that means that it's their corporate entity and not them. But it is them. It's just nonsense bullshit that they made up.
Paperwork to prove that. I don't recognize that.
Okay, so how would you pronounce somebody's all capital letter names? How would you pronounce it?
That name, nor do I know any individual by that name. That's all I'm stating.
Well, let's assume for a second that it's not in all caps. Do you recognize that?
No, I do not.
Okay, well,
Because
we have our answer then. We're going to keep going, sir. We're a little bit off topic in terms of the request by the state. I'll give you one more opportunity to answer that. They've requested that whatever we're doing tomorrow morning, whether it be their case, whether it be
it's a stall tactic.
If you are calling witnesses, that we pause about 11:45 in order for the jurors, the court, and the parties to be taken to that secure location for that jury view. Do you have any position as it relates to that?
Yeah, my position was when I answered, I said, do I have to be present?
I'm requiring you to be there, yes.
And why? What reason do I have to be present?
Unless you're willing to go through a colloquy with this court and intentionally waive your right to be there, because then I'm going to require you to be there.
And that's not explaining why I have to be there, though.
He can waive his right to be there.
Because I'm requiring you to be there, sir.
And you just made that decision now?
Yes.
All right. He's not answering the question that I asked him. We will pause at approximately 11:45 tomorrow morning for that jury view of the vehicle to take place at as soon as we're able to walk over there. But
Cut him off, Judge.
I
You're,
think
good
given the
job.
logistics of everything, it is on campus, but it is in a secure location. That will take place approximately at noon. And as I indicated, the court will require the Sheriff's Department to make a contemporaneous video of that view, which will subsequently be made part of the record to capture that.
Don't I have rights, though, Your Honor?
Don't I have rights, though, Your Honor? You couldn't even think of a more specific question, you idiot.
Right, then with that...
Could I ask another question?
Go ahead.
Scheduling, Your Honor. Could you please indicate your intentions as to how late we will proceed this afternoon so we can line up witnesses?
There's going to be at least
Sure, I'd
another
like
two
to try to,
and a half
we had
hours.
a little bit of a long day yesterday, so I try to balance that out for the jurors. So generally between 4:30 and 5 is when I would like to break, depending on where we're at. If we need to go a little earlier because of the...
Oh, wait, what happened?
Violated, or
these
did I say I'm not?
So that's you need to understand that, sir.
I don't understand anything. And for the record,
All right.
I didn't bring up the word
let
violated.
us continue then. We're
Reported to me by the prosecution. They didn't have to tell me exactly what witnesses was being called on what, and that they would have let any employers or anything know that.
And with that,
Could I ask another question?
go ahead.
Scheduling.
4:30 and 5 is when I would like
that date and time when he would like his witnesses ordered to appear.
He's not going
I
to
don't
answer
see
that. He
anything
said he
was
doesn't want to give him
e-filed.
the order.
So if he is still requesting the assistance of the state to secure
Fuck
the
'em.
appearance of those witnesses, we will need that information, Your Honor. He does not have to give us the exact order, but if he could tell us, as you had suggested, either morning or afternoon, and what day of the week he wants these people here. We have served the subpoenas that he requested at his request in order to assist him. And these witnesses
The state is going
obviously have jobs
way
and
overboard for this
other
man
commitments, so
who is
it's
completely
reasonable to be
disrespecting
able
the
to give them
process. Just
a
stop.
time frame on when they need to be here.
With that, when do you expect to rest?
We're still
Wednesday,
hoping
they
to
said.
rest by the close of business tomorrow, Your Honor, unless something unforeseen happens.
Which is what I suggested from.
Thursday and Friday at this point.
Yes.
Which is what I suggested from the beginning yesterday.
But Mr. Brooks, we need to know which particular witnesses on which day and whether it's AM or PM. Don't need to give me the order. We'll have them come in groupings, but it's not reasonable that they all come on the same date.
I never said it was.
All right, so you need to
Yeah, but you
that
didn't
to the
provide an
DA.
alternative.
I'm supposed to provide that to the DA.
You can write that down, or you can put it orally on the record right now. I asked you to bring it with this morning, and I didn't cover that this morning, so you were put on notice of that. But I'll give you until...
I was put on notice of what?
That you need to provide
Let
this.
me ask Attorney Opper a question. Would tomorrow morning first thing be sufficient for the state to make those arrangements, given that you don't believe you will close your case until the end of the business day tomorrow?
I understand what the court's saying. I think that's reasonable, with the understanding that if somebody needed to give notice to an employer and it can't be accommodated, then that may affect things for Mr. Brooks. But I think 24 hours notice is generally reasonable, and we will do our best. We can assure the court we will do our best to get them here, but I don't know if we'll be able to exactly accommodate the timing that he may or may not want.
All right, so Mr. Brooks,
Objection to that because
you don't have to object. They're
when the,
consulting with
subpoenas
you,
were served to them,
moron.
I'm assuming that they would have let any employers or anything know that they.
No, that's not how it
to
works.
testify in a trial.
That's not how it works.
I don't understand why it will be.
Well, it's obvious you don't understand shit. But if you had a shred of intelligence in you, you would realize that that's not how it works. You get served with a subpoena. It's not a guarantee that you're going to testify. And it's definitely not going to be a guarantee of when you're going to testify, something that you're refusing to provide right now. So what you're saying is that the way you think it works is He tells his employer, well, I got a subpoena. Okay, a subpoena for when? I don't know. Okay, just don't come to work ever, ever, ever again until after you went to testify, because if you've been given a subpoena, that it's a guarantee that you're going to be called to court. What an absolute clown.
Become a problem at the last second.
Well, if you recall, sir, near the end of last week, I don't recall exactly what day we were on, but we knew we weren't going to finish with the state's case at some point, and we had a discussion on the record. If there was any objection by you, if the state told those witnesses they didn't need to appear on Friday, so it obviously had to have been before Friday, that they didn't need to appear, and that they would work with those witnesses to provide them with a more definitive time. So now is the time when we need to provide them with more definitiveness. So by the start of court tomorrow, you need to bring with you, either in writing or be prepared to put it on the record orally, which witnesses you want. We'll start with Thursday morning, then Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, and Friday afternoon. I don't need to know the order, but I need to know the day of the week, right? So Thursday or Friday. I would just note the dates for those. Thursday is the 20th, Friday's the 21st, and then which witnesses. Only you know how much you want to question them, so you should be able to gauge if we can get 2 in each morning or afternoon, 3, 4, whatever. Use your best judgment on that.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to come up with exacts on that.
That's
You're
your problem.
Gonna prepare some questions, and you might be able to kind of gauge how quickly that will go.
You think
or
you
not.
can
If
gauge
not,
anything?
We'll do our best, but you've got to provide some definitiveness. It's
You're
not
overestimating
reasonable
his
to just
intelligence
have these
and
witnesses
competence.
all come on one day.
I'm informed of what you're saying. I just feel like that same courtesy wasn't afforded to me.
It's
by the
afforded to you right
prosecution. They
now,
have
you
to tell me
moron.
Exactly what witnesses was being called on what day and all
You
this
knew
and that.
exactly.
Why
You knew
is it not
exactly. Shut up.
I am requiring it, sir, because they are assisting you, because they graciously agreed to do that because you are representing yourself. If you want them to be out of the loop on that, then I can just put it on your responsibility and your shoulders. But that is up to you.
What do you mean by put it on my
Do
shoulders?
that. Do it.
You can contact them.
Do it. Do
How
it.
am I supposed to do that?
Okay, then shut up. If you have no idea how you're supposed to do that, then shut the fuck up. Tell the state, thank you for helping me despite the fact that you're trying to put me in prison and you're doing the best that you can to make my case. Thank you, state. You've been wonderful. Instead of saying that, you're being a dick.
Have access to a phone in the jail.
So I'm supposed to call everybody that I subpoena.
Are the state supposed to do that? You're supposed to do that, not the state. They're graciously doing it for you.
Not knowing their information.
I hope the judge says, yes, you're supposed to do that. They're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to do that. But despite it you being your responsibility, they're willing to take your responsibility because you're clearly incompetent.
That is one way to do it, sir.
Yep.
Their information is in the police reports.
That is highly unreasonable.
Then
one person.
Then shut the fuck up and say thank you,
I'm not
state.
even permitted to have contact.
That
with.
would be
So
a good exception to that. So that's very astute of you to point that out, sir. That would be one exception. But other than that, in any event,
what was the exception?
It's unreasonable when one person that's on my witness list, I'm not even permitted to have contact
that
with.
would be a good exception to that. So that's very astute of you to point that out, sir. That would be one exception. But other than that, in any event, sir, we're kind of a bit off track. We're going to get back on track, and you need to provide the information that's provided, that I've outlined here today.
I don't think that's fair, Your Honor.
Oh, your objection is noted, but it's my ruling.
The state didn't have to do
The state is doing your work for you. Shut the fuck up, bro.
that, but I have to do that.
Sir, I remind you that you are nonetheless required to follow the rules of procedure, just as any attorney would have to if they were representing you.
Ingrate.
You've chosen
Holy shit.
to represent yourself. The state has graciously agreed to assist. They've served the subpoenas on your behalf. They didn't have to do that, but they did. They've agreed to contact the witnesses throughout so that a better idea can be provided to those witnesses as to when they need to testify. They're simply asking for some basic courtesy.
Help me! Help you! Help me! Help you!
So they can then relay that information to the witnesses you want to call in this trial.
I'm informed of that, Your Honor, but
All right, then let's
Good,
move
then
on.
shut up. Exactly.
actually,
Exactly.
under
If
the
you're informed, move on.
confrontation clause in the Sixth Amendment, I should be able to have the right to have witnesses subpoenaed. It shouldn't.
Go ahead and do it then.
Why is that?
Again,
being
we're getting a
overlooked?
little far afield here, sir.
Then go ahead and
Subpoenas
do
were
it.
provided to you. The record is very clear on that. We assisted you with that. I even reviewed them for completeness.
They're even trying to go out of their way to ask you how to do it right now.
And then the state assisted you with serving them. That is something they are not required to do, but they agreed to do in this case.
The state shouldn't do it. They should. The state should just stand up now and say, Your Honor, we revoke our agreement to do this for the defendant. He clearly seems to think that it's unfair what we're asking of him. So I suppose he would prefer the alternative. It's basically a tactic agreement that he wants the alternative to be the case. So we revoke our agreement to help him. Let him deal with it.
So nothing about your Sixth Amendment has been violated in that regard.
Okay,
Did I
You're
say
calling
violated or
these
did I say I'm
witnesses,
not?
so that
Okay, the state. This is to you, state prosecution. Just revoke it. Fuck this judge. Just revoke your revoke the assistance that you agreed to provide to him. That's it.
that's you need to understand that, sir.
I don't understand anything. And
That is clear.
for the record,
All right.
I didn't bring up the word
let us
violated.
continue then. We're going to move on, Mr. Brooks. Let us
So-
continue with the
So we
questioning
gonna move on
of...
to subject matter jurisdiction that
No,
has
I'm
yet
not.
to be proven.
Detective Carpenter, you can please come on back up to the witness stand, and Madam Clerk, you can have the jurors brought out.
So we're not gonna address that at all. That's not gonna be proven for the record.
Oh wait, it says outside the presence of the jury, and we're only 2/3 of the way in, and she's saying bring out the jury right now. So is he gonna start arguing for 10 minutes? Let's see.
Is that a judicial determination that you don't have to answer the question?
Yeah,
Your Honor?
he's gonna be a dick now. Yeah, the jury deserves to know the truth.
Is that also a tactic agreement?
Tactic agreement.
And the state would move it
It's a
to the
tactic
next
agreement, sir.
this time.
It's
All
a
right, you wanna do
tactical
that in front of the
agreement.
jury or just with me?
I wasn't sure if the defendant would have any objections that would need to be heard off the record, or outside the presence of the jury.
Well, can you have them hold for a second? Do you have any objection to Exhibit 82?
Yeah, I got objection.
What's the objection, sir?
He doesn't even know yet.
What is
He's
the
gonna figure it out as
relevancy
he goes.
of, Exhibit 82.
82 is your interview with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern.
Yeah, how's that relevant?
Your objection is to relevance?
Overruled.
Your objection's noted, it's overruled,
Of course
and
it
I will
is.
receive Exhibit 82.
The court will let the jury know that when they come
So
in.
are
Yes.
you overruling the fact that you
That it's not
the true
relevant.
nature and cause has not been presented to me? That I don't know what the true nature and cause of the charges are?
Judge, shut it down.
You can have them brought out now. All
They're
right.
not gonna be. Oh, he's reading the continuation of what he's gonna bring up now that the jury are coming in. Look at him start jumping the gun now and bringing shit up.
Your Honor, may I see a
There we go.
sworn affidavit of the nature and authority of the court?
She's gonna send the jury back out again.
Or is that a judicial determination you won't answer?
I
that
like
as well?
this cop. He is not cutting him any
Welcome back,
slack.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I hope the record reflects that.
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. witness stand following the.
I don't consent to being called that name, Your Honor.
Your objection's noted. It's overruled. Please ask your
Can't be
questions.
overruled.
It says outside the presence of the jury. Why is it cut off after 30 seconds? For 30 minutes then?
Detective Carpenter.
Detective Carpenter. Ask him to show parts of the video that the prosecution didn't, please.
Did you attend the parade that evening, November 21st of 2021?
I believe he said he did.
Yes.
In what capacity?
With the Catholics?
As a member of the honor guard.
Oh, the honor guard, that's right.
And what time did you arrive?
I don't recall the exact time.
What time did you leave?
I don't recall the exact time.
They finished the parade first, though.
And when you left, where did you go?
Our temporary police department.
Temporary. Explain what do you mean by temporary?
So at the time of the incident, the building we are in currently, which was our main building, was under construction. So we were displaced.
What do you mean by at the time of the incident?
At the time that you ran out of a bunch of, you ran over a bunch of people.
And so, the regular station was, what did you say, under some type of construction or something?
Correct.
And so, what were you guys using for the temporary police
Why is
station?
this relevant?
The city annex and city hall. We're in two different buildings.
Does any of those buildings consist of a room for interrogation?
There is at the annex.
And so when you initially interrogated the suspect, why was the annexed interrogation room not used?
Well, when I interrogated you, Mr. Brooks,
the
annex room was not used because the situation was very fluid. There was a lot of information being learned. We knew this was going to be drawn out. There is no municipal lockup facility at the annex, so it could not be utilized.
Good answer.
And so the police holding room in the hospital was more sufficient.
Yes. At least they had a holding cell.
You asked to go up there for medical clearance.
Oh, that's true.
So the police holding room in the hospital was more sufficient than your temporary station, which would have been more suitable.
And also had medical staff around.
Yes, it was more sufficient.
And why would a hospital police room?
Why is he pronouncing hospital contemptuously?
Be more sufficient than the actual police station that you were utilizing at the time?
As I stated in my previous testimony, there was no secure lockup facility at the station. In addition to that, you requested
staff.
medical clearance at the hospital.
So was there sufficient lockup at the police room in the hospital?
We had areas in the hospital, so when you were being treated by the doctor, you could be handcuffed to a bed. There is no place in the interrogation rooms you referred to at the annex to handcuff you to anything, and the doors did not lock sufficiently.
And to the best of your knowledge, would a detainee have that information that you just stated?
Why would he need it?
No.
It's not meant for him. That information is irrelevant to him. He doesn't get a say in where he goes.
So how come the suspect couldn't be handcuffed?
Argumentative.
At the annex for the interrogation.
Objection.
Without having to be handcuffed to a specific bench
Objection.
or whatever you refer to.
Argumentative and compound.
Well,
I guess essentially what I'm asking is, could the
Let him
suspect
answer.
still be properly detained while being interrogated at the annex versus the police holding room in the hospital?
But you asked for medical treatment.
So let me make sure I have this straight.
I like this. I like how he starts this answer.
So let me make sure I have this straight. Your question is about detainment. Do I have that right?
I think the question was very clear.
No, your question was retarded.
I can't answer it if I'm not going to get clarification.
I like this guy very much.
And where was the suspect taken upon being detained?
You were taken, Mr. Brooks.
Nice.
Upon the time you were arrested.
Woohoo! Two thumbs up to this guy. You were taken, Mr. Brooks. I object to the use of that name. You can't object because you're questioning the witness, our asshole.
Down to the substation on Les Paul Parkway in Waukesha.
And do you recall if the suspect was put into a holding room?
Yes, Mr. Brooks, you were put into a holding room.
Yes.
And do you recall if that holding room had something that would secure a detainee?
Yes, Mr. Brooks. The holding cell that we put you in had something secure to tie you to, Mr. Brooks.
Yes.
So why couldn't the interrogation happen there if the suspect can be secured at that location?
You asked for medical assistance.
Well, there are various reasons, and one of the most important reasons is
you asked for medical assistance.
When we took you to the hospital, Mr. Brooks, for your medical clearance.
Thank you.
There were now a total of 4 officers there. Myself, Detective Stern, and eventually the 2 federal agents.
He knows how to answer questions.
The situation was still very fluid.
Spectacular.
When I began the initial the initial questioning, it was 11:04 p.m. And there were still a lot of unknowns. So the determination was made to start questioning you, see what information you might be willing to provide us.
Might be willing to provide us.
Because with 4 of us, we were confident we would be able to keep you where you belonged.
On a wall. Yep, so 1 second, I'll swap to the next one. There we go.
The information that we weren't going to take the risk of an extra potentially unnecessary transport back to that facility. You couldn't be held there. You couldn't be held at the sub. There's no beds.
You referred to interrogation.
Oh, and before we start, I'll be right back. I'm gonna need some more coffee.
Interrogation starting at a specific place. I'm referring to the substation. Is it fair to say that there was no interrogation that took place at the substation?
Yes.
Yes, that's fair to say.
That's what
There
yes
was no
means.
interrogation at the substation in Waukesha.
Where are you getting at, dude?
Do you recall what information was obtained at the substation?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you state for the jury and for the record what information you obtained at the substation?
Yes, sir. Basic biographical information. So I obtained your first name, Darrell Brooks, your last name being Brooks, your full middle name, I should say, being Edward. I learned that you were a junior, the date of birth, February 21st, 1982. Additional information obtained was your home address, which was you provided as 4014 North 19th Street in the city of Milwaukee. Phone number, your emergency contact, which you provided as Dawn Woods, whether you were employed, going to school. I remember talking with you about your tattoos and other physical marks that might be on your body.
Sports.
Your hair color, eye color, photographs were taken, things of that nature.
Kept mentioning that name, pretty slick.
Taken.
Mentioning that name, pretty slick.
Will she say the jury is requested to disregard the statement as is not testifying right now? Nope, she's just gonna ignore it, let it in.
Sure, disregard that last.
Thank you.
Sir, please ask questions.
Oof,
You have an opportunity
Judge,
to
wake up.
testify later.
Wake
I got
up.
a lot of questions.
And disregard that as well. Wake up, Judge.
And at that point in the investigation, what did you initially know?
At that point, we knew that the red Ford Escape had driven through the parade route and that you'd been identified as a suspect.
And why was that information not provided at that time?
To whom?
To the detainee.
Why would it?
The information at the time wasn't presented to you, Mr. Brooks, because...
Thank you.
As I stated in my earlier testimony, it was still very fluid. It was very chaotic out at the scene. There was still a lot more that needed to be learned.
So is that standard procedure to not tell the person why they're being detained?
Yes. It's not that they're not being. It's not that you weren't told why you were being detained. I mean, at the very least, there was an assault to detain you over.
Well, we did not tell you. That's incorrect, and it's misleading to the court.
Interesting that it's the witness bringing it up and not the prosecution. But the prosecution did wisely bringing this guy over to testify for sure.
You were informed you were being detained for prowling, loitering, disorderly conduct of that nature.
Yep.
Is that the same as...
Can I finish, please?
Oh, and even the judge didn't tell him to stop interrupting. He's now doing the job of both the prosecution and the judge. Thank you, Mr. Gold Star Witness. Holy shit.
Just didn't bring up the parade part of it.
Why not?
Strategically.
As I stated in earlier testimony, it was very fluid and chaotic and a lot of...
Just answer, it was strategic for the investigation, because if we told you right off the bat everything you knew, then you would just turtle yourself in and would not expose any discriminating details that you might find, that we might have found out if you were not on guard.
Information wasn't yet known.
Just be honest, it's fine.
Did you state in your early testimony if that was standard procedure or not?
They had probable cause. Shut the fuck up.
It's standard.
Yeah.
So with every detainee that you've ever detained during your career, 18 years, right?
Yes.
Have you ever not told any of them why they're being detained? And then he's going to have to say, you're repeating your misstatement of what actually was actually said. And this is a brilliant freeze frame that I just did. I'm pretty happy with it.
It's standard procedure to not tell someone being detained what they're detained for.
As I had stated in my earlier testimony, Mr. Brooks, I
You were
explained to you
told
you were detained
very
for
well.
prowling and loitering and disorderly conduct. Based on the
Prosecution,
lack of
wake up
information
also.
on the parade, that was not brought up. So what I can
Yeah, it's brilliant that he asked him the same question again, giving him an opportunity to elaborate even more.
clarify for the court at this point is that in situations where so limited information exists early on, it is standard not to convey that information to suspects.
But they had
And what do
probable
you mean
cause
by
for a bunch
is
of other
standard?
stuff. Is standard means that is what is normally done.
I mean that I don't tell them because I don't have all the facts yet, and I'm not looking to necessarily accuse them before I know the nature of what they did or didn't do exactly pertaining to that incident.
That's actually not responsive to the question. He asked what you mean by standard. All you have to say is standard means the normal state of events.
So it'd be fair to say that it was not a fact as far as the information you learned to that point in the investigation.
You don't know what a fact is.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Yeah, well, you don't know what a fact is.
So at that point in the investigation, it wasn't a fact.
Yeah, you just repeated yourself. You didn't clarify yourself. Retard.
Objection, same question.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
At that point in the investigation, the information you had at that time, you weren't sure about.
He asked the same question a third time.
I guess which part?
All the information that you had up until that point.
He was sure about most of it. No, that would not be fair.
Prowling or parade? I don't understand which part of it you're talking about.
All the information that you've obtained at that point in the investigation, you weren't sure about. As you just said, you don't.
He did not just say that, misstating the testimony. Hello, prosecutors, wake up.
Guilt or anything like that until you have all the facts. So at that time, at that point,
That's not what
in
he
the
said.
investigation, is it fair to say that the information that you had obtained so far, you were not sure about?
No, that would not be fair to say. Just say, no, that would not be fair to say.
I wasn't sure if you were the driver initially, but it was believed you were involved.
And you knew that to be fact?
Yes? You don't know what a fact is. What you mean is evidence, not a fact. Anything is a fact.
Yes, the information being provided was that you were involved.
It is a fact. Even if it's a
So
wrong
it'd be fair to
fact,
say
it's
you
a
knew that
fact.
as a fact.
Well, hold on. I'm going to not allow him to answer that. This jury will determine the facts of this case.
Yes!
If you want to ask him his opinion, you do that at your discretion.
He said fact. He said facts.
You asked the question, sir. So
he brought it
I'm
up
gonna
first.
I'm going to strike
Strike?
the question from
Don't
the
strike
record.
the question.
And Mr. Brooks,
allow
you're
him to
directed
say
to
his
rephrase.
opinion.
I will rephrase, but I do not consent to being called that name for the record.
Noted and overruled.
You don't have to overrule on what's not a proper objection. Come on, Judge. You know this. You said it before.
You stated that there were some loitering and prowling allegations. Why?
Not allegations.
To your knowledge, were those ever charged? Grounds.
Good objection.
No.
Why not?
And do you recall why not?
Because, yeah, when you murder 6 people and injure a bunch of people and you run over little girls and old ladies, yeah, the loitering charges nobody really gives a fuck about. Okay, how about this? We'll tack on the loitering charges too, if you insist, bro. I mean, if you really insist, we can do that if you want.
No.
Of course, it's completely irrelevant, so the prosecution was right.
So why did you constantly tell the detainee that they were being detained for loitering and prowling if you in fact knew that there was another reason why they were being detained?
What does it matter?
Objection asked and
Grounds.
answered.
Sustained. That's the form of the question and assumes facts not in evidence.
Grounds for sustain. He didn't say that today yet. Aren't you going to say grounds for the sustain? The contempt that this guy has for Darrell is palpable, but he doesn't like giving it away very often because he does try to be as professional as he can. He despises the dude. He knows that he is one of the most vile people he's ever had the misfortune of dealing with.
What was the significance of the FBI being present?
The significance of the FBI presence was the early on concern that this was a terrorist-style event.
Good answer.
And you said that this was a terrorist element. And what is the this? Can you explain what the this is?
You running over 6 people and injuring a bunch of others. I hope that's what he answers, because he's basically inviting him to say that.
When you drove your vehicle through the parade and struck people.
Which at the time you stated you did not know is fact, correct?
Oh my god. I love it how this man is picking up on some of the same kind of opportunities that I'm picking up on, and he's taking them. I'm really appreciative of that.
That was still being investigated, yes, but I know that's what occurred now.
Now versus then.
No, he knew that people run over then. He knew that.
Initially, it was unknown if you drove.
That's what I was
stated.
That was the question.
But the investigation showed that you were the driver of the vehicle.
When? Back
And
then?
initially
Now?
you didn't provide that information, correct?
But initially,
Correct.
he said initially that he didn't know if you drove the vehicle, but eventually it turned out that you did. So the initially doesn't mean nothing. You're not impeaching him with
So
anything.
do you know if the FBI continued their part of the investigation?
I hope they did. At least they'll do something good for once.
Eventually, the investigation was strictly run by our department.
Of course, the FBI. Oh, well,
And
if it could not be tied to Trump in any way, they're not interested. That's the FBI for you. I mean, if you can't use it to go after political dissidents of the current questionably legitimate president, then yeah, that's what the FBI are interested in, not in trivialities like mass murder.
And do you recall why that decision was made?
My
Calls for speculation. He's not an FBI agent.
understanding is there wasn't a terrorism link.
I'm sure throughout your career you've done lots of interrogations. Are there usually multiple officers
Relevance.
that do the interrogation, or usually just one?
It
Prosecution
could
are
depend on the
sleeping right now.
circumstance. It's not always more than one, but it can be.
And what would you estimate would be the normal procedure for interrogation as far
do-
as law enforcement wise?
Object to relevance. Do you want him to go through the entire procedure? Don't
I
let
really
Darrell
can't
waste
speak to
everybody's
that. I
time.
think
Come
every
on now.
department probably has their own potential way of doing things.
Good answer.
Up until that point in your career, when you interrogated the detainee, had you ever conducted an interrogation with FBI present?
Sure.
Not prior to that date, no.
Oh, fair enough.
made reference to car key being found. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you yourself find the car key?
What does it matter if he did or didn't? Come on.
No, I did not.
So how do you
Were
know?
you told by other law enforcement?
I guess told what exactly?
That a car key was found.
So that's hearsay, isn't it?
I was not specifically. Your items that were located on you during the search were turned over to Detective Stern, and the car key was one of those items.
Good answer.
And to the best of your knowledge, you didn't have that information at the time, correct?
At what time?
At the time that.
At the time that that would be the most convenient for me to impeach him, Your Honor?
The detainee was detained in the substation.
Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead and answer.
I just want to make sure I guess that I understand. So
You don't understand. Nobody does.
What I knew about the key, or if I knew where it was found at the substation. I don't understand.
What he's trying to imply is that they totally made up that they found the key on him. It's not his car. It's not his key. The key wasn't found on him.
And can you clarify that, sir?
I guess the clarity that you may be looking for is what was found and brought into the substation?
Okay. The Ford ignition key and
identification.
Other items that I alluded to in my earlier testimony include your photo ID and credit cards with your name.
What about the sandwich that was in his pocket?
Your name on them.
What happened with that sandwich?
That you did not search and find yourself, right?
So what?
That's correct.
Did you conduct any searches?
I don't recall if I did or not of your person.
What does it matter though? What would they have found? Did it put like drugs in their dreadlocks or something?
So it'd be fair to say you don't know where certain items were found at the time that you learned of there being items found.
Nope,
correct?
That's not correct to say. That's not correct.
No.
Idiot.
No, as in.
No, as in the opposite of
No,
yes.
I knew those items were found on you in the search. Maybe not the specific pocket, but I knew the officers found those items in your possession.
Yes.
Were you at the scene of the search?
Asked and answered.
No.
So how do you know where they were found?
He was told.
Because they were turned over to Detective Stern as your property.
He was told. Where are you going with this?
How do you know where they were found, though, if you weren't at the scene?
He was told.
Because I was aware officers searched you, and it's not reasonable to believe they were randomly in the grass at the house you were at in a city that you've indicated you're not familiar with.
That's not the answer. The answer is I was told.
Answer from the record.
Well,
referred to.
I kind of agree with him here because it was sort of non-responsive, but bro, I mean, all of this is not going to help you because what are you going to say? Object to hearsay during your own questioning of the witness to try to hurt his credibility, but that's not proper procedure. What are you going to do if you get the right answer, which is he was told that was the case? And in fact, in reality, that was the case. It's not like he was told something that turned out to be wrong.
To any house, grass.
You asked
City.
an open-ended question. His answer will stand. Your request is denied.
Nice.
So it'd be fair to say that in the question I did not mention a house, grass, or a city? That'd be fair to say?
The record speaks for itself.
You didn't mention it, but I know you were found at a house in the city of Waukesha. And I know you're not familiar with Waukesha because that's what you told me when I interviewed you.
I love this guy.
Can you strike that?
No.
Last answer.
Request is denied.
Why would she? On what grounds do you want her to strike it? You didn't even say on what grounds do you want her to strike this, you fucking idiot. You can't just ask to strike and when she says no, then you ask on what grounds she said no. That's not how it works.
You asked the question, he answered it. If you want to limit, ask leading questions and direct him.
Yep. And this is exactly what you whined about before. Wait, so why am I not allowed to ask leading questions during cross? Well, there you go. You are. You're just not doing it because you're incompetent.
That is your right.
You made reference to the house where they...
Now, he didn't listen to the judge when she told him it's your right during cross, so I sure as hell hope he's not going to keep whining again about not being allowed to lead during cross when he's clearly being allowed to lead, even during direct.
The detainee was found, the grass, the city. Could it be possible that that's where they were found? The items that you...
What the fuck is that question? I don't even understand the question at all.
No.
How could you answer no? I don't even understand what the question was.
Even though it would be fair to say that you were not present.
Correct.
6 bots, there we go.
You made a lot of reference to the
And you can't report
body
on
pain
Android.
and
That's a
having
shame.
to be checked at the hospital and being medically cleared. Would that be fair to say?
Just a second, guys. I need to get rid of some 6 bots. Yep, that's a 6 bot. And that's how you do it. Hide user on this channel. And next.
Yes, we took you to the hospital for clearance.
Are you yourself a doctor or have any training in the medical field?
No, sir.
Be fair to say? Be checked at the hospital and being the body pain and having to be checked at the hospital and being medically cleared. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, we took you to the hospital for clearance.
Waste of time.
Are you yourself a doctor or have any training in the medical field?
No, sir.
So it'd be fair to say that you cannot know how a person's body is feeling.
No, but he didn't say he knew. He just said what your behavior indicated.
That'd be fair to say?
I can't explain exactly what another's body's feeling, correct.
So it'd also be fair to say that there's a possibility that you can be incorrect about assumptions made to pain reference. That'd be fair to say?
He could be wrong, but he's not.
I think that depends on the circumstance. In this specific circumstance,
You were not wrong.
you told me.
The last follow-up, if he wants it.
Okay.
That's the follow-up. Come on, bro. Do you have the balls? Ask the follow-up. Come on, bro.
You made a reference on one of the exhibits. I'm not sure exactly which one it was. It was the first interrogation in the police holding room in the hospital. In that exhibit, you made reference to the FBI being present because you were short-staffed. Do you recall that?
Yeah, he was lying, so what?
I don't recall exactly what I said, but I recall acknowledging their presence, yes.
So what? You're trying to catch him lying to you? Of course he's gonna lie to you. He's an investigator. He's trying to extract information out of you without beating the shit out of you and torturing you for it. I say
And
that's
you made
a
reference to short staff. Can you explain what does short staff mean?
Do you have a short staff, Darrell? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I shouldn't make innuendo jokes. But this is really tiring, and it's kind of getting to me. I'm sorry. Jesus.
I don't recall if I said that or not.
You did say it, but it doesn't matter. You lied. It still doesn't matter.
I don't know if it's Exhibit 172.
What does
I'm
it
referring
matter? Even if he lied about that, it doesn't really impeach his credibility as far as the stuff that you're involved in is concerned.
Can you pull up Exhibit 172, please?
You referred to the photo of the identifiers and the items found?
Is that
It's
172?
172, yes.
Well, I don't think, is it 81 then I'm referring to?
Is he gonna bring up the video? Please bring up the video. Show the video. Show the wrong spot. And show a spot in which you happen to bring up beating your a prior of you beating your ex-girlfriend, and then opening the door so that the prosecution can then get into all of your prior acts of domestic abuse. Please let this be the case.
81 is the audio recording.
Okay, it's
I'm
81.
sorry, 81 is the video and audio.
Of the,
Okay, yeah. The prosecution is getting a bit excited. They're hoping that he's gonna open the door
I think
now.
it's 81.
You would like the audio recording from the hospital.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a part you'd like to direct the state to when they pull it up?
Here it comes.
Because it's the audio, I'm assuming it'll be probably as soon as the defendant is brought into the room.
What?
It was played starting at 4 minutes and 25 seconds through 14 minutes and 25 seconds. Do you want it started right at 4:25?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The state.
The judge is treading really carefully about this video, and I want her not to. I want them to get into it. I hope they do.
Would you please assist with that?
How long would you like it to be played?
Do you know how long you want it played, or do you want the whole thing? The
I don't-
same clip?
I don't need the whole thing played.
The state said at the beginning of the day, before the jury came in, that they're not going to really help him out with this one. That if he wants to really change the timestamps or anything like that, then he has to do it himself and risk opening the door. So I hope that they're gonna stand behind that.
From what I recall, the point that I would refer to is pretty early in that.
Well, how about we start at 4:25 and then you say pause, please, when you want it to be paused by the state.
And what another thing the state said, sorry for pausing every second, but this time it's important, is that if he wants them to pause, then he's going to have to keep in mind that he's going to have to tell them pause a few seconds before he actually needs them to pause, because it takes them a few seconds to register that he said pause and then to actually pause the video. And a few seconds can pass, and it's not going to be their fault if the door gets opened in that time.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
This is it. This might be the opportunity where he opens the door. I really hope it does. What the fuck?
I'll tell you.
Darrell? Yes, sir.
Hey, Darrell. I'm Jeremy Wojcicki. He's the FBI. FBI. Yeah. That's my partner.
FBI?
I'm Mary. Yep.
They're just kind of helping out because we're so short-staffed tonight. So.
Thank you.
It's paused at 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Go ahead.
From hearing the audio on this Exhibit 81, do you recall saying that the FBI was present because you were short-staffed?
That is my voice. I don't recall saying it in the moment, but that.
Good. Good
my
answer.
voice.
That is
Good
your
answer.
voice.
That is me talking.
You can say something and not recall saying
So
it.
from
That's
your
fine.
recollection, do you recall being short-staffed at that time?
No, it was a lie, but it doesn't matter. Well, they were
Yes.
short-staffed. To be honest, they were fucking because you just slaughtered a bunch of people, and all of the police, all of law enforcement from all over the place had to pitch in and help them out because Waukesha didn't have enough law enforcement to deal with the crisis.
And can you explain what the short staff mean as far?
So he can kind of again invite him to talk about all the shit show that Darrell caused, which led them to be short-staffed. So I hope he takes this opportunity too.
At that time, what would short staff mean?
It would mean a
That
tiny.
we're just very
a tiny-
short on resources with what happened
It would mean a tiny penis. That's what it would mean.
down at the parade route and the mass casualties and the amount of officers it took to secure that location. We were very short on people.
And
People were called in off duty.
Even if
You
it
made
weren't the
reference to
case,
the
it
short
doesn't
staff
fucking
being
matter.
The reason why the FBI was present.
Yes.
That was a lie, wasn't it? Yes. Does it matter though? It wasn't under oath.
Is FBI usually present in the situation of short staffing?
They might be.
No.
May we put that off, or do
Yes,
you need it?
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure if you needed it, it's up. All right, it's taken
Sometimes I
down.
forget it's still up there.
Next two of us.
Yeah. And you made reference to recording the interrogation on your phone, correct?
Yes.
And why would you use your phone to record an interrogation?
Why not? It's a good device.
Especially one of this magnitude.
Why
Because
not?
the camera in the room didn't have audio capability.
It's a generally useful
And
tool in general. What's the?
Were you informed of that? Or let me back up. When were you informed that the camera that was in the room did not have audio?
Who said he was informed? Maybe he checked it himself.
I don't recall exactly. Prior to the interrogation.
And who were you told by?
What does it
Hospital
matter?
security.
Was that the first time you had ever used that police holding room in that hospital?
No.
So
Kinda
it would
screwed
be
up your
fair
plan,
to
didn't it,
assume that you
Darrell?
were aware that that room had cameras.
So?
Yes, I knew it had cameras.
So what?
And have you ever conducted an interrogation in that room before that evening?
Every interrogation room has
Interrogation,
cameras.
no, but I'd use the room for other purposes.
He had sex with a nurse in that room.
So what prompted an interrogation in that room that specific evening?
The fact that you ran over a bunch of people. That's how I would answer, because that's a very open-ended question.
Well, as I explained in my earlier testimony, the situation down in the downtown area of Waukesha where the mass casualty incident had occurred was very fluid.
Thank you for bringing
was
it
still
up.
unfolding at that time.
Thank you for bringing it up. You had the opportunity.
We were
You
learning
took
more
it.
and more and more about what occurred. We decided to start the interview at that location to see if you'd be willing to shed light on for us as to what you did or did not know. And again, I'll go back to statements I made earlier. There's a risk inherent with every transport. I didn't know where your ultimate final location was going to be that night, so to now start bouncing you from facility to facility to facility unnecessarily was just something we made the decision not to do.
And at some point, the detainee was moved to the Muskego Police Department, correct?
Yes, you were moved to the Muskego. Police department later in the evening.
And when did you learn that that would be a location that the detainee would be going to?
You.
We made the decision to try to use that location after the first interrogation attempt.
I'm sorry that I didn't hear the last part.
I'm sorry, after the first interrogation attempt.
First interrogation attempt. How would you define attempt?
Well, when we were at Waukesha Memorial Hospital that night in the police holding room that we've discussed, I read you your Miranda rights verbatim from the Waukesha Police Department Miranda statement form. And at that time you indicated you didn't wish to speak with me.
So it would be fair to say that the Fifth Amendment right was exercised at that point.
No.
Right to silence.
That's the right to silence. It's not the right to not have what you say incriminate you.
Under the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
So, acknowledging now the fact that the Fifth Amendment right was invoked not to speak.
But you
or,
spoke.
As you say,
Did
the
they
right to
force you?
silence.
Did they force you to speak? No. You had the right to stay silent. You didn't exercise your right to stay silent. There's a lot of rights that you had that you didn't exercise, like you have a right to be represented by an attorney, and you're not exercising that right now, which is why you're probably going to jail for way longer than you would have otherwise. I mean, to be honest, again, not really, because either case he would be spending the rest of his life in prison, no matter how good his lawyers would be. But at least he wouldn't look as much of a fool as he is right now in the process. He could have gone to prison for the rest of his life with dignity.
Continue to record on your phone?
To fool you into thinking that while he's not in the room, you're not being recorded. And it worked.
So we are trained at our police department, when you do an interrogation, the recording is to be left on pretty much until you try to effect transport. So typically what we would do is, if our building hadn't been under construction, and when we'd been able to get you back to our police department, where in that situation we may very well have transported you, just because we would have had a municipal lockup there and we could have held you for the night. But that again was difficult based on the fact that we didn't have that possibility at the time. So if someone's in an interview room and at our police department, we'll leave that, even after the interrogation's over, we'll leave that video running until we come back and remove the individual from that room.
Even once a detainee has invoked their right to silence, you still...
What, if I invoke my right to silence, that means that you're not allowed to videotape me. What's the implication here, bro? Where are you going with this?
Continue to record. Is that a standard practice of
yes.
your agency?
Yes.
Yes, it is, for as long as they remain in the room.
Yes. You are
when
a
did you start
fucking
recording?
idiot. Since before you were...
Are you talking at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Correct.
Prior to you entering the room.
That's standard procedure as well.
So you started recording before the detainee entered the room.
That's standard procedure.
And you said you keep the recording on until they leave the room.
Correct.
So would it be fair to say
that you film the entire thing?
There should only be recording while the detainee is in the room?
No.
No.
If A equals B, then does that mean that W equals X? I am not following his non sequiturs whatsoever. I'm getting a headache just listening to this dude trying to make any kind of a dung pile of an argument.
And you did say for the record that that's standard procedure.
Of course
in
it is
your
standard
agency.
procedure. Yes, it is.
In regards to the interview rooms at our normal police department, which wasn't
Yeah.
available at that time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you were not at the normal police department?
That would be fair to say.
Yes, however, with the audio, I was still trying to make sure I followed the policy to the best of my ability.
Can you show proof of that policy?
I don't have it.
So it'd be fair to say that there's
What's your
no
play?
way to determine if that truly is policy. If it
No,
can't
that's
be
not
proven.
correct. There is a way to determine, just not right now.
Grounds.
Yep.
Sustained. As to the form of the question, it's argumentative.
Yep.
How can that policy be proven?
Calls for speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained on relevance grounds.
This guy's a retard. He doesn't know what's standard, what isn't standard, and he thinks that if he didn't know that something's standard, then that means that there was an injustice that happened.
Do you know where that procedure is located in your agency rules?
Nope.
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor?
Relevance grounds. Relevant. Not relevant. Next question.
It's not relevant?
It's not relevant at all.
No. Keep going. We can take it up
What?
later.
Okay, look at this. He thinks this guy is such a fucking retard and he doesn't realize how much he's so arrogant that he thinks that him staring at the judge incredulously has any meaning whatsoever beyond how pathetic it is for him to be incredulous in the first place. He thinks that it's like, oh, come on, Judge. I know what you're doing here. Like conspiratorial nod, nod, wink, wink. Come on, Judge. This is bullshit. But what's actually happening is, come on, Judge. I'm a clown, aren't I?
Relevant.
Look at this.
Not relevant. Next question.
What is
It's
not?
not relevant?
No. Keep going.
Your incredulity.
We can take it up later outside the presence of the jury.
Your
or after
incredulity
the break,
speaks
but
badly
for
of
now,
you, not
keep
of the
going.
judge, you moron.
I follow, Your Honor. I apologize.
You don't follow at all, and you're not even apologizing. You're just being a douchebag. Passive-aggressive little bitch.
So once the detainee was taken to the Muskego Police Department, that would be a pretty standard police department. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And a second interrogation also took place at that police department, correct?
Yes.
Any reason why the first interrogation couldn't take place at the same police department that the second one took place at?
Well, the first interrogation, again, wasn't at a police department. You know, Muskego was utilized as they had a lockup facility. So we interviewed you there.
Good answer.
Around what time was the detainee taken to the Muskego Police Department?
I don't recall the exact time.
And you also stated that another law
Mr.
enforcement
Brooks,
officer.
I apologize for the interruption, but I just want to make sure my jury is in good shape. If you want to just take a moment to stand. It's a little slow, I think.
I want to... speaking of flow and taking a break, I need to go pee, so I'll be right back. And one more thing. The judge taking a break and interrupting him to tell the jury to stretch out a little bit. I can guarantee that it's because she looked at the jury box and she saw everybody going like, right, and she was like, okay, dude, this is not cool. You're making the entire jury go to sleep. Let's just let them stretch out a little bit, pay more attention to the stupid, pointless bullshit that's going on right now. I can totally sympathize with the jury falling asleep. I am of half a mind to do so myself. I mean, how much worse would the stream be if I would just be sleeping for the entire rest of the duration of it? Damn, I'm actually considering it. Okay, let's keep going.
Thing for them, so we're just gonna stand for a minute. Again, my apologies for the interruption.
And in case the dumbass thinks that this was done somehow
Anyone on my jury need a break? Are we good? I'd like to keep going.
to disrupt his
Anyone?
flow,
Okay. No response
he
to that.
doesn't
Is that
realize
okay? All right, we'll sit back down, and again, my apologies, Mr. Brooks.
that this has been done for his
Hopefully you know,
his
you know
sake.
where you were.
Yeah, for his sake, because the jury were falling asleep and not listening to a word that he's saying right now.
It was another law enforcement officer who actually did the transport of the detainee at that time, correct?
Yes.
And you stated earlier in testimony that you and your partner followed behind that transport. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm assuming at some point that you will actually strike that. You stated to being present during the booking process into the Muskego Police Department. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So why couldn't interrogation be conducted at that time, which would have been
He answered that already like
more
5
ideal,
times.
considering
Shut up
that
and
you
move
said
on.
There was a lockup. I forgot how you referred to it, but basically like a room where the detainee could be secured.
You just answered your own question.
Well, you had been talking about at that point when we arrived at the facility with you that you hadn't eaten all day, you hadn't slept, so we wanted to give you an opportunity to eat, sleep, clear your mind, and refresh yourself.
Given an opportunity to feel a little bit of remorse for what he's done, maybe.
And what bearing would that have on interrogation?
Well, I mean, you said you hadn't eaten, you hadn't slept. So I think a person is more focused when they're fed and they're rested. So
Are
I
they?
wanted to give you the opportunity to do that.
In your opinion, how would that have affected interrogation?
I'm going to excuse the jury right now. So if our jury, we could stand for the jury so I can take up a legal issue, please. All rise.
What just happened? What now? Now I'm confused. I didn't even notice him doing anything wrong. Was that an inappropriate question? I don't get it.
All right, thank you. Be seated. So I'm going to take up 2 issues right now. One is when I paused earlier and told Mr. Brooks I would allow him to, it was regarding the policies. I want to know, as the proponent of the evidence, why you think that's relevant. And then secondly, the questions I believe that you are asking related to the interrogation, unless you can convince me otherwise, go to a legal issue that this court has already determined and but I'll hear you out on that.
What is she talking
I
about?
didn't want to make an assumption, but I also didn't want to have you question this witness about what really are legal issues that this court previously addressed regarding the admissibility of the interviews.
Well, to the first one,
was he opening the door?
About the policies.
How would he open the door? I kind of missed that. Wait.
That's relevant because I think it's
clear.
It should be stated for the record why
it's relevant because I think so.
Recording after he acknowledged that the Fifth Amendment right to silence had been invoked.
That's irrelevant. You don't know what silence
interrogation
means. Okay, not only do you not know what hearsay means, you don't know what silence means, idiot.
It's supposed to stop completely.
Well,
No.
I understand what you're saying from a legal perspective, but that doesn't mean the recording had to stop in and of itself at that point. He did provide an explanation on the record.
His explanation was that it's policy, right?
So?
He answered the question, why do you believe having the specific policy and him testify about the specific policy is relevant?
I see why she
to
raised
his
this now.
testimony?
Okay,
Well, I
interesting.
believe that if that's in fact policy,
Judge, are you seriously not understanding where he's getting at? And I mean, he's okay. I'll let her continue.
it should be proven. It should be proven that.
Just explain to him, Judge, that he misunderstands what the right to remain silent means, and that that all that it means is that nobody can force him to talk.
That's a fact. That is a real policy. For all we know, he could just be saying that it's a policy.
He could be. So what? It doesn't matter.
And at that point, it makes him continuing to record after the Fifth Amendment had been invoked.
Well, right now, you assume facts that are not in evidence, sir. And so you're the proponent of this testimony through your cross-examination. And so without something more, sir, I don't see where there's relevance as to what the specific
He's misstating the law.
policy
He's misstating
is.
everything.
Can you see what I'm getting at, though, Your Honor?
You should be able
If
to,
he's saying that
Judge.
this is-
You should be able to, and you should also be able to shut it down because of how fucking stupid it is.
The policy of his agency, he
Just
should be able to
explain
prove that
how
that's
it-
policy.
Just tell him how it has
Because
nothing to
at
do with
that
his Fifth
point,
Amendment rights. Come on.
If there's no way to know that that is the correct procedure that they use every time, then
You're,
why?
again, making a lot of generalizations that I don't
Yeah, delay
think
tactics.
are
Come on, Judge, you
accurate
know
as
this.
to what he said. This is a trial, sir, where the allegations in this case are that you drove through the Christmas parade, right, and caused death and injury to a number of individuals. There's also those other charges related to the bail jumping, the battery, and frankly, his conduct isn't on trial. We're not here about a police misconduct trial. I'm not saying that some of this information might not be relevant to his credibility, things of that nature, but you have to, again, you're the proponent of this. Why do you believe those policies relate to
relevant.
an issue of fact in this case, or otherwise go to your defense?
He wants to say he was mistreated by the police, which is clearly not the case. He wants to say that his Fifth Amendment rights have been violated, which is clearly not the case. He wants to blame every single step of the way and everything that everybody's done by the book so far as some kind of indication of wrongdoing. That's what's going on.
I believe that is relevant because
He wants to
can
move
show
to a
that-
mistrial on the basis that he was filmed and kept talking and behaving in certain ways because he misunderstands the law.
At the very minimum, that first interrogation and anything related to it should not be admissible as evidence.
That's a legal determination that I've already raised. Your attorneys represented you at that time. They made a variety of arguments.
I bet none of them were as stupid as the
to
one he's making right
then
now.
Make this trial about that interrogation, it's not relevant.
I'm not making the whole trial, but
You are.
But the
Really not
issues are
making the whole
legal
trial.
issues that this jury will not be asked to answer. I've already ruled on the admissibility. That's a legal determination. So I'm not seeing the relevance to those specific policies, and there is simply no requirement that the state or this witness has to prove those policies. You
And
are
how do we know if
representing
it's true, Your
yourself. Hold
Honor?
on, let me finish. You're representing yourself. I'm not aware of any subpoena that required him to bring those policies with. So that would have been on you if you felt it important to cross-examine him on those policies to require that. I'm not aware of that. Have you done that?
No, of course he didn't. He's a moron.
Obviously, it was going to come up.
Did
Obviously,
you
it was
issue
going
a
to come up.
subpoena ducas tecum to this witness to bring with any of
He
his
did
policies
not.
related to
I do that
interrogation?
myself, Your Honor. How can I do that from a
The judge is not allowed to answer this question.
jail cell?
You were given all of those blank subpoena copies, sir, and you could have filled that out in a way for this witness to require. You didn't do that. So,
So who would have served him?
the state would have. They
Or,
served your other subpoena.
or you yourself, because you're representing yourself. Genius. What do you think your attorneys were there for?
Subpoenas. But be that as it may, that's not what we have here. So I believe that your line of questioning is on a topic that's not relevant to the issues in this case. So I'll give you one more opportunity. Why do you believe that
It's relevant.
questioning him about the policies are relevant to your case?
It's not.
It's relevant to the case because why would he be recording before people are even in the room and then after?
So you're asking about his
Well,
policies.
that's argumentative, sir.
Once
So
once
that's
the
not a
Fifth
legal
Amendment-
basis.
Once the Fifth Amendment is invoked,
Explain to him his misunderstanding about the Fifth Amendment and get it over with, Judge.
interrogation is supposed to stop. Period. There's
No,
supposed
it's not.
to be no more recording.
Nope.
No more questions.
That's not what it
asked.
means. That's not what it means.
That should be the end of the whole interrogation.
No, that's a
These are legal
misunderstanding of the
issues
law.
that you're trying to raise before the jury. I've already dealt with the admissibility, so you've not provided a legal basis to further question this officer about policies related to the interrogation and the recording. He has answered questions. I gave you some leeway on that, and his answers are before the jury. Certainly you'll be able to argue the meaning of that or the lack thereof during your closing arguments if we get to that point. Let's move on.
Why are you asking? Why did the judge say if we get to that point? What does that mean?
Though to this issue about why I excused the jury,
Okay, now the interesting part.
and again, I believe you're questioning him about legal issues that aren't relevant, but you're the proponent, you want to question him. What's the legal basis you believe I should allow you to continue with that?
What are you talking about now,
basis are
Judge?
you referring to?
Yeah, I'm confused too.
I believe you were attempting to elicit information or evidence, testimony from this witness on issues that are not relevant.
What
Is that referring
issues?
to the same question?
Not
I
the
asked about
policies, what I
policy?
just stopped.
I'm confused too. I
the
forgot what you were.
testimony for, because I
Judge, could you
I
elaborate?
don't
I
want
mean,
to
I'm
create
confused
issues in
also.
front of this jury related to.
But the jury isn't here,
legal
so
issues
explain to
that
him
are
what the
not
fuck you're
before
talking
them to
about.
determine.
And is that referring to the question about the policies?
No, you were asking him, why did you stop? Why did you not question him further? Meaning, why did this detective not question you
Okay.
when you got to the Muskego Police Department? Why did they wait till the next day? I stopped because I know the law on this area, and I know that when a subject invokes their Fifth Amendment, or when you're a defendant in state, it's the 14th Amendment, but nonetheless, right, you have rights under the Wisconsin Constitution as well, but that because you only invoked your right to remain silent, they waited to question you until a sufficient amount of time had passed, in addition to the other reasons. I'm not going to let you question him in front of the jury about that specific thing. Or at least I'm cautioning you that I'm stopping it because I don't see where that's relevant, but if you keep pressing him on that, you're going to open up the door to him saying, because I was following the constitutional requirements and giving you a break in the questioning so that I could, get a statement I believe would be admissible later on. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
With all respect, Your Honor, I don't think he would have said that.
Then ask him. Go ahead. Risk
My
it yourself.
concern was we were headed down that path.
More sex bots. 1 second, fellas. I'm already on the screen, so it should take Just a second. And I will also report this motherfucker. Yep. Back to business.
So if there's some other
So the
reason you want to
14th
question him,
Amendment would have been referring to the having the
Why
attorney
did-
present.
He just interrupted the judge and she didn't say a thing.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So you said,
Judge,
when
don't
you
get,
stated
don't
that you
fall
know
for
the
his
law
stall
in
tactics.
that
Come on
area
now.
about the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment. What were you referring to on the 14th Amendment?
Don't fall into his stall tactics, Judge. Just shut it down. Move on.
I'm not going to explain that any further,
Thank you.
sir. Let me just ask the state if they see this any other way. If you think I'm mistaken, and
Take
I
it up
was
on appeal
concerned
and
they
shut
were
the
headed
fuck
down that
up.
path, which would be a legal determination. But if there's something the state sees that differently, please let me know.
I actually thought that Mr. Brooks was questioning this witness about why they didn't do the first interrogation at Muskego. So I thought that there was some miscommunication between the two of them. And I just wasn't sure. I didn't want to object for that reason because I just wasn't sure what Mr. Brooks was talking about. at
Yeah,
that time.
nobody
That's
understood
fair
that
enough, because
fucking
if that's
question.
what you were
Jesus.
trying to question him
I
on,
agree.
then I think that's fair game.
I
But
agree with Attorney
might have been
Basie.
interpreting
That's
it
what I was
differently.
getting at. I didn't mean to cut you off,
Go
but I
ahead,
agree
go ahead.
with Attorney Basie. That's exactly what I was getting at.
But it might open the door.
All right, well, you understand it's my job to protect the record too. So I want to make sure that, all right, so with that understanding that you are questioning this witness about why they didn't take you to Muskego for the first interview, is that where you're wanting to go with all of this?
That was the question.
All right,
That
well,
wasn't the
I might have
question.
misunderstood, but in any event, it gave us an opportunity to talk about the other thing, so that's okay.
Yep.
So is that a fair question to ask then? Just 'cause
Apparently she
I'm
just ruled
confused
that it's
now if
okay.
I'm
The state said it's
even
okay.
allowed to ask that question.
I think part of the issue sometimes, sir, is there's either, sometimes the questions aren't as artfully worded as they could be. I know.
Okay, Judge. The judge just called him a retard.
You're doing your best. I like to look at it this way. Questions that are a sentence at a time, meaning a thought at a time, because then they're not compound, are the easiest for a witness to answer. And when you start bringing in other things, it can be confusing, and then I might not understand, or a party or a witness might not understand what you're asking. So, looks like it's one of those situations where I was a bit unclear. It's been clarified. If that's the line of questioning that you are going to go, then that's fine. Then I would allow that. I'm not going to stand in the way of that. If the state objects, obviously that's a different story, and then I'll have to rule on it. But I think we're all on the same page now.
The state wants it to open the door.
I will be objecting. I don't want there to be, just because I think this has been asked and answered. He was taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital for medical clearance. They want to minimize the number of times that he's transported, and they needed the information sooner rather than later. So I will be objecting as to asked and answered. I just didn't want.
It's interesting that she's okay. I kind of like this. She's saying that I'm not saying I'm not going to object. I didn't say I'm not going to object. I am going to object, but the question that he wanted to ask was at least one that did not go to what you stopped the whole proceeding for.
We asked the question that the court suggests, and then I object, and so I do want to put that on the record just so that the court's prepared for it.
Understood.
The question of why wasn't the first interview conducted at Muskego Police Department had not been answered.
I'm going to let you ask that question. So even if they object, we'll put everyone on notice. So because I think it's reworded a bit differently, so I think it's fair. I'm going to let you ask that. All right? Let's bring the jury back out.
Was that like a compromise ruling from the judge? That's dumb.
Thank you so much. You have enough? All right.
run through this one.
All right, we'll make sure there's another one. There's,
Thank-
I can't.
Run through this one.
All right, we'll make sure there's another one. There's,
Thank-
I can't see the head monitor. What you got or don't have.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Everyone, this witness, please be seated, and Mr. Brooks, you may continue with your questioning of this witness.
And do you recall why the first interview was not conducted at Muskego Police Department?
Yeah, so in regards to the first interview at that point, as I kind of stated in my earlier testimony, we didn't know exactly where you'd end up. Muskego didn't become an option and something we thought of as a final place for you until after the first interrogation was attempted and was over with.
I just noticed something weird. Sorry, guys. But doesn't it look like this lady over here, I suppose the clerk of the court, is sitting in front of a green screen with this guy and sitting on the stand being played on a green screen? Because the proportionality of their heads makes the perspective look really strange, almost like they're different size heads, and kind of gives a little bit of a weird, I suppose maybe an illusion of distance between them.
And do you recall if you made that determination yourself, or was it your supervisor or something of that nature?
Objection, relevance.
Ground.
As to where they were going to take you?
Yes.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I discussed it with Detective Casey.
And at that time, that's when you learned that Muskego Police Station was a viable location.
Yes, that's the point at which we made the decision.
What's the point of all of this, though? Like, what is he trying to
Had you ever
tell the
used
jury
that
here?
police station before in any of your
No,
investigations?
otherwise they
before
would
that
know
evening?
about it.
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I had not.
Otherwise they would know
when our
about it.
department first closed, that was given as an option for us, being we didn't have our own municipal lockup.
And do you recall around what time you started to conduct the second interrogation?
Yes, 12:11 p.m. on the 22nd.
And do you recall how that interrogation started?
Yes, I explained to you.
I
had more information about the domestic, and that's what I was looking to speak to you about.
Do you recall making a statement that we all know how women can be? They're crazy.
I do.
Building rapport.
And what did you mean by that?
He was just playing along. He was just playing along with
Additional
you.
rapport building that I've talked about in my earlier testimony.
Building rapport, that's what it was.
Speaking to you on a personal.
To put it in layman's terms, you're throwing around bullshit, small talk to try to break the ice with the person you're with, so that he might be more open to volunteering information, even if inadvertently, just because he lowers his guard.
Person to person level, quite honestly. It wasn't a judgment I generalized towards all women in the world. It was just wanted you to feel.
Oh, but you don't generalize it to all women in the world, but there are a few women in particular who you do feel that about, don't you?
Feel comfortable talking to me as a person. I felt we had rapport. I felt I could tell the night before you were comfortable speaking to me. And it was just a continuation of that.
Yep. Darrell, even if he lied about it, it's not
to
as
say
that was a lie.
That comment doesn't reflect your opinion of women.
That is correct.
Correct.
So that was a lie. Yes, it's a lie.
Why did you feel that would have been necessary to build a rapport that you stated that you already felt that you had?
His training and experience, because it clearly worked. You idiot! You fell for it and you told him everything he wanted to know. Okay, I'm gonna pause right here and go pee. I'll be right back in a second. Now, this entire line of questioning just exists because Darrell has a total misunderstanding of the law and he follows weird theories of law.
Because it was just being relaxed. I was relaxed. I didn't want to make you feel unnecessarily nervous. We had been, talking to each other in the casual conversation from the night before, very civilly, very...
He was trying to be relatable to you, and he assumed that being a psychopathic, murderous, dumbass thug that you are, the way to build rapport with you would be to insult bitches. It clearly worked. You're literally that stupid. You're literally that pathetic of a human being that it actually worked. I guarantee you that he would not try this with just anybody, but he looked at you and he knew instantly what would work for building rapport with you in particular.
Openly about non-custodial topics. And I was just continuing to go along those lines. It wasn't anything other than to just communicate with you on a stiff level, relaxed level.
He wanted to tell you what you wanted to hear.
Would it be fair to say that other comments could have been used to keep the detainee at ease?
Sure.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Sure, but what does it matter? None of this matters.
Was there any other conversational tools you could have used to keep the detainee at ease?
That's the same question.
Objection. Same.
Grounds.
Yeah, what he should have asked was, couldn't you have said, for example, hey dude, don't worry, you're going home afterwards, it's all gonna be all right, even though he's not allowed to say that. But don't worry, it's all gonna be fine, after you give us the information we need, we're gonna release you, it's all gonna be fine, you're gonna go back to your family, and you'll never hear from us again. Now, if he asked him, now wouldn't that statement reassure the suspect? That would be a way in which he could ask this question and it not be vague, but he's not allowed to do that, clearly. I mean, not Darrell, the investigator is not allowed to say those kind of things. He's allowed to be deceptive but up to a point.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Perhaps, maybe.
Yep, maybe. Who cares? Doesn't matter. That's what I chose. It worked. Clearly
So
worked.
it'd be fair to say for the situation, you felt that the conversational tool you used would be more appropriate at that time?
Yes.
So just ask that one more time, please.
You felt that, would it be fair to say that you felt that at that time,
That
the
choice.
conversational tool that you used would be more appropriate for the situation?
Yes, it was. That's why he chose it.
I don't know that I was really thinking about appropriateness. Like I said, I was just conversing you on a normal.
Yeah, dude, all you have to do is answer, with my training and experience, this is how we can get where we want to go. I mean, based on my training and experience, building rapport with each person is different. With some people, it works like this. With some people, it works like that. You know, you can never tell. It's kind of more like intuition in the moment, reading the person's body language, figuring out where everything's going. That's kind of how you build rapport. And the reading that I got off of you was you were clearly the type of person who liked beating bitches up. So the way to build rapport with a domestic abuser is to say how terrible women are, because that's something that all domestic abusers could probably relate to in a super fucked up way. And the fact that it worked just goes to show what kind of scumbag Darrell is.
Person to person level was my intention at the time.
So it would be fair to say that you assume that would put the detainee more at ease by starting the conversation with along those lines?
I wanted you to be relaxed. That's not anything that I did just specifically for you, Mr. Brooks. I always want people to be as relaxed as they can be. I want them to feel comfortable to talk to me if they are willing. It doesn't change the fact that ultimately I have to read Miranda. But I always want all the people I talk to feel comfortable and be willing and know that they can talk to me if they want to.
Yeah, because
Miranda,
then you could use it in court against them.
Reading the Miranda rights in the second interrogation?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall how long into the interrogation before you read the Miranda rights?
Objection.
Grounds.
Objection, misstatement,
Grounds.
and mischaracterization of the evidence.
Grounds.
Well, sustained as to the form of the question.
It would be fair to say that the second interrogation was pretty long. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when in the second interrogation you read the Miranda rights?
Doesn't matter.
Your Honor, I am going to object again to the form of the question.
Grounds.
The interrogation began, the court made a finding as to when the interrogation began prior.
I'm not privy to that, so I would not know that, of
I'm going to
course.
sustain the objection as to the form of the question.
The court made
Calls for a legal
findings.
conclusion. Next question.
Did you immediately start the second interrogation with the reading of Miranda rights?
That's the same fucking thing, dude. No.
No, that is not the first thing I stated to you. First, I explained to you what I was wishing to talk to you about.
And do you recall how long you were in that explanation
How
phase of the
long
interrogation?
doesn't matter.
Maybe around 15 minutes, 16 minutes.
So it'd be fair to say that you didn't read the Miranda rights till somewhere after already.
You read them yesterday. You know your
interrogating the
Miranda
detainee for
rights, you
15 minutes
motherfucker.
at least.
Objection.
Grounds.
Misstatement.
Sustained. Calls for a legal conclusion. Misstates the testimony as well.
You read
Next question.
You read the Miranda rights after 15 minutes.
He's doing the same thing. Come on. Just
Yes, thereabouts.
end it.
Do you recall why you didn't start the second interrogation with the Miranda rights?
Because they started with explanations.
I'm not required to read them immediately, so those first 15 minutes were verifying your personal information, explaining that I now wish to talk to you about a domestic.
The judge talked earlier about opening the door in a way to the procedure. So I don't know what she meant by that, but he clearly just opened the door to whatever she warned them about opening the door to earlier about the procedure.
Involving your girlfriend, and then that those first 50.
Is that the opening the door that they were talking about, and that he is going to go there to the priors?
15 minutes were verifying your personal information, explaining that I now wish to talk to you about a domestic involving your girlfriend.
The priors?
And then I read them before asking you any specific questions about that event.
Would it be fair to say that you had already obtained personal information?
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
I had, but I didn't have it in front of me, and I have to recomplete the whole Miranda sheet. So I had to refill out the top form of the sheet, which is your name, so I had to verify that.
So it'd be fair to say that you had obtained personal information that you didn't bring with you for the second interrogation?
What?
I did not have your information written down at that point. Yes.
Do you recall why at that time you didn't have the personal information that you had already obtained?
No.
No, as in?
I don't recall why I didn't have it.
No as in? How much elaborate can you get a no?
And you said you started off the second interview with information about domestic allegations. That'd be fair to say?
Open the door for the love of God.
Yes, after reading Miranda, if that's what you're asking.
No, I
You're
didn't.
right. I don't know what are you asking then? Just so I'm clear.
The question was, again,
Open the door, bro.
started
Open the
off
door. Open the door.
Second interrogation with domestic allegations.
Open the door.
Yes, that was part of the beginning, explaining to you those allegations that had come forward.
Open the
Things
door.
I didn't know about the night before.
Open the door. Kick it open, bro.
Why you wouldn't explain
Kick it
the
open.
real reason why the detainee was being detained?
Just put a plastic explosive
At
charge and
that point,
blow
the
that damn
domestic
door open. Come on,
was
bro.
part of the real reason why you were being held in custody.
It was part of the real reason.
Did you have any more knowledge about the incident from the previous night at that time?
He's bringing up.
Are you referencing the
previous
parade
nights.
aspect of it?
Yes.
At that point, yes, I did.
And why wasn't that information given to the detainee at that time?
He's not required to give you that information.
As I explained in my earlier testimony, the idea behind the second interrogation was I began with the domestic abuse issues, questioned you about those, and then moved into the parade aspect of the investigation.
The investigation was spot on. It was really effective.
And why not start with all the information you knew?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Yep. Sustained.
Overruled. The witness
Really?
may answer.
Well,
Can you repeat the question, sir?
open the
Why
door.
would you not start the second interrogation with the information that you knew?
Please don't tell me how
In
to.
regards to the parade?
Please don't teach
In
me how to
regards
do my
all the
job,
information
idiot.
that you had at the time.
Well, as I stated again in my earlier testimony, as we began the second interrogation, I explained it was about a domestic with your girlfriend, Erica Patterson.
Then
But
you
again,
work your way
I can't give
to
you all
the.
the details because part of gauging truthfulness and avoiding I'm not leading you is not telling you every single thing. I
That's
told
not
you
how
she alleged there were physical
investigations work.
injuries, but I can't really tell you what they were because I want to see if you're going to be honest and tell me what they were. Additionally, telling you what the injuries were as far as Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, just talk about all of his ex-girlfriend's injuries. Go ahead and spill all of them. I mean, he's eliciting you to just blab on about his domestic abuse. So just go ahead and do that. I mean, why the fuck not? He's a domestic abuser. Just blab about it. He seems to like people talking about him domestically abusing his ex-girlfriend, then go ahead.
Single thing. I had told you she alleged there were physical injuries, but I can't really tell you what they were because I want to see if you're going to be honest and tell me what they were. Additionally, telling you what the injuries were as far as Mr. Patterson could cause you to create a lie to avoid those, and it's the same issue with the parade.
Did you speak to the complainant of the domestic allegations at that time?
Objection. The use of the word complainant.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Had
Open
you
the
spoken
door.
with Ms. Patterson
You're
about
so
the
close.
alleged domestic allegations?
If he now asks an open-ended question, such as, "What did she tell you?" He can then go, "Okay, she told me that in 1996 he punched me in the teeth, and then he stuffed a baseball bat up my ass. And in 1998, he drove his car right into me. I think that's actually what happened. He tried to run her over with his car. That's one of the priors. And the reason why they didn't want it in is because it's extremely prejudicial to this case because he ran other people over with his car in relation to her.
I did not.
Ask an open-ended question. For the love of God, please open the
So it
door.
would be fair to say that you, at that time, didn't know if they were true or not?
No, that wouldn't be fair to say.
Cool. I like that answer.
And why would that not be fair to say?
Well, hold on. It's for this jury to determine the facts of this case, including the domestic allegations. So I'm not going to let a witness comment on his belief or not on any other witness's testimony or information.
Well,
Fair
he
enough?
asked the question. He asked that
All right,
question.
Next question.
Oh, she was criticizing him and not the witness. Okay, I get it.
Had you at any time before the second interrogation spoke with Ms. Patterson?
No.
They're really hoping he opens the door here. They're on standby, all three of them.
You made reference, I believe it was in both interrogations, to reading. It was in reference to the Miranda rights, stating that if I was at home on my couch, do you recall making that statement?
Yes.
I recall that
And
statement.
what
I
do
don't
you
even
mean
recall
by
the
that?
context.
At
It
home
didn't.
on my couch.
I don't.
What do
I
you mean
don't.
by that?
I think it was just a side comment.
Well,
That didn't
Miranda
really
is
much.
strictly custody based, so I could interrogate you or question you about
Oh,
a
I
matter
see.
in which you were a suspect at your home, and I would not be required to read those warnings. Being we were in custody, we were at the Muskego Police Department. You've been handcuffed, you've been transported. Custody was obvious. I'm required by law, therefore, to read you those rights based on you being in custody.
Is he gonna ask again? Why wasn't it asked right away?
You made a reference to that. That's a requirement by law. In custody, you have to read those by law.
Objection.
He's asked and
Elements for this
answered.
hearing.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Yeah,
It's
he's
also
gonna
been
go
answered.
again back to the
So, next question.
fucking Miranda rights again. We've moved past that. He wants to.
Do you recall if those Miranda readings are to be at the beginning of interrogation?
God damn it! Object again. No.
This has been asked and answered as well.
Yes, it
Sustained.
has been.
It has.
Fuck off, man.
He also calls for a legal conclusion, which...
And under
is not
906.11,
appropriate.
if you don't have any further questions, let's move on. 906.11 is asked very shortly if he goes back to Miranda again. Let him open
In
the
the
door.
first interrogation, you spoke of the detainee being detained for loitering and prowling. Did you make reference to that in the second interrogation?
What does it matter?
No, I did not.
Any reason why?
By the time of the second interrogation, the primary focus had shifted to the domestic incident between yourself and Erica Patterson, and also the parade, because by this point I had more information about the parade and that incident specifically.
So what happened to the initial loitering and prowling allegations?
They
Why were
didn't matter as
discarded?
much. Do you want them? We can tack them on, no problem.
At that point, they were not the primary concern.
Do you want extra charges? Sure. I mean, state, are you willing to charge him with loitering, please? Sure. Okay, let's tack on loitering too. Jury, did you find that he loitered? Yes? Okay, thank you. So instead of a gazillion years, you're now going to get a gazillion years and 3 months of community service.
Eventually, the interrogation came to a stalemate, so to speak, and we didn't discuss it. The primary concern was the domestic issue between you and Ms. Patterson, which at the
And
time
you
I
murdering
began
7
to start
people.
The first
6
interrogation I
people.
didn't know anything about, and then the fact I now had more knowledge on the parade.
You idiot. Yeah, talk more about your crimes in general. Just bring up all of them.
So, do you recall who made the decision for the loitering and prowling allegations to be discarded?
They haven't
I
been
think
discarded.
that objection,
Yeah, they haven't been discarded. They just didn't bring them because, like, again, if you're gonna be in there for a gazillion years in prison, then the extra 3 months of community service that you're gonna serve afterwards literally don't matter. You're gonna be a rotting corpse in the ground by that time.
characterization of the testimony, the fact that it wasn't charged isn't on this officer.
I didn't say anything about it being
Assume that's
charged.
not an evidence, and for the other reasons indicated by the state, I'll sustain the objection.
Yes.
Just for the record, I didn't say anything about it being charged.
Well, you're trying to imply that.
Understood. My ruling stance, even with
Yep.
that.
So would it be fair to say that in both interrogations you gave different reasons why the detainee was being detained?
What does it matter?
The explanations that I explained to you did change. However, again, the domestic was not known at the time, so that circumstance changed a bit. That became something that was of importance to us. Domestic abuse is taken seriously. And again,
Does he think he's gonna get a retrial or to get this to walk free on the basis that when they arrested him they mentioned the less severe of the charges that he's actually guilty of? What's his strategy here? I mean, he is guilty of everything. He is guilty of loitering. He is guilty of the domestic abuse. He's also guilty of murdering 6 people. So, yeah, it's not like they didn't tell you what you're being detained for. There's a variety. You gave them plenty of reasons, a plethora of reasons to choose from to tell you about.
and there was more knowledge about the parade.
There's plenty of reason to hold you at that point, like literally anything. Fuck it, reckless driving.
Would it be fair to say that because of the change in information between the first interrogation and the second interrogation that can be
Asked and
misleading?
answered. No, well, of course. So what?
Objection calls for speculation from whose perspective?
Sustained it as to the form of the question.
But it doesn't matter. Even if it is deceptive, who cares? They're allowed to be deceptive.
Is it fair to say that someone who is being detained would perceive that as being misleading when there's two different
calls for speculation,
two different reasons why they're being detained that was told to them?
Calls for
Objection, speculation. This witness cannot
testify
know
what's
what
in the
is
mind in the
Calls
person.
for speculation.
Jesus. He doesn't understand what that means. Of course he doesn't. Speculation has more than 4 letters in it, so that's already way beyond him.
At any point in the interrogation,
Is he gonna say plaintiff?
did you
Contact the
knowingly
plaintiff.
lie about the information that you had?
No.
There was information I withheld from you, yes.
No. His question is, did you lie? You didn't lie. You were being deceitful, not even dishonest. You were honest, but deceitful. That's fine.
So it'd be fair to say that you lied.
No.
Mischaracterizes this
Right.
officer's answer.
It's argumentative, sustained as to the form of the question.
Just for the record, there is a point in there where you
Sustained
stated
as to
that
the
he
form of
lied.
the question.
He didn't state that he lied. He didn't say the word
Why
lie.
did you continue to withhold information repeatedly?
Why not? It was more useful to get information out of you that way.
I guess at which point? Through the whole, are we talking about in the middle of the second interrogation at this point? What,
Do both
what are we talking about?
interrogations. Do both of them.
Well, there
That's how
really
we do
wasn't
business.
the first one, because when I got interrogation doesn't truly begin until I'm asking you incriminating questions potentially after you've agreed to
That's true.
waive your rights and speak, something you didn't do on the first day. On the second one, quite honestly, it goes back to what I've stated in my earlier testimony. I wanted to make sure the information I was getting from you was truthful. I
Didn't want to
wanted
give
make
you an
sure that
opportunity
I
to make
didn't
up your own bullshit
lead
stories.
you down a path of potential lies.
Yeah, which is exactly the reason why you wanted that information. You wanted that information so that you could make up a story to get out of trouble. And he was denying you that opportunity. So he was acting professionally and exactly how you would expect it. So you're complaining that he didn't give you any ground to make up bullshit and that it hurts your case. So this is basically Your Honor, it is relevant because he has incriminating information that completely ruins my case.
And third, quite frankly, Mr. Brooks, I didn't believe if I gave you the information you were going to tell me anything.
Yep.
You made reference to the first interrogation saying that there was no waiver of that interrogation.
Objection.
I'm referring to what he just said at the beginning of the answer.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Grounds for the
I missed it.
I'm saying that you made reference to the first interrogation saying that there was no waiver of that interrogation.
Objection.
What's the grounds
I'm
for the
referring to
objection?
what
I'm
he
curious
just said
too.
at the beginning of the answer.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain.
Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Yeah, well, they didn't state a proper
Next
objection,
question.
so interesting. Why is she?
Can't get no grounds. Okay.
He's actually right about that. They didn't provide grounds for a change. He is right for a change about that. What are the grounds to? I mean, it's probably something
So
that
you made reference to not being sure if you would. I'm trying to
rephrase the same question and ask the same question.
remember exactly what you said.
It's not going to work. They just objected to exactly what you're trying
Wasn't
to ask.
sure if you were going to get the information you were seeking.
Correct.
And is that what led you to lie about the information you knew?
Objection, mistake.
Mischaracterizes the
Yeah.
testimony.
Grounds.
It's argumentative. Sustained.
He never said he lied.
Did that lead you to not be forthright about the information you knew?
Yes.
Objection.
Argumentative.
And ask and answer, but
Sustained
it
as to the
doesn't
form of
matter.
the question. His words were that he withheld. You may.
That led you to withhold information that you had obtained?
Yes.
I'm sorry, did what part with all that? Can you restart the question?
It doesn't matter. The answer is yes. It doesn't matter though. Where's the gotcha?
Because you were not sure if you were going to get the information you were seeking that led you to withhold information that you had obtained.
Does he think that he has the right to
Again,
not
as
have
I've stated
information
in
withheld
prior
from
testimony.
him? That's not a thing.
Strong part of the reason I withheld information is I wanted to gauge how honest and truthful you would be.
He's acted
important to know you
according
lied
to
me,
his
and this was proven by
training.
evidence about your mother owning a vehicle.
Yes. Thank you.
evidence-
Ask stupid questions, win stupid prizes.
About your mother owning a vehicle. You know,
And this is going right in front of the jury. You lied to me about this. You lied to me about that. You lied to me about this. You lied to me about that. You lied to me about your name. You lied to me about your this. You lied to me about the car. You tried to get away from it. You didn't want to see the photo. All of these things point to you, Mr. Brooks, Darrell Brooks, you being the murderer. Like literally, he's such a dumb motherfucker.
you lied about coming out here in a tan possible Kia.
Lied about
there were
this.
lies that were told at this point.
Lied
You
about-
lied
don't
about
interrupt them.
being body slammed by officers.
Yup.
That was later
Hold on.
proven to
I
be
wanna
not true.
Advise the jury of a couple different things at this point. Obviously, ultimately, the juror will determine the credibility of all witnesses and the weight of the testimony to give for any witness. So whatever any person's opinion about the testimony or previous statements or information from another individual, I'm telling you, is not evidence.
Yeah, what he's saying is not evidence, but he's referring to evidence that they saw with their own eyes in the investigation video.
You need to determine for yourselves what the facts are.
I
in
hope
this
they were
case.
all awake
Another
for that
thing I wanna
investigation
remind the
video,
jury
'cause it was
of
boring
is
as
that
fuck.
An accused has the right to remain silent, and when that silence cannot be used against him, since there was a comment earlier. To the extent that it was commented on, I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard that as well. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, continuing. So it just was
Hold on,
that.
it's narrative at this point. He's going to ask his next question.
Okay.
If the state needs to redirect, they will.
He lied about a bunch of stuff, basically, and the judge just staved his ass because he was in the middle of going through a
Made
huge list
reference
of lies.
Well, let me back up from that.
You made reference to a few lies that I said. Could you
Is
go
it-
through them again?
Standard practice
To lie? Yes.
in your agency to withhold information
Yes. Absolutely.
in an interrogation?
The answer should be absolutely.
Yes, it can be to gauge truthfulness.
Yes. Absolutely should
And
be
what do
the
you
answer.
mean by it can be?
Depends on the situation. Sometimes you
So
don't have
obviously,
to.
so a person understands what's going on. You'll give them the basics of why you want to question them, but you're never going to tell them every detail because you want to see if they're being truthful. You want to see what details come out.
He's literally explained this exact point, what, 6, 7 times now? In a row, almost?
So, would it be fair to say by saying that it can be means that it's not all the time used in that fashion?
Right, so...
Oftentimes it is. Oftentimes there's information that I won't tell a suspect unless
If a suspect volunteers information and just spills all the beans 100% truthfully and doesn't lie, then you don't have to withhold anything because he's just basically giving you a full admission to everything. You don't have to withhold the thing. So yeah, of course it's only sometimes.
it's something where I've actually caught the suspect in the act and we both saw the same things. But yes, typically if I want to make sure they're telling truth, if there's certain information I have, I will withhold that. I'll see if they're willing to provide that, and if not, at some point confront them with that information.
Yes, that's exactly what investigation is.
You had a partner with you during both investigations, but I'm referring to the second one primarily.
The
With
jury
that
probably has to be asleep by
officer
now again.
had used the same method if they were taking the lead in the investigation at that point?
Calls for speculation, and I bet he would.
Objections, calls for speculation.
Sustained is the form of the question.
But the answer is yes, he probably would. He'd probably even be a bigger
Would it be
asshole
fair to
about
say
it. Like you didn't get the opportunity to talk to the bad cop. You were just talking to the good cop the whole time. So if you think the good cop was being the asshole, you should be thankful you didn't get a chance to talk to his partner after getting to the next part of their routine.
The way you interrogate is your method specifically?
No, it's just literally.
Yes.
What? That's any investigator ever.
So it'd be fair to say that that is not standard policy.
It
of
is
your
standard. Oh, don't go to policy again. Come on now.
Correct.
The standard policy is irrelevant. The judge even said so exactly.
You made reference to the suspect's family. Specifically, I'm referring to the children. How were you?
Wrong. You made a reference to them. He reacted to your reference to your children.
Able to come into the knowledge of the suspect's children.
You talked about him, you idiot. You volunteered that information.
I believe I asked you about him.
Yes. No, what actually happened is he voluntarily started talking about his poor kids.
Specifically to where they lived at the time of the incident.
That was information that came afterwards.
Yes.
Well, actually, I don't recall. I don't remember if you told me specifically where your older daughter lived that day or not.
Well, we be fair to say we saw
the video. Play the video from a random section and then
a
open
lot
the
of the
door.
second interrogation. Would that be fair to say?
Portions of it.
Well, yeah, portions of it, but a lot of it.
A lot is subjective, you moron.
I don't know exactly how much we watched. That's really, I guess it depends on your definition of a lot.
Yeah, it's subjective, you moron.
Anytime, do you recall it being stated where the defendant's children lived?
Yes. You lied and said they both lived with you. Except your 18-year-old.
Not that I can recollect watching today.
Yes, you can. He lied about it. He said both of his children live with him, and it's not true.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
The second interrogation?
Yes.
Have you seen it in its entirety?
Probably.
Yes.
Do you recall? Well, scratch that. In reference to the second interrogation, in reference to finding the phone, did you ever find the phone of the detainee?
He personally? No, and you know that.
You asking if I personally did?
Yes.
I didn't, no.
Do you recall where the phone was recovered?
In his car?
In your vehicle.
When you say
in
your vehicle, who are you referring to?
You, Darrell Brooks.
Your mother's red Ford Escape that you were driving that day.
So it'd be fair to say it wasn't my vehicle, as you
stated. Grounds.
Yep.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
The technicality of who it belonged to is literally meaningless, except to the point that you wanted to frame your mom for murder.
And what was obtained from that phone, if you recall?
What wasn't obtained from the phone?
I don't recall.
Do you recall asking for the code to get into the phone?
Yep.
Yes, sir, I do.
At any time, did you learn at any time if the phone was able to be opened up?
I don't know if it was or not.
So what would be your reason to ask about the phone code if you didn't intend to open it up?
He intended to open it up.
Mischaracterizes the testimony.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Yeah, you're an
Did
idiot.
you yourself intend to inspect the phone?
No.
No.
Idiot.
So why would you ask for the code?
So he can help the people who were.
Well, because for the purpose of the investigation, we have people that are trained in doing that types of thing, getting in.
Wow,
their
this
phone,
guy
downloading
is so
the digital
clueless
evidence,
about the world that he
they're
lives
able.
in. It's insane.
So having the code would assist them in being.
How did he make it to be 2 years older than me and still be alive despite how blatantly retarded and detached from reality he is? He's even a father to children. Jesus fucking Christ.
Being able to do that when that time came.
And do you recall if it was more than one phone that you were attempting to access?
Yes.
Did you ask for the code for, well, back up. How many phones were you seeking to gain access to?
I believe it was 2.
And do you recall asking for the code for the second phone?
Yes.
Did you inspect the second phone?
Me personally?
Yes.
No.
Idiot. He's not a tech guy, he's an investigator.
And from your recollection, what would be the significance of the phones at that point in the investigation?
They contain tons of evidence.
Well, it's really this digital evidence that could be inside. So as it pertains to domestic abuse, it's not known if there's going to be any phone calls between yourself and Ms. Patterson.
GPS data.
Some of the data, location data can be relevant, although you were arrested in Waukesha. It still helps
Fingerprints
to show
on the
that
phone
data
themselves.
as well. So things of that nature. We really don't know what could or could not help us until we try to see what's in there.
Legit anything. Maybe they would open his album and see a bunch of him messing around with underage girls, and that would also constitute evidence of more crimes. You never know what you're going to find, but once they have probable cause to get your phone, you better as fuck hope that you don't have other incriminating evidence on your phone.
At any time during the first night that you were with the detainee and during the second day, which would primarily be
So the
the
rest of the
second
day is
interrogation,
this guy.
do you recall there being any drugs and alcohol in
his possession?
Related to the detainee?
Related to? Like his mom and dad are heroin and cocaine?
As in whether you were under the influence?
Yes.
No, if I'm related
No.
to them.
You were not.
And do you know that to be fact?
No.
There were no signs of impairment that I observed.
Was he gonna blame everything on the drugs and drinking that he didn't do?
Did you smell any alcohol?
Are you sure?
No, sir.
Are you sure?
Did you smell any drugs?
No, sir.
Did you find any alcohol or drugs?
No, sir.
I mean, there's a little bit of fermentation going on in your stomach all the time.
And during both those days, that the night of the first interrogation and the time spent during the second interrogation, someone was always with you when you had contact with the detainee. Would that be fair to say?
What?
Meaning you never had interactions with the detainee just strictly by yourself.
Not that I recall.
So it was always you and someone else.
I believe so.
So what? I don't get what inferences.
You were always with your partner, though, correct?
Well, I mean, he may have used the bathroom at a point. I don't remember. If I was ever alone, it was very short.
But from the best of your recollection, you were just never,
Asked and answered.
for a period of time, just by yourself with the
Asked and answered. Come on, move along.
The second day before transport, there was a period of time when Detective Stern stepped out of that interview room at Muskego. And I don't know how long it was just you and I in the room, but that's all I recall.
But nothing extended from your recollection.
No.
Might need even. I might need a coffee refill soon. Still 50 minutes to go.
And was it your belief at the time that you were set to conduct the second interrogation that you believed that without the FBI present, the detainee would likely be more willing to speak with you?
Objection, speculation.
Grounds.
Overrule it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Was it your belief that the second interrogation without the FBI's presence, was it your belief that the detainee would be more likely to speak with you at that time?
No.
He may answer. Go ahead.
No.
Yes.
Really? So it was planned. Okay.
And do you recall how you came to that determination?
Yes, it was a sense of how I felt you interacted with me, the night before. As I stated with you, or stated in testimony, we had casual conversations. Part of those casual conversations were talking about sports you played, sports you enjoyed, the Packer game that day.
How shit women are?
You seemed very calm, very relaxed. How you seem right now, Mr. Brooks. And I sensed the nervousness with the FBI being present. I thought you might be comfortable talking with me, and that's why I decided to just have it me and Detective Stern.
You made reference.
Oh, you and Detective Stern. So it wasn't in reference to him being alone, it was in reference of getting the FBI out of the way. Okay.
As to how I seem right now would be consistent with how I seemed that first night.
how would you be able to tell that just by observation?
Calm, lucid, your speech is clear. You seem to be knowing what you want to ask. I understand there's been some questions that have been clarified, but you know where you are and you know what you're doing right now.
But he isn't aware of anything else at all in the universe.
Would it be fair to say that you can't say for sure how I'm feeling at this moment?
Not the question that was asked, and argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Would it be fair to say that at the time of that first interrogation, you weren't sure how I was feeling?
Of course not. Certainty doesn't play a role.
I guess I can't get in your head, but you presented yourself as being very calm and very comfortable.
Nobody has to be certain about your behavior for it to inform their judgment. And
based
behavior.
on your observation.
Correct.
Nobody only acts when they're certain of things.
Do you yourself have any training in psychology?
Yes?
No, sir.
No? That's sad. Practically everybody does. I mean, it was pretty obvious how he was feeling at the time. Darrell was a pretty transparent guy, despite him thinking arrogantly that he's clever or a good actor.
There was a point in the second interrogation when you were attempting to show the detainee a video.
Yes. Why do you want to show him that video? Because I wanted to confront him with the horrors that he inflicted on the community that day.
Almost as if you was forcing it in his face.
Kinda, yeah. Not exactly.
What were you attempting to show the detainee?
I was attempting to show you...
That is a stupid question. Sir, do you mind explaining to the jury just how awful of a person I am?
A video of when you drove your vehicle through the parade route.
Any reason why you were being so forceful in trying to
He wasn't being that forceful. Come on now.
Well, I felt it was very important for you to see the damage,
the horrors that were
was
inflicted on
caused
the
from
community.
incident. And Detective Stern made the statement as well. You were asking for more information, so we attempted to show you more information.
Would it be fair to say that the question of asking for more information was asked even on the first night during the first interrogation?
Irrelevant.
Yes. Yes.
It's still his choice when to volunteer that extra information. This is such a huge waste of time. He's not questioning him about anything that can help him at all.
Do you recall making a report of the night that? Let me back up. Do you recall writing a report of your interactions with the detainee on the first night and the second morning?
Yes.
And did you write the report yourself?
So how it's done is I dictate it and then it is typed by someone else.
What do you mean by dictated?
So there's a phone system that I talk into and it's recorded and then it's later typed.
Do you recall who types it?
One of our clerical staff. I don't know specifically who it was.
So you made reference to a phone. You gesture with your right hand and
made a phone, I guess, symbol. So I'm assuming that that records what's being said. That'd be fair to say?
No, well, it could be.
Yes, when I'm speaking into the phone.
That's still his report.
And at that time, speaking into the phone,
Where are you getting at?
Stating verbatim?
Is he stating verbatim what? It's a report.
Was it off the top of your head what you remember, or did you?
There's no need to write a report that's verbatim what the video shows, because that's what the video is for.
I guess what I'm saying is, did you speak into that phone based on a report that you had already previously written or had obtained?
That is how he produced the report.
Well, I guess I want to make sure I understand the question. Could you ask it again?
Yeah, it makes
So I
no
understand?
sense.
I guess I can be more clear.
What he's asking is, when you wrote, was there a report that you wrote? Yes. Was there a report that you wrote for the report? No. Because that was the report. And if there was a report that was written before the report, then that would have been the report. Stupid motherfucker.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, by speaking into this phone,
that was his
would
report.
that have been what you recalled at the time, or would it been based on a report that was already written by you or
What
someone
are you
else?
talking about?
Okay.
No,
there was no
maybe.
prior report, so that what I speak into that phone and what is typed is my best recollection of the events at that time.
That just gave me a little clarity. I knew what I was trying to say, I just couldn't.
Nobody's laughing. You're not reading the room, sir.
So at that time, when you spoke into the phone, you hadn't yet filed your report at that time.
That is how he filed his report. Your question makes no goddamn sense.
Correct. As I'm talking, I'm completing it. So it goes into a recording and then it's later typed.
And then is it filed after being typed?
Of course.
Yeah, eventually it's sent to court.
Do you recall if that was, I'm guessing that would be the night of the second interview, or
no,
sometime after that?
Sometime after that.
Yes, it was the night of the second, after
Wow.
the interview had been completed.
Their clerk is insanely fast.
After that second interrogation, had you learned any more information additionally that you didn't have during the first and second interrogations?
Yes.
And did you put that into your report?
Of course he did. Unless he sent it the day after.
I believe I did, if it's the one thing I'm thinking of, yes.
Do you recall how many reports you filed in relation to this incident?
Where are you getting at, dude?
I think 4, maybe 5.
Or just randomly asking
Well, why
questions
so
for
many?
no reason? That's not many.
Well, you know, you have to understand that after the second interrogation, the investigation wasn't simply complete. There were additional things that need to be done.
More victims
and additional
sorted
things I
out.
assisted with that led to other supplements being done.
New testimony, more evidence
And
sent
do
in,
you recall,
more complaints being served to
well,
the
let me
police.
back up a minute. You said 4 or 5 reports?
I believe so. I don't know the exact number.
Do you recall when the last one was completed?
I believe in June.
And would the June report contain additional information that you didn't have in November of 2021?
I don't recall either that or clarification. I'd have to see the report, I guess, to know exactly what you were driving at.
You don't recall what you reported?
No.
Not exactly.
Why would he? That's
Do you
why.
recall
That's
what
why
you
he
reported
records
in
it.
the second report?
Not exactly. No, I believe. I don't want to speculate.
So it'd be fair to say you don't recall the one when you spoke into the phone and it was recorded and then typed?
Well, they were all done the same way.
All reports are done the same way.
But of course he won't remember. That's why he records his notes to be typed down.
And do you
Damn it.
recall?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to have another coffee break. I will be right back.
come into the Waukesha County Jail to serve any warrants in relation to this incident?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember what they were for?
Yes, it was a search warrant for your jail property.
And do you recall what that jail property was?
Property that would have been turned over to the custody of jail at the time that you were, so personal belongings.
And what would personal belongings refer to exactly?
Are you asking, it could be anything you had with you. Are you specifically wanting to know what I seized?
Yes.
Your red t-shirt that you were wearing on the 21st and 22nd of November, the blue jeans, as well as socks.
And do you recall
gross
why you needed to seize the clothing?
To be used as evidence?
Yes, the determination was made to go back and seize the clothes as it's the items you were wearing during the event. The parade event is what I mean by event.
Would that be the only reason why you needed to seize the clothing?
Yep.
There was also possible DNA evidence, but I do not know how that came back.
It wouldn't really help anyway.
Did you yourself inspect the clothing?
I just retrieved it from the property, put it in a bag, and brought it back to the police department.
Do you recall if you seized anything else besides the clothing?
Did you find a bag of
Not
weed
from your
in there?
property at the jail, I didn't.
And do you recall if that was the only time you came to the Waukesha County Jail to serve a warrant?
Correct. That's the only time I recall.
Do you recall when that was?
In relation to this incident, you should have said.
November 30th, 2021.
So roughly about a week after the incident?
9 days.
And you made reference to bringing it back to the department. Did you learn who would be inspecting the clothing?
DNA analyst?
No, I believe it would have gone out to the state crime lab.
Did you obtain any additional information from the state crime lab?
I don't believe I've received any information from the state crime lab personally.
I want to go back a little bit, specifically to the night of the arrest. When did you arrive on scene to Elizabeth Street?
Shortly after you had been taken into custody.
When you arrived, what did you see?
Can't recall exactly. I believe you were already in the back seat of a squad car.
So at that time, suspect was already detained.
You were detained.
Suspect. Already
Suspect
detained.
is you, Darrell Brooks.
Nice.
Can you strike that last?
No. No reason to.
That was his response.
No
He was
reason
saying-
to strike it. We don't strike anything you want. We strike things that are improper. Fool.
And did you do any search of the area at that time?
I want to see that again.
You were detained. Can't recall exactly. I believe you were already in the back seat of a squad car.
So at that time, suspect was already detained.
You were detained.
Everything.
Suspect. Already
Suspect
detained.
is you, Darrell Brooks.
Can you strike that last?
No, you?
That was his response. He will stand.
I object to the use of the name, though. But I don't consent to the use of that name. How can he use it if I don't consent to the use of his name?
And did you do any search of the area at that time?
I did not know.
And what did you do from that point?
At that point, myself and Detective Stern were assigned to follow Specialist Mark Howard, whose vehicle you were ultimately placed in, and follow him to our substation, where you were taken.
Do you recall?
You were taken, asshole.
Well, let me back up. Do you recall seeing a lot of different law enforcement there from different jurisdictions?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
What else do you recall about the scene as far as law enforcement personnel?
What the fuck does that question even mean?
Basically, just that they were there.
Yeah, maybe a more specific
recall,
question.
Any weapons being drawn at that point, or
Does he recall weapons being drawn
I did
at that
not
point?
see any officers
He had to witness
with
it
weapons
himself,
drawn
the way you put that question,
when I
you
arrived.
idiot.
There were officers with rifles across their chest, but they were not pointing them at anyone.
any distinct vehicles to your recollection utilized by law enforcement?
Aircraft
Just squad
carrier.
cars, marked squad cars that I recall.
Do you recall seeing a vehicle that was more like a ground rover type vehicle?
Fuck does that mean?
No, sir, I don't.
And so once you came to the scene, learned that the suspect was in custody, you followed the other officer to I'm guessing the police station or whatever it was?
The substation.
Substation, I'm sorry, substation.
Yes.
I think he's just trying to drag this out as much as possible. He's not getting anywhere with his questioning. He's not eliciting anything useful. Prosecution look like they're barely able to keep themselves awake. This prosecutor dude is playing World of Warcraft on his computer right now. Single-handed, that's just how good he is. This photographer looks so bored, he's like looking at his camera, not even at the screen.
And what information did you have at that time in regards to the investigation?
The information, again, was still very limited. That you'd been loitering in the area, would receive calls, and that you were identified as a possible suspect that was in the vehicle.
Did you yourself receive those calls or any of those calls?
You mean as in like the phone calls?
Yeah, in reference to the loitering.
No, those went into dispatch, and then they were broadcast over the police radio, which I...
This motherfucker doesn't know how police works.
And did you immediately respond to that radio call?
No.
Yes, I made my way to that area.
The area of Elizabeth Street?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what time that was?
It was right around Took place over a few minutes. 5:30, 5:35, getting a little after 5:30.
And what time did you arrive to the scene?
I don't know the exact time.
I want to go back to the phone really quick in reference to the phone. In the exhibit that we were shown,
The jury's
made
probably
reference to
massively asleep.
not wanting someone else to claim the phone. Do you recall?
He
saying
didn't
that?
want it stolen, yeah.
Yes.
What reason would
I would buy Darrell Brooks' stolen phone for sure.
someone else claim a phone that isn't theirs?
Could be their own reasons. One thing we have to do once we have
Why would somebody claim lives that aren't theirs?
possession of property, we have to make sure that we release it to the appropriate person. So that would be important.
Is it fair to say that all property obtained from a detainee is sealed?
No. Not immediately.
I guess, what do you mean by sealed?
Like placed in a sealed bag?
Not necessarily.
Pursuant to whoever's the property belongs to, it's sealed.
Not really. At some point it
Typically,
is.
we would take property and probably put it in a paper or plastic bag. We don't necessarily seal it and then place it in a locker.
Yep.
Would you write on the bag who the property belongs to?
No.
Well, if it's personal property and it's going to be returned, it would go in a locker, typically that's associated with their cell.
It's evidence. Come on now.
But if it's evidence, it would go, to a different place. It depends on the type of property you're talking about.
Would it be some type of identifying something to identify the property to the owner of the property?
What the fuck are you talking
Yes.
about? Well, if it's private property, then
When
yes.
you came to the Waukesha
Not
County
evidence.
Jail to serve the warrant for the clothing or personal property as you stated it.
No, he didn't say. I hope the prosecution is going to object that he's misstating the testimony, because that's not what he said. He said when we're dealing with private property, we return it, but if it's evidence, then something else happens. Now he's trying to pretend that he said that the clothes were private property. Did he say that? No, he didn't.
Was that property sealed?
It was in a secure room.
Was it sealed?
Like the bag it was in? No.
The bag was just wide open?
I don't recall if it was wide open. They have it in a property bag that I don't remember the exact conditions of it.
Did it have any identifying name on it, or a birth date, or?
They utilized a system in which they
Evidence
looked up your
code
name
numbers?
and the bag had a number. The number was associated to your name. So they were able to find it that way.
Yeah,
And then,
evidence.
once I got in the bag, I recognized the clothing as your clothing.
So it'd be pretty fair to say that the system that they use is pretty easy to identify what property belongs to whom.
It seemed to be. To get the specifics on it, you'd have to ask them, but they looked up your name, hit a number, and your bag came right across.
Cool. That kind of shut down
Does
your line of
agency
questioning, didn't it?
use a similar method?
No.
And what method does your agency use?
We just do
to
whatever the fuck we
identify
want.
property?
My agency would simply, we're not a large county jail, so we only hold about 5-6 people at a time. We would take personal property, put it in a paper bag, put that paper bag in a locker that typically would correspond with the cell number that you were placed in. and then your property would also be documented on an electronic form.
Why would it matter? Why is I'm trying to figure out why is it so important to Brooks that it's sealed and that there's a name on it, as if that can help him in any way, as if what, they framed him and they put the clothes inside, the wrong clothes in the framing him because it didn't belong to him and there was no name, so there's no proof. Where are you going with this, you moron?
So we knew it belonged to you.
You made reference to not being a large county jail. Are you referring to the holding station?
No, he's referring to his agency.
Our standard department that we're back in now has a municipal lockup. Correct.
Oh, that's what he
It's
meant.
very small.
So it'd be the holding station.
I call it the police station, the booking room.
Police station, substation, holding station.
Yeah, correct.
Where are you going with this, dude?
At any time during this second interrogation, were there any other law enforcement watching the interrogation from another location?
Yes, there were.
Can you explain why?
Well, again, the FBI was present in a different room because we still did not know whether there was a terrorist
threat.
nexus to this incident at that point.
I would claim there is.
Is that the only other law enforcement
What he
that
did
was
is an act
watching
of
the
terrorism.
interrogation?
There may have been some of our own officers. I don't know how, if they were moving around the building or I don't know what they were doing.
So it'd be fair to say you can't recall if they were-
Correct.
None of this is relevant.
If at that time there was still uncertainty about the nature of the incident,
There was no
to
uncertainty.
the point that the FBI still were kind of involved at that point. Any reason why?
The FBI were only there for the motives. Everybody knows exactly what the incident was.
They wouldn't accompany you and your partner for the second interrogation as they did with the first?
As I testified earlier,
Grounds.
I asked them to leave.
Sustained. Relevance, 90611.
Yeah, 90611 a long time ago, bitch. I think there hasn't been any question
Is
that he
there any
hasn't
reason why
repeated
the
3
FBI
times.
can conduct their own interrogation?
Objection. Calls for
Grounds.
speculation.
Sustained.
Nice objection there. Also argumentative.
If you knew at that time that you and your partner would be conducting the second interrogation, why did the FBI need to be present?
Calls for speculation.
Asked and answered. Next question.
Answer?
It's sustained.
You said asked and answered?
Yeah, move on. It doesn't matter why it's
Asked
sustained.
why
Just
the
fucking.
FBI was there multiple times.
Yeah, he asked every question at least 3
90611,
times.
please move on.
Thank you, Judge. Please, 90611 should have been announced, like, I don't know, an hour ago.
Is it standard procedure for other law enforcement to watch interrogations from another location?
Asked and answered.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled, you may answer.
But asked and answered.
I wouldn't say it's standard, but this wasn't also a standard incident.
That's a good answer. That's
So the
completely
magnitude
true.
of the incident is what prompted the change?
Maybe.
That's right.
Do you recall who made that determination?
not a determination, it's common sense.
Objection calls for speculation of relevance.
He asked, do you know? So overruled, the witness may answer.
No, I don't.
So I'm sorry, just so I understand the question correctly. Why the FBI is the question why they'd be there at all?
No, that wasn't the question.
No, the question
What
was
is it again?
who made the call?
The question was pertaining to standard procedures.
No.
Okay.
That wasn't the question. The question was who made the call
believe
for that to be the
question
case.
was
Who made that
You asked
call?
who made the determination to
Yes.
allow for other agencies to observe the
Right.
interview or interrogation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Do you know who made that
I don't know
call?
exactly.
Thank you. That's
I
all.
only
You
know
can,
that
shut
the
up.
FBI became involved due to the terrorist concern, so that's why they were there.
My question wasn't
About the FBI, but he answered your question. Yeah, but he answered your question
law
anyway.
enforcement in general.
Yeah, but he answered regardless. He answered your question. He said, I don't know.
Just to give more clarity, the question was,
who ordered?
Did you know who made the determination?
And he answered
for other
no.
law enforcement
And he answered no.
to watch from another location.
No.
Let me clarify again. Maybe if I ask it a third time, it
Were
will
you
be
at
more
any
clear.
time aware that there would be other law enforcement watching the second interrogation?
Common sense.
I knew the FBI was coming back, yes.
Did you know if there would be any other law enforcement outside of the FBI, like from your agency or
It's safe to
or anything
assume.
like that? Were you aware that they would be watching as well?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
It's safe to assume.
Not that I knew of.
Stupid. Judge, you just said
But
90611.
you
What
do
happened to
recall other law
90611?
enforcement outside of the FBI being present.
Yeah, so we had an officer based on you being in our custody.
You
that had to stay in the room with you, their jail area for the night. I don't know how much.
This might be a really, really, really good approach for the witnesses that are smart enough that he's confronting. Every time he pisses you off, just say, add the words, you, Darrell Brooks, you, the defendant, you, the guy who killed everybody, you, Darrell Brooks. Just say that as a part of every single answer. He will learn his lesson. He will know that he should not really get into questions that are trying to waste time or be, I don't know, like trying to disrespectfully portray the witness or anything like that. You could just say, you, Mr. Brooks, you, and he's gonna hate it, and it's gonna be so much fun.
Of the interview that officer was or was not present for from another location.
Do you recall leaving out of the interrogation room during the second interrogation?
Yes.
And at that time, did you speak with any other law enforcement?
FBI.
Where's the gotcha here?
And do you recall what those conversations were about?
Not specifically, no.
And even if he did, I don't think you were. I mean, I would object to relevance because it's.
Do you recall if there was directives given by the FBI?
Objection hearsay.
Grounds.
Yes, do you know?
And that's an interesting question, which I might give him credit for getting there, but if that's where he was going, it took him a fucking long ass way to get there.
Not what they were. You may answer.
I don't recall if they gave directives.
But they would still have some authority in certain aspects of the investigation.
Do you recall your partner stepping out of the interrogation room at any time?
Yes.
Do you know if they spoke with FBI at that time?
If my partner did?
Yes.
I don't know.
At any time during the second interrogation, did the FBI leave?
Not that I know of.
So to your recollection, they were there the whole time?
I believe so, yes.
They weren't involved, but so what? Is there a zinger somewhere here that I'm missing? They look bored as fuck.
And I want to go back to the phone for one quick second. You made a reference to the kind of code on the phone. Do you recall what that was? In reference to the phones that you were intending to access.
You talking about, there were two, one of, any one phone specific? You talking about the iPhone?
Yeah, the iPhone. I'm sorry.
Yes, you gave a pattern code.
And what about the other phone?
No code was ever provided that I recall.
Please tell me that you tried the 7 on his other phone if it's not an iPhone. Because otherwise you guys are just dumbasses.
And do you recall if those two phones were placed in the evidence?
Of course they were.
Yes, they would have been.
And did you place them in evidence?
I did not.
Do you recall whom?
I do not.
This guy doesn't know how police works. He's an investigator. He asks you questions, tries to get an admission, and then goes to court. That's his job.
During your investigation, what? Let me back up. I don't want to say what.
Jesus.
You made reference to the suspect being involved. During that initial information that you received, did you receive information that there were multiple suspects at any time?
Asked and answered. Come on, we're going back to the beginning.
You're
now.
talking about the, we're talking about the parade incident at this point, yes, no?
The parade incident, yes.
Initially, yes. So, and I've covered this in prior testimony as well. It was very chaotic early on, and there were reports of possible multiple suspects, yes.
I mean, the mayhem was so large that they thought that it had to take at least several people to cause that much damage. I'm assuming.
Just about does it. No further questions.
Jesus Christ, that's...
I have some.
Fortunate.
I would think I could get done in 10 minutes.
All right, I'm just gonna have my jury stand for a minute. I need one too. And anyone else in the courtroom may do that.
Oh God, that was probably needed, and everybody needs that kind of stretching out. That was probably one of the most boring things I've had to watch since Rings of Power and She-Hulk.
All right, thank you. Please have a seat.
Exhibit 174, which has previously been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize this form?
Objection, lead.
They're allowed to lead on redirect.
Overruled, the witness may answer. It's been testified to previously.
Yes, I do.
Sir, if you talk to the same person 3 different times while they're in custody, do you have to fill out a separate form each time you talk to them?
No.
Objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
3 times.
Yes.
Would you have
Do
to fill
they?
out that top portion of the form each time?
Yes.
That's all I need for that
Interesting.
exhibit. When we talk about, do you recall Mr. Brooks' questioning of you with regard to the recording made by your cell phone at Waukesha Memorial Hospital during the first
He objected twice before she even finished the question.
meeting with the defendant?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Noted. Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I recall.
Are you familiar with the term excited utterance?
Yes, I
Objection,
am.
leading.
Oh, overruled. The witness may answer.
Sorry.
What is that?
It's when an individual, whether it be Mr. Brooks or any individual, begins making statements on their own accord and not response to a question. Typically, an utterance may reference why they're in custody in the situation that you were either questioning them about or preparing to question them about.
Is it important to capture those types of utterances on tape or recording?
Objection. Speculative.
That's not
Overruled.
speculative, you
Witness may answer.
moron.
Yes, it is.
Would that be a reason to continue recording after an interview's been ended?
Objection. Answered that already.
Even if they had no
Oh,
reason, it
overruled.
doesn't
The witness
matter.
may answer. It's redirect.
Yes, it would.
Completeness would be another reason. Psychological pressure would be another reason. All of these are legitimate in my opinion.
With regard to the 2 phones, you indicated that someone else located the phones in the defendant's car. Is that correct?
Yes.
Both of them are
And
left there?
in order to access the contents of a phone, if it's passcode protected, do you need the passcode to enter it?
Objection. Leading.
No.
Oh, overruled. The
The
witness
answer
may
is they don't. There's ways around it.
It makes it easiest. They
Thank-
can,
That is the correct
the
answer.
men that do that, the men and women that do that do have ways around it, but it makes it much more difficult without it.
Yep.
And would it be fair to say that there's not all software can enter into all phones without the passcode?
Objection. Speculative.
I don't know if that's true. I mean,
sustained as to foundation.
Have you had experience in your position as a detective seizing phones off of defendants?
that's a little bit of a stretch when it comes to the state. I mean, he wouldn't have any particular experience with hacking phones. He already testified that that kind of stuff he leaves to, well, he didn't testify to this. It was my reading into what he's saying, but basically that he leaves that to the tech guys and he just does his investigating, and he wouldn't know. So this is a little bit of a stretch and slightly dishonest from the state, but they've played nicely so far, so I'm going to give them that.
Yes.
And have you had opportunities to turn those phones over to your forensic unit to have them analyzed?
Yes.
But they wouldn't report back to him about how easy or difficult it is software-wise to access any particular type of phone versus another. He has absolutely no clue about any of that.
When you don't have a passcode or a swipe pattern, have you received those phones back with information that they were unable to be accessed?
Now, that is a good question, because then you could basically extract from him whether or not he knows about cases where phones were not at all able to be hacked. I doubt that that would be the case, though, because what does it mean for a phone to not be able to be hacked? If you can root any phone and you can break it, even without rooting it, you can physically break it open and physically connect to its memory and physically read the bits that are on there by brute force if you need to.
Objection. Asked the form of that already and answered.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I have.
So if you're not provided a
Did he just object to the form?
code or you're provided an incorrect code, there's a possibility, or are you definitely getting into that phone?
Objection. Speculative.
It is speculative.
No, there is certainly a possibility that we would not be able to access the content.
Interesting. I need to figure out ASAP what prevents the cops from being able to access the phone. I've done the bare minimum of basically changing the entire operating system of my phone, so it's not even running Android at all. It's running some other modified operating system. On the other hand, I don't even lock my phone. All you have to do to open my phone and access all the information is just turn it on. So, I mean, not even turn it on, just turn the screen on and there's no lock. I don't like locking my phone. I just make sure not to lose it.
You had talked about on cross-examination your reports that you dictate over a phone line. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Those you testified were based upon your recollection?
Correct.
Do you take notes during interviews?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I do.
Do you use those notes at all when dictating your report?
Yes, I do.
Actually, here's one way I could think of you preventing the police or anybody else from accessing information on your phone, and that is to, on your phone, just install a light version of Ubuntu and then do everything from that Ubuntu and just lock the Ubuntu with an administrator password. Yep, good luck to them to figure that one out. And of course, you're connecting to the Ubuntu locally with another password layer that they'll need to figure out the password to access the virtual machine that it's running on. And to also connect to it remotely, you would need another password. Basically, you can create a bunch of password layers that the police will have a lot of trouble getting through, for sure.
The defendant asked you about multiple suspects. You having information about multiple suspects. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
Did the defendant ever tell you that there was anyone in that car other than him driving it and possibly Erica Patterson?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, he did not.
And finally, you've been a law enforcement officer in Waukesha County for approximately 18 years, is that correct?
Yes.
Who makes the charging decision when deciding what charges get issued in a criminal case?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The prosecuting attorney at the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
You don't decide on the charges?
No.
Objection. Relevancy.
It's overruled.
We can forward what we believe is appropriate, but we don't ultimately make the decision to charge.
So when Mr. Brooks asked you, what am I being charged with, did you have any ability to tell him that?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Noted. Overruled. You may answer the question.
No, ma'am. Not with 100% certainty.
But he did answer honestly. He said a reckless endangerment at the very least. And that is an honest answer.
No.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Wow.
Detective, you may step down.
That was a long-ass testimony, and I like this guy.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as Detective Carpenter is stepping off, I will read the instruction that I've read to you every day, but it's important that you hear it again. And I have until your final conversation, electronic, social, York says, content not represented or by any replication or occasion, not see information on this explain experience other with communicate sample, do not post or indicate with you and does it is have been in throughout and Clark's long day, but
we are done. Okay, so that's the end of this stream. I suppose there's gonna be day 10 soon, which will require me to stream again. Yeah, have a good one, guys. I guess I'll